Hello everyone, and welcome to Games Done Quick Hotfix here on twitch.tv/GamesDoneQuick. This Thanksgiving, we're going to be celebrating togetherness and all of that good stuff with a showcase from members of the Twitch Unity Guilds. It's like symbolic and all that. It's going to be great. I don't want to talk too much because I'm very excited to get into this. First up, we have Super Mario 64 16-star by Salt Queen. If you'd like to introduce yourself.
Of course. Hi, I'm Salt Queen. I'm going to be speedrunning Super Mario 64 today in the 16-star category, and I am representing the Women's and the Latin Guild. So this game was one of the first speedruns that I ever learned. When I learned what speedrunning was, this was the first game that I watched. I was obsessed with watching speedruns of this game. Just the movement and everything is just so fun and so unique and very challenging as well. And yeah, I think we're gonna get started. This is a very quick run. It's about 20 minutes if you're a beginner. I'm going to be doing beginner strats since I am still relatively new to this speedrun. So we'll see how that goes. Hopefully we can get it in around that time. That would be great. But if we're ready to go, then I think we can get started.
Yeah, we are so ready to go.
All right, let's do this. All right, I will start in 3, 2, 1, go.
Good luck.
Thank you, thank you. Praying the BLJs are working today.
Toadstool. Peach.
But yeah, we're gonna. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I was gonna say, yeah, I'm totally with you on all that stuff you said about Mario 64. I think this is one of the speed games, especially for people who don't know that much about speedrunning.
Yeah.
I think it's so cool. And again, how long have you been running this game?
This game specifically, I'm pretty on and off with this game because I am trying to learn all the 3D Mario speedruns. So about a year, I'd say, on and off. I would like to pick up different categories of this game. 70-star, I think, would be the next one that I learn.
Yeah, because I know that you've been putting time into Sunshine as well. Ooh,
yes.
And Lakitu Skip.
I got it. Let's go. I honestly just eyeball it at this point.
Yeah, I don't really even know how to do it, but I get it a good 2/3 of the time.
Yeah, as long as you're in what I try to do is make sure Mario's feet are in between the edge of I don't know how to call it, the edge of the bridge. Yeah, I almost said gate. It is not a gate. Oh, I'm gonna get this too. Okay.
Nice.
Just started practicing a couple days ago, but seems like it paid off. God, that is one trick that I'm very iffy on, bomb clip. But it's that's one of the tricks that isn't too bad. If you mess up, you only lose a couple seconds, which isn't too bad.
Yeah, I was gonna say I wanted to get people of all different types of games, all different types of skill and experience with speedrunning, and you're just hitting all the tricks. So I can't even say that because it just looks like you're doing incredible right now.
Thank you. Yeah, the last Mario game that I was speedrunning was Super Mario Galaxy, and that one's actually so underrated. It's really fun speedrun. And it's just one that's not really talked about that much as I'm messing up this setup right now. I think I got it. I think that should be it. Okay. Thank God. That's 3 skips in a row. Let's keep it rolling.
I was gonna say, yeah, this is just the run at this point.
I hope so.
Yeah, you're hitting everything flawlessly.
Thank you.
But yeah, I love Mario Galaxy. I love just because at some mainline GDQs they take Mario Galaxy, and it's always by people who are just absolutely incredible at that game. That's just
yeah.
If you're playing it casually, it doesn't look like there'd be that much skips, but there's gravity manipulation and stuff, and I think it's so cool.
Oh yeah, the movement's really fun in that game.
Yeah, it's just stuff I would never think of, and it's all the top runners make it look so easy.
Right. All right, we're gonna step on the swamp. I actually never, like, when I, like, first watched the speedrun of this game, I never knew you could clip through the swamp as your ground pound. I always thought that was just, like, so cool. Like, what? You could have done this the entire time?
Actually, when I started playing this game casually, I found that out on accident.
Oh, really?
Yeah. So I don't think I've ever done it like normally outside of playing Mario 64 DS.
Oh no. Well, sorry. Sorry, Piranha Plant. This was not part of the plan. That's okay.
First mistake after hitting everything else, that is like so fine.
I know. Okay, that's fine. If we're 50-50 on that, that's okay. All right, we got one more star in Womps. It's Womps, right? It's not Thwomps. I used to call it Thwomps, and people would yell at me saying like, hey, it's Womps, not Thwomps. They're different, but I just...
Yeah, it's Womps.
Yeah, it is. Yeah,
I only know it's Womps because it's WF is the abbreviation in people's splits.
Oh,
that is the only reason why I know.
I actually don't put that on my splits. I put like really weird weird names on my splits. Like for the tower one, I just call it Stupid Tower. Because I was really bad at that one. It is a stupid tower, yeah.
Yeah.
All right, this is actually my favorite stage because one of my favorite, I guess, I wouldn't say enemies. They're not enemies. My favorite, like, what are they called? Like characters? Sure, characters are the penguins. They're just so cute to me.
Yeah, character seems right. I've been playing a lot of Minecraft recently, though. So I was going to say like mob, and I'm like, this seems wrong.
As I say that, I fall to my doom. I kicked too late.
Just a little bit too late. You like brushed up against like the edge of the platform.
Yeah. We're fine. All right. Extra jump there, but I got it. That's fine. Minus the fall to my doom. All right, now we gotta go save the baby penguin. This one I always loved. And oh my gosh, hi, there you go. We're gonna try our best not to drop him. Okay, because I have a tendency to just hit the left wall and drop both Mario and the penguin. All right, now we're gonna be off to our first Bowser stage. This is actually the hardest one for me, honestly. Like the last one is definitely tricky, but this one, a lot of my runs, I just end up resetting because of this one. It's honestly pretty tricky.
Yeah, this level always looks super challenging to me.
Yeah. I stick to beginner strats, but even with them, like, I still have some moments like over here. This is one that yep. I was even trying not to get hit by the fire. Good job, Mario, good job. The beginning was just too good. We just needed to balance it out. Okay, that works. I'm alive. Good job dodging that, I guess.
Yeah, that was nerve-wracking.
That was
so
a little
close.
sketch. Oh, where are we going? Where are we going? Yeah, I'm just gonna... Okay, I'm gonna wait an extra cycle just to be safe. Oh, hi. What's going on here? Do you want to grab the coin, Mario?
Mario would not like to grab the coin.
He does
Mario's
not.
being a meanie.
Oh, that ledge grab. I didn't think I was gonna get that.
You can just call that clutch.
Oh no. Oh my god. Just... Okay, we didn't grab the coin. That's okay. It's okay. It's okay. It's fine. It's fine.
Nothing has ever been bad, ever.
Right. Oh my god, this Goomba's coming for me. Oh my god. Okay. That was really scary. I thought I was gonna fall off. I actually have a really funny clip where I had like it was like the fastest time I've ever had in Dark World, and the Goomba was in the perfect spot to knock me over, and I was just so upset.
Yeah, speaking of clips, I just want to mention that for those of you watching at home, you can go to youtube.com/GamesDoneQuick to see all of our funny little shorts that we post in all of the VODs. But speaking of your clips, where can people find you? Just so everyone is aware where they can find great content from one of the Unity Guild members.
All right, now we are off to the basement. Where are we going, Mario? Okay, there we go. All right, 2 deaths. Honestly, not bad. It's been worse. It's been worse. Oh, I forget. You can't long jump like on the very edge of that painting. It just doesn't let you in for some reason.
Yeah.
Oh. Okay. We're gonna go over here. Okay. If Mario doesn't want to like be super fast. Okay. I didn't want to do that the normal way. That's fine. I like tried long jumping, but I was just so fast. Oh my god, there's a bug on my face.
Oh no.
Oh no. It like landed on my glasses. I couldn't see for a second. Gotta love Florida and its bugs. It's great. There we go. Okay, there we go. That one went well. The routing for that definitely helps. So like, usually you want to do like the most difficult star first. So if something like that happens, you can quickly just do a different star as like a backup strat, which is always nice to do. And this is just an easy one. I always love doing this one. It's just so fun and satisfying to just get all like the 8 coins really fast. Right,
yeah, I feel like all of Basement is just super fun.
It is. I'm not a big fan of SSL though.
I think like whenever I do like Mario 64 and like Archipelago, I just spend like the most time in the basement because it's like all the stars I just find really fun.
Yeah. I do like Hazy Maze Cave though. Although this star, oh man. I did practice this all morning. Let's see. Okay. Well, we'll have a second shot at it. I'll just get this one. Or not. Hi.
Game's being mean?
Okay. Yeah. There we go. Okay, if this doesn't work out again, I might have to do right wall strats. Oh, thank God. Okay.
I'm gonna be so for real. I genuinely don't know how to do that.
It's really, it's not super complicated. Like once you get it, like it's really fun to do. It's just you gotta like, it's like the camera. We don't want to do that, Mario. There we go.
I need bips,
grab the
Mario.
bunny. Nice. All right, let's see if we can get Bip's clip. All right, I think that's a good angle. Yeah. I ran a little too fast. Please just grab the bunny. Ah. It's okay. That's okay. Mips is just having a rough day. All right, Mips. I did move a little too fast. So that was my bad.
Yeah, Mips just wants to see his family.
He does. Okay. Okay, there. There we go. All right, Mips. We're going on a journey. We don't want to do that. That works. Okay. A backflip is fine. That's fine. I always love coming to Dire Dire Docks because this is definitely my favorite song in I don't know, all of like Mario games. Definitely like up there for sure. Like if I like need to feel calm or relaxed, like this is like the song that I will listen to.
I think this entire game soundtrack is just like peak.
Yeah, it is.
Also, this is gonna sound like crazy, but I think in my lifetime I've done like the BLJ to get through that door more than I've done like the MIPS clip.
Really? Oh my gosh. Okay. I always hate getting up here.
Yeah, I don't know. Sometimes I just don't want to play Dire Dire Docks.
Yeah. All right, we got our 16 star. So all that's left is Bowser, BLJs, and Bowser. Get up there. Gonna just line myself up. Give me a long jump, please. Okay. Little scuff, little scuff, little scuffed. Okay, that was a little too soon, but that's okay. That's okay.
A little scuffed never hurt anyone.
Yeah. That's actually not that bad. That isn't that bad. Falling off would have been worst case scenario.
Yeah, you did
Nice.
the perfect amount of falling where you get into the Bowser fight.
Well, I think we overshot Bowser there. All right. All right, perfect. Okay.
We're so
Don't want to
bad.
die there. All right, all we got left is BLJs. We pray that they work.
Yeah, I think you got this in the bag. So easy.
Thank you. It's an easy game. Exactly.
The baby game for babies and all that stuff.
All right, let's see. That was close. That was close. Just believe. Just believe.
I'm believing.
I'm believing. Oh my god.
I cannot believe that worked. I was just about to say I might not be a believer anymore, and then it popped you through with like the perfect amount of speed.
Let's go. All right, one more time. This is the easier one. What? Mario, what happened? It was going so well. I guess this is happening. Okay. Good enough. We're there. We're there.
Yeah, we are so in the sky.
Oops. That's fine.
You're playing this so fast. I could never do this.
Lots of practice. Whew, lots of practice. Those jump kicks are always scary. Okay. People can go faster though. Like this is like actually like not even the fastest. I don't. What was that? Bewitched. What?
I am just gonna say that I think that was an invisible wall.
I think so. Yeah, I was just really scared because the Goombas are right there. Okay, we're fine. I don't like going into the Bowser throws with this health, but okay. I gotta be careful. We're just doing this hard mode.
Yeah, this is a challenge run now.
Yeah, challenge run. Oh. Okay. I don't want to spin this way. Okay. Just
Still got
extra
it.
challenge. Extra challenge.
Yeah. We love difficulty here on twitch.tv/GamesDoneQuick.
One more. Ah, just a little bit too late.
That countered in my heart.
It did. Oh my god, Bowser, where are you going? Where are you going, bud?
Nerve-wracking.
Please? Really?
No way.
Come
No
on.
way that undershot.
Oh my god. Please, Bowser, think about it. Okay. Do it again. This stage is so cursed. Bowser just wasn't a fan of the challenger, and he's like, "No, you got to do this full health, or it's not gonna happen, buddy."
Yeah, he wanted an even playing field.
He did. Very kind of him. Thank you, Bowser.
On a holiday and everything.
Right? Okay. There we go.
That was
3 in a row.
perfect.
He
Wow,
wanted
yeah.
a 3 in a row.
Yeah.
That's what he wanted. Let's go. All right, once we grab this star, that's going to be time. And that's time.
GG's.
Let's go. Just a couple of deaths, but it's fine. We got through the run.
Yeah, a couple of deaths just add character. Like, what's a speedrun without character?
Right. Not every speedrun is going to be perfect, you know?
Yeah, especially because we're just here having a good time. We're here supporting the speedrunners and the Twitch Unity guilds, all that good stuff.
Yeah.
But yeah, where can everyone find you?
So you guys can follow me on twitch.tv/saltqueen. I stream a lot of Nintendo content there. We do speedruns, challenges, 100% playthroughs. Right now, we're playing through every single Mario and Luigi game. It's been a time because there's 6 games currently, and they are so long, but it's been such a blast. On my socials, I should be SaltQueen TTV because SaltQueen is taken everywhere. I don't know why, but it is. I got YouTube, Twitter, Instagram, TikTok, Blue Sky, so you guys can follow me over there. And yeah, I've had a lot of fun. Speedrunning, honestly, one of my favorite video games, and it's been a great time. And thank you so much for having me.
Yeah, absolutely. It's no problem. Everyone go follow SaltQueen on literally everything. Her stream is such a great time. And before we head off, I just want to mention that your Prime subs, regular subs, gift subs, and all bits cheered on the GDQ Twitch channel support Games Done Quick Hotfix. If you like seeing our almost daily speedrunning content here on Twitch or even on YouTube, consider supporting us. It would go a long way. But with that, we're going to be getting into Kirby and the Amazing Mirror next in just a few minutes, so stick around for that. And thanks, SaltQueen, for running again. Hello, everyone. Welcome back to the Twitch Unity Guild's speedrunning showcase here on twitch.tv/GamesDoneQuick. Right now, we have Kirby and the Amazing Mirror done by Beam Queen Soul. Before we get into that, I just want to mention that here in just just over like a month and a half is going to be Awesome Games Done Quick 2025. It's going to be live from January 5th through the 12th, and registration is going to be open till next Monday. So please register if you want to attend. It's going to be great. I'm on the schedule. A few other showrunners are on the schedule. It's going to be an amazing time. But Soul, would you like to introduce yourself and the game?
Yes, hi, hello, and happy Thanksgiving to those in the U.S. and to those who aren't. Happy Thursday. anyways, I'm Saul, or Beam Queen Saul. I go by Ivor. I have been part of the Twitch Unity Guilds for. It's not been super long. It's only been since this year, but I am part of both the women's and Pride and the newer Pride Guild that came up pretty recently. But yeah, this is Amazing Mirror, but we're doing things a little bit different because we decided we wanted to make this a bit of a fighting game, sort of. Things will make sense in context, I assure you. Anyways, so we'll go ahead and get this started in 3, 2, 1, go. And every run of Amazing Mirror starts the same way. We have what looks like Meta Knight just flying off. We're split into 4 for some reason. Don't worry about them. They'll just gonna be doing their own thing. I'm sure they'll manage. But we have Twitch turn up immediately. Like we have this little thing here. We just call it date skip. It's what it sounds like. You skip the date. You don't have to wait for the upper Kirby's to get you across. And then we're gonna set up this mix. All right, first try, let's go.
First try is so cool.
Yeah, so it's a very short version. Smash is a very rare ability to series. If you're familiar with Smash Brothers, you already know what this entails. So we just have our Smash moveset as a Smash Melee, because that was the current game back then. So we have the neutral air, we have the little standard attack, although we're not going to really ever use it. We have the hammer, we have the final cutter, we have the stone, just for the sake of showing it off. This thing just kind of has it all except for movement. We don't have anything that helps us there, but we have basically all the other tools we need to succeed in this run. So long as we don't lose it. If we do lose it, this is one of the harder abilities to actually acquire, so we're almost always going to have to mix for it, if that happens. There is one mid-boss for it. You know him, you'll love him. It's Master Hand, but he doesn't show up terribly often. He's kind of shy.
I was going to say, where do you even find Master Hand in this game? Like, anywhere.
There's like a few places, but there is one mid-boss version that we find, and then there is the boss of Candy Constellation where he shows up there alongside Crazy Hand for some reason. We don't know why. We don't know what the lore is. They're just there.
They just be existing. You know the vibes.
They're just there. They're vibing, and then we just kind of ruined their fun for some reason. And we're going to be a little bit careful because Waddle does like to do the beam attack and has decent range. And if we're not careful, it will hit us.
The beam attack. It's like your name, the Beam Queen Soul. Yeah.
By the way, that's Frosty. We just do that. Double star. And most attacks will just kind of finish it off from there. Also, you mentioned about the whole thing with my name. Yeah, so about that. Yeah, this name is also part of why that exists. So in Nightmare and Dreamland, there was this thing that used to be called the memer boards. It's actually, nowadays, it's just our category extensions. But one of those was Beam %. It's what it sounds like. You go through the name of Beam. I ended up being the first one that managed to do it. I've done it multiple times at this point. It's just a whole thing. And then they brought up the idea of doing it in this game, which would be kind of a nightmare. I'm here to tell you that it kind of is, but it's actually surprisingly fun. Maybe I should do that for Hotfix sometime.
You're so much braver than I am.
You're talking to the same person who did Metal % in Sweet Squad.
I did ask you to do that, huh?
You did. You did. And it was a good time. Anyone who's seeing this should definitely check that out. It was a very good run. Also, that was Team Golem. He's basically just Wispy Woods, and this is what Smash does. Smash just kind of clobbers everything and anything and everything that's in its way. And then we just kind of have our little happy dance. Just if we soft reset, we lose our ability, and that would be a pain kind of a pain to get back. But any of our ways of getting it is going to be very out of the way and not worth it. It's going to lose a lot of time, so we might as well just let the dance play out. And just kind of start rushing our way through to our next area, which will be Terrat Castle. We do have some time before we have that, though, so... I do recall, Limey, I think you said you did have a few questions for me alongside.
Yeah. I was going to ask, because you are, like, in the Twitch guilds as, like, a speedrunner, how long have you been, like, speedrunning just in general?
This name in general... Oh, geez. I want to say since maybe I want to say 2019? Maybe, like, little bits here and there. But as far as, like, in a more serious manner, it hasn't been that long. Like, this is, weirdly enough, I've been kind of tackled a bit more because of another category called, All Gold Games. It's, also kind of what it sounds like. There are 16 gold games. You go through each of them, and that's it. You don't do anything else, in terms of the objectives. Like, the stuff I'm doing right now, where I'm going to these different areas to get different mirror shards, so I have to put a mirror back together. Yeah, we don't do that. We just do gold games. It's actually surprisingly fun. It has a lot of... It's a really good run if you want to see what just the game's movement is like. That's really, like, what it showcases, more than anything else. Not that this doesn't, like, seeing what Smash can do to kind of keep what momentum it has is actually still really neat. If you've seen standard runs of this game, you know we use Wheel a lot in those. Wheel is just kind of absolutely amazing for everything that it does do. The only thing it's not good at is fighting.
Yeah, I was gonna actually ask about that there. Since you've been like on like the all goal games grind. Is the routing for that like so different that you have to like kind of struggle to remember what to do a little bit sometimes, since like you have to like beat the game in this category?
Honestly, sometimes because of just having to do things a little bit differently in terms of like maneuvering around. Mostly it's just very different routing. Like right now, this is very similar. The runs aren't that different here and there. In fact, a lot of stuff does kind of take after any %, at least in terms of just which way are you going initially. But it diverges as soon as it's like, oh, I'm not going here to go fight Meta Titan. I'm going this way so I can hit this gold game where I fight like Boxy or something. Because that run also has a lot of mid-boss fights that don't show up elsewhere. Especially Boxy for some reason. Boxy like, shows up like 3 times in that run. Anyways, a little small hit to get rid of that mirror so we can actually go through the door. And this cannon room is very scary, so I put the ability in my mouth so that way if I take a hit, because it can happen, we don't have any risk of losing it, so we'll just throw ourselves here. Grab it back. This room is also scary, but we're just going to have to deal with it. Hopefully we don't have any issues come up. These orders can be a little tricky, and if our ability hits the spikes, that's it. It'll just kind of explode. Luckily, we don't have to worry about this part of the room. We can just hit these blocks and go on through. And now we just have cannons and basically not much else.
Yes, the obligatory, like, cannon segment in Nintendo 2D platformers.
Yeah, it's like, here, have, like, 10 cannons and just watch. Just watch the cinematic, basically. So this is Meta Titan. We're going to play golf with them. I got it on par. Nice. And then the fires his head. We just hit it with a couple more hammer swings. That's it. That's Meta Titan. Any questions?
Yes. How?
Smash is good.
Okay, I think all of my questions are answered. I've never seen you do this boss with Smash, and that just, like, looks so drastically different than, like, any percent.
It's surprisingly very easy. To be fair, the 80% strat's actually really funny for its own reasons. For that one, you use wheel and you just kind of like go to one end of the room, go to the other end, just kind of like jump into him, and you like drive into him into the electricity again.
Yeah, I didn't know it was supposed to be like that easy.
Okay, yeah, and then Smash is like you play golf. You play Kirby's Dream Course instead.
Big fan of Kirby's Dream Course.
Uh-oh. Okay, we're fine.
That almost looked bad.
It looked bad, and then it's like, oh, it's not even bouncing anywhere near the spike is safe.
Yeah, I was just trapped for a little bit.
Yeah, luckily this shouldn't be too bad. We'll play this just a little bit safer. I'm going to come down here, and then stone. And Kirby should just kind of like roll on down. There we go, nice. Get rid of the roly-poly, hit the switch. That'll give us our health back. See, no lasting harm, although that was a very scary segment. We did get very close. Luckily, we do actually have the one mid-boss fight with Master Hand coming up, so if we did lose it and we could easily get it back, it would just be kind of a pain until then. But for now, we'll just kind of like swim away here. That was not the input I wanted, but that is fine. Get rid of that Waddle Doo. Waddle Doo could be kind of mean. Couple of little attacks so we don't do the waterfall. If we do the waterfall, Kirby will just kind of bump on the floor. And it's not a big deal, but it is a little bit slower if we can avoid it. Just very casually go for those Waddle Doos. Don't deal with that one. There's your Scarfy. And we have another mirror. So I'm going to do it about here. Puff up so we can attack. There we go. And just in case we lose Smash for some reason, because we have a very easy way to get it back right now, I'm going to hit that switch so that way if I do lose it, we can just go back. Hopefully that doesn't happen. It will be very unfortunate if it does. We'll lose probably a lot of time. But that's just part of the fun. That's part of the spice of this run is, oh, if things go really wrong, it might be really bad news. But as long as nothing bad happens, Kirby's just gonna neutral air and forward air his way through basically everything.
I think Kirby runs just scare me because a lot of it is just like that scary. A lot of it is just not getting hit exactly like that.
Yeah, like what just happened with the spikes. Yeah, that happens a lot, and don't worry, I'm like always scared of that happening. By the way, there's Master Hand. That's it. There's Master Hand.
Wow, that was just Master Hand. Yeah, that was.
That's it. He just goes down in like 4 swings of this, and it's very easy to just get like one attack and hit them hit all the hits off of the bat right then and there. The boss version does take a little bit longer at least, but Crazy Hand does not. Crazy Hand has the same health. So for that fight, Crazy Hand is usually the first to go because we just do like one of those and that's it. But we're getting close to our next boss, and I don't quite have my finger on who it is. I feel like he'll look familiar once I get there, but we'll find out. For now, I hope you like Howlin' Wind because that's basically all it is right here.
I think the next boss is just going to be Kirby, but like, it's just Kirby. Surely, right?
Well, I mean, we did have Shadow, that other one showing up, Shadow Kirby, I think it's called. Fun fact, I just recently learned that they can actually use ice for some reason.
I didn't even know that. See, I was right. Yeah.
It just
Shadow
happened
Kirby.
randomly.
Yeah, that's the next boss, right?
Yeah. Actually, it's Meta Knight. Wait, why is he question marks? Is this not Meta Knight?
I've seen Meta Nightmare before.
Yeah, so have I. I would know. I've done that run. It's a fun. It's also a very fun run. Okay, Meta Knight's being a little bit. That could have been a little bit worse, but also it could have been better. Sometimes he just does that. He'll just parry like all your attacks and kind of hits you really quickly, and it's like, oh, good luck. 2 health is a bit on the risky side, but thankfully we do have a way around that. So I'm gonna go into this door real quick. I'm gonna hit R to call the other Kirby's, and they're gonna give me some free food, and I'm just gonna leave. Because if we die, we lose Smash, and I'd like to not do that when I'm at 2 health.
Dying in your speedrun seems like it might lose time. I'm not sure though.
Depends on the run. For this one, yes. For others, depends on your run.
I love how he's just like in the way.
Oh yeah, it does that a lot. Bonkers just kind of does that most of the time, and it's like, yeah, you know what, just do this. But thankfully, a couple of attacks will just get rid of him completely. So this is Molly. We're going to be playing Whack-A-Mole now. I should have probably prepared you for this. A little bit of a final cutter because for some reason it decided to be on the ceiling. And there we go. There's Molly. Molly is easily the biggest source of RNG in the run. Kind of like to pop around 1 of 6 holes. Can sometimes be there for like a second. Other times will just sit there and then start attacking. If you're battling your position, it's very easy to just take a bunch of hits. Anyways, I did mention about Master and Crazy Hand, and now we're gonna start going towards them. And just fun fact, like in my splits, I have this section called Catching These Hands. For obvious reasons, we're gonna actually be fighting hands.
Surely Master and
you
Crazy
know
Hand
how
just
it
have
is.
like bodies too, right? Like they'll show up in this game.
I'm not sure. I'm not sure. I just see the hands. So it's like today I'm gonna go to Tandy Constellation. Unfortunately, Tandy Constellation has hands. Quite literally.
Candy Constellation scares me.
Honestly, it's actually a very neat location. It's one of my favorites. The other is this one here, Peppermint Palace. Probably my favorite theme in the game. Very playful for what it is. But honestly, most ice areas in Kirby tend to have very good music. On top of what usually already there in the first place. But a little bit quick running up these ladders. And we're gonna have Mr. Flossie. Let me get the name correct. Trying to come at me. We're just gonna do that. There we go. He's done. And that is the end of Mr. Flossie for the rest of the run.
His name is Mr. Flossie?
Yeah, it was Mr. Flossie, but we're cousin.
Okay. I didn't know that
We're
until
cousin.
just
You know
now.
how it is. You know how it is in the mirror world. Things aren't quite what they seem. But yeah, now we're in Candy Constellation. Like I said, our boss here is Master and Crazy Hand. A lot of this is just going to be traversal and trying to be careful enough to not lose Smash. But again, we have. I actually am wrong. We do have another Master Hand mid boss, so if we do lose it here, we can get it back that way as well. Furthermore, those naughties you've seen is also our big way of getting those back. Because if you mix off of them and you just let the roulette fully play out, just kind of stop naturally, and it will always stop on Smash. So funny enough, the sleep enemies in the game made Kirby fight. And let's just kind of come down here so we can keep going. This room coming up is also potentially a little bit scary. There's a whole like kind of maze. You got a lot of enemies here. These snooters that want to be kind of a me. You got Scarfies. You got Waddle-Doos and Flamers, both of which really want to hit me. Again, Daughters for good measure. I'm just going to get this bat. That's fine. I said I'm going to get this bat. That's fine. We're going to knock the Flamer out of the way so we don't have to worry about him. This room also isn't pleasant for different reasons. So we got these. I'm going to kind of do that. Sadly, Sword and Heavy Knight are very mean, and they really like to hit you randomly. Also, this is Beam Room. Waddle-Doo demonstrated why it's called Beam Room.
I definitely expected the Waddle-Doo to like break the blocks, and I was like, oh, this looks like a terrible room, and then it didn't happen.
Oh, this room is still terrible, but for a different reason.
Yeah.
It's very easy to take a hit to any of those Waddle-Doos. I made that look way easier than it actually is to get through there easily.
Yeah, I know firsthand that room is just hard and difficult. But
and there's Master Hand just going down the pit. It's fine. He'll be okay. And we can also do this to get through this part of the room. Oh, good. Waddle-Doo actually did the beam attack and delayed himself, so I can get through this room very safely now. And unfortunately, it's Candy Constellation, and it wouldn't be Candy Constellation without Wheel Room, where there's like entirely too many wheelies, and happen to be... Okay, that's not what I wanted to inhale. Thank you, but that's okay. Thank you, Haley.
This whole like wheel room just reminds me of like flies just like ruining your day because there's just like too many of them that keep like floating on your face.
It's funny you mentioned that. It's funny you mentioned that. This is the UFO room.
Okay, no, this is flies. The other one was just like...
Yeah, those are, yeah, if anything qualifies as them.
You know what? I stand corrected. That's my bad.
Yeah, this room's even worse. It's only those two. There's only two of them. And you would think they wouldn't wreak as much havoc as they do.
Oh.
That's a big problem.
That's not great.
So we're gonna have to do this without abilities at this point, because I, of course, would have to go all the way back to redo this entire segment. And it's gonna honestly be faster in the long run to just go without. Plus, in the interest of time and everything, because again, I would like to not take. I would like to not replay this segment. So we're just gonna go in. It's fine. Luckily, they do drop a decent amount of stars. Just have to kind of work with that. And they decided to do that. Okay, then. Don't think the... Okay, they're actually being decently cooperative. That's fine. Oh, good, they're going for the flap again. All right, should only need one more hit for Tracy Hand here. Unfortunately, now he's decided to not be as cooperative. There we go. So that was very unfortunate, but that's okay. We'll make it work.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I have my full faith in you that was gonna be fine, especially because you're so used to like these like Kirby like challenge runs almost.
Yeah, I've done entirely too many of these. Like I've done I think pretty much every ability in Nightmare in Dreamland. I've done several for this game, and unfortunately, several in this game can't even beat the game under normal circumstances because there is one little switch in Dark Mind 3, and if you or after Dark Mind 3, and if you're not able to hit that because the CPU Kirby's will never hit it, you can't continue. So for these runs, usually Master is allowed because of that. But for this run, we can do that without it, so we're gonna be doing it without it. Anyways, we got Smash Bash. It's fine. Again, kind of unfortunate, but it could have been way worse.
Yeah, that was still impressive to see, even if it wasn't with the Smash ability. Like doing that no ability was just like, I couldn't believe it.
There actually is a person that has done a no abilities run of this. It's very interesting, but also even they allow Master for the same reasons, as Kirby without abilities is absolutely not hitting that switch. So again, concessions have to be made. So it's like no abilities up until Dark Mind, and then they use Master. Make sure that... Ooh, that's not actually the input I wanted. Come on. Okay, now we're dead. Yeah, unfortunately, sometimes the D-pad decides to play a small joke and say, no, that was up you hit, so I did Final Cutter. Thankfully, we didn't do that over, like, a pit or anything, because that would have been way worse.
I think I just have a new fear that unlocked.
I think I've done that once.
That sounds terrible.
I think I've done that at least. Yeah, I've done that at least once or twice in the day. Maybe not with this one, but definitely with others where like Kirby just does the thing until he hits the ground, and it's like, oh, I just did that over a pit. Oh no. Anyways, here's Wiz. He is basically Paint Roller, except now he's a magician. Ooh, that was almost a one cycle.
That was so fast, I'm still going to call it like a spiritual one cycle. That's close enough.
Yeah, it adds a lot like Paint Roller. He moves from like one corner to another. Instead of like paintings, he paints things out of his hat. Various enemies, weirdly exploding apples. Can also just give us cars for some reason. By the way, those do actually give wheel. If you were wondering. So you can actually get wheel in that fight if you really want. Although, just like with Paint Roller, I wouldn't advise it. Anyways, for our next destination, so, what are your feelings on the shark flesh from IKEA?
I've had one since, like, 2019.
I've yet to get my hands on one.
I've been, like, a day one, like, blow higher.
Yeah, so unfortunately, so I have good news and bad news. The good news is we're effectively going to an IKEA, kind of. A very waterlogged IKEA, but an IKEA nevertheless.
Do we get, like, the meatballs, or...?
I'm afraid not. They ran out.
Oh, no.
The bad news is, well, we are going to encounter the shark flush, but we're going to be kind of dropping a rock on him.
Oh.
Unfortunately, the shark flush is sentient and does not like us, so we kind of have to like defend ourselves. I'm sorry. I hate this is how you had to find out.
Oh no. I'm so sad.
Honestly, most of my splits have like various kind of funnier names. Like that one is that this one is actually titled Kirby Goes to IKEA.
That's a banger split name.
Yeah, it's mainly because the boss we're actually going up to is Gobbler, which is a shark, and I was just kind of like, oh, we're just going to IKEA to beat up the shark flesh.
Speaking of popular sharks, as seen on my Twitter.com account, I love the San Jose Sharks. So I mean, like, I want you to go fast, but hopefully they win, like, at all. I'm making a sad face because they don't win.
I'll be honest, I don't actually follow along in the way of sports, but I am hoping things go well. Also, this is Boxy. We just dropped a rock on her as well, and that's
Boxy
it.
again.
Boxy can be surprisingly very, very mean. Can jump around very kind of erratically, and if and when they decide to do that, it's just kind of hope for the best at that point. Stone, however, Stone attacks do take that out very quickly, though. Also, for anyone who has seen overruns of this, you will know, like, oh, UFO is, like, really good here, or fire can do really good, or sword. Sadly, Smash would have been able to do it if we could use the attack underwater. But also, we would have hit spikes if we did that, so it wouldn't have been worth it anyway, so we had to take the long way.
I hate taking the long way.
I mean, same. I've done so many runs of this, I'm used to not doing that. And then it's like, oh yeah, I'm doing Smash only where I have to do it, or Beam only. I've done Beam only. Beam just barely misses reaching that, so you still have to go the long way. The difference is that if it's Beam only, you get, you know, like 6 Waddle Doos, and you can just get it back if something happens in that room somehow. By the way, that's another mirror. We don't care about that one. That door doesn't really lead us anywhere we want to go, so we just stare it off. It's actually surprisingly easy to do that. It's if you're wondering why do I do this air puff so I can like and slowly come to it? Yeah, that's because if I don't do that, if I'm like running towards it or if I attack right next to it, it actually spooks very easily and then just leaves. But it gets very easily frightened. By the way, I'm also making this area look easier than it is. This area is probably the scariest part of the entire run. Because if I mess up in the water and I lose Smash, it's gone. It's gone. It's in the water. It ain't coming.
About that.
Yeah, one addendum to that. If we're not on the surface. If we're on the surface, it will float on the surface and we can hit it back. Most of the time, it'll just start floating up, hit a ceiling, and pop. That's the usual outcome. That was the good ending. That was the good ending, because it was like, oh, all right, I forgot about this part. Oh, it's on the surface, we're fine.
Kirby and the Amazing Mirror really loves that, like, breakable block pattern. That's, like, the third one I've seen.
Yeah, for some reason, they just did that a bunch in this game. I'd say blame Capcom, actually, because this is, like, one of a couple of, because this was one or two flagship games, one of their subsidiaries at the time. So these are effectively Capcom developed, this and Sweet Squad. They're not the only Nintendo games they've done. They've also done, like, several Zelda games that you and or the viewers have probably done be familiar with. But like if you play like Minish Cap or the Oracle games, you have definitely played like something they've done.
I'm not a super big Zelda guy, but those are like the Zelda games that I just like love.
Minish Cap was up there for me. It's been a long time since I played it though. I should have really played it again sometime.
I love the Oracle games. That and like Link's Awakening.
You don't know how disappointed I was that we didn't get a remake of the Oracle games.
I think like an Oracle game like remake like multi-pack would just be like so peak.
Yeah, I was kind of hoping they would do it when Link's Awakening came out back in 2019 on Switch.
Wait, that came out in 2019? I didn't realize it was that long ago.
Yeah, I think it was 2019. It's been a few years.
Wow, I I'm
And
just realizing this now.
It's kind of a shame. It's kind of a shame. I was hoping they would have done to Oracle Days, and they unfortunately did not, but we did get Echoes of Wisdom out of it eventually.
Yeah.
Which I still need to look into.
Echoes of Wisdom is like pretty worth it as far as I'm aware. I'm not like, again, I'm not like the biggest like Zelda head, but from what I've seen, it seems pretty good.
Yeah, that's pretty much what I say. It's like it looks like it's good. I know beds are very powerful in that game.
Yeah, there's actually a GDQ like bed emote, I'm pretty sure. If you're a sub, you can post that in the chat or post it in other chats, because I think it is a very adorable bed emote. Thank you, LK. I'm pretty sure it was made for Disaster Relief Jump Quick.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure, because I remember Echoes of Wisdom being in that, and honestly, if it was going to show up anywhere. By the way, we didn't get Candy, so we're going to have to fight Battlefire the standard way, which is just Fuse Stone.
Is that the standard way?
Stone, he dies in 3. That's the standard way. Use Stone. You just drop a rock on it. It's fire flying. It's double weight to it.
I love Pokemon.
So this is Krakow. Krakow is, well, it's Krakow. I don't really have much else to say about it, and it just tried to do that. And we're just going to drop a rock on him, and that's it. That's Krakow.
I just had an evil thought. I messed up an evil thought.
Okay, go
Imagine a Krakow fight, right? But it's just like underwater.
And just imagine it using the electric attacks and it zaps the water.
Oh.
So you have to find like a safe spot to be so it doesn't get you.
I have a worst evil thought. Oh no. That's terrible.
Anyways, we got Demir Bat the Dever. And we're gonna have some words with Meta Knight. Except, wait a minute. But there's Meta Knight. So what's this one?
Oh, you know.
Ah, yeah, it's an imposter.
Oh yeah, this guy's in Kirby Star Allies. Yeah, I know this guy.
Yeah, so this, this is the other Meta Knight, except well, he goes down in the same fashion. We just swing a hammer until he goes down. So now we have the actual final fights. So Dark Mind has 6 phases, and we have like little mini sections between like the first several. Here's Master. We don't need it. We're just going to use Smash. Smash is more than fine. And now we're going to actually start seeing Final Cutter get a bunch of mileage.
Oh yeah, Final Cutter is real good here.
Final Cutter is pretty safe. We did a bunch of hits. If we can hit him when the eye opens, it's actually his weak point.
Wow.
You know, like that.
Yeah.
Like that, and it just kind of dices through that.
That's crazy
I'm gonna
good.
grab this for safety. So yeah, most of the phases are gonna go kind of like that. But we're gonna grab Master because then he forces it to toss it because we don't actually want it, and then go back to Smash. If otherwise you can do like a double star, or if, again, Master is allowed for some of the solo ability runs because, well, otherwise you can't beat the game. So you could use that if you really want to. Hopefully it won't come to that. Oh, that's an interesting one. Okay, very good. Now I'm going to go here for safety. We don't need health, and I don't want to risk that Glunt. Just, if I needed a tomato, it's fine, but I do have to remember, oh, hey, there's a Glunt at the bottom. Be ready on that so I don't get hit by it.
That's what that's called?
That is his name, Glunt. I don't know why. That's his name.
I think that's a great like name for like an animal. I think someone should like name their ferret like Lunch or whatever.
I'm just going to bring it up. There's also a fraud enemy in the series that hasn't been around for a very long time, but they are called Slippy.
I love Melee.
Yeah, speaking of Melee, here's just more Final Cutter.
I can't believe they made
that switch there.
Melee Kirby like good.
Yeah, this is like Melee Kirby, except Melee Kirby like actually amazing for once, which is sadly a far cry from actual Melee, where Kirby is sadly not very good. and I'm just forever disappointed. But yeah, this is fourth phase. We want to play a little bit safer here. This one actually has a little bit more health, but we don't get any more health between now and the end, unless we call the upper Kirby's. Come on. Oh, that was a lot of teleports. And that was actually the best spot, because he was going to start doing a lot of teleports while firing little smaller stars. And it would have been way harder to actually start hitting them. So here is phase 5. It's now it's just a giant eyeball. And we're just gonna do this. We're gonna smash it with a hammer. I'm gonna go into stone so I'm safe from that little explosion. Okay, and now we're at the part where we can kind of attack these mirrors with relative impunity. So we're just going to use stone more now to hit them whenever they show up. That is going to be a flip.
I can never get used to watching this. It's so disorienting.
I don't know how I'm used to this at this point, if I'm being honest. I was hoping to did a kind of cheeky hit there. Oh, we're just doing this again. Okay. There we go. So that's most of the run, actually. We don't have Smash for this last part because now he's going to try to run away, and we're going to chase him on a warp star, and we now have the shoot 'em up portion of the run. Like if you played a Kirby game, you know it, you love it. A lot of them have this kind of segment where it's like, oh yeah, now the shoot 'em up. Let's see if we can do this without taking a hit, because that would be really cool. I'm gonna try to do that. Nope. Time will be coming on last hit when you'll hear like the little sound effect. Oh, that was very close. I thought he had me for a second there. Not gonna lie. Fine. So that is Smash only. Now you have this little whole thing during the credits where you can rack up like a high score, and we'll see how we do on that. Come on. But while the credits are running, just some Twitch shout-outs to the Kirby community in general. The Twitch Unity guilds. Like I said, I'm in the women's and Pride guilds. They are very, very good guilds. Lots of great people. I honestly have been honored to be a part of it. As for Kirby, if you want to learn this game, we have a wiki, kirbyspeedrun.com, and we also have, of course, a Discord server for a lot of stuff. If you want to like talk to people and kind of learn stuff that way, that's also an option. You can find that through speedrun.com/Kirby, and it's on most of the pages. We'd be more than happy to have you. And also, the team had one job and it didn't succeed in it. That's okay, though. Just at the end, you do get like 30 points, and I guess you have to get it a little bit closer, but that's fine. But yeah, anyways, as for myself, you can find me at Twitch, twitch.tv/BeamQueenSoul. I am also on Twitter and Blue Sky. I go by the same name on both of those. Although I will admit I'm probably a little bit more active on Blue Sky than I am on Twitter these days. But I know we got a bunch of other good runs. Thanks for having me. If this is the last one you see during the event, enjoy your Thanksgiving, but otherwise sit tight. There's lots of good stuff coming up.
I can't believe you're stealing my job. Wow. But yeah, like Soul said, there's a lot more games coming up. Go follow her. This was absolutely super fun. And like her streams just an absolute like chill place. I love being in there. So go follow Beam Queen Soul right now. But like she said, we'll be back in just a few minutes with Toy Story 2. So Hello everyone, welcome back to Games Done Quick Hotfix here on twitch.tv/GDQ. We have a game I haven't seen that much of in quite a while, but I'm so excited to see it. Here on the anniversary of the Toy Story 2 movie coming out, I just found this out literally like 5 minutes ago. But Spaghetti, would you like to introduce yourself and also this Thanksgiving masterpiece?
Yeah. So, my name is Spaghetti or Spaghetti, and we're going to be running Toy Story 2 Buzz Lightyear to the Rescue. It's based off the movie that Limey just mentioned. Actually, is having its 25th anniversary on Thanksgiving, so that's pretty cool. A little fun fact for y'all. We're going to be running the N64 version. This is going to be 100%, so we'll be collecting all of the Pizza Planet tokens that you need to beat the level or to beat the game, which is 50 tokens. We're also going to be collecting all of the power-ups, and there's I believe 5 in the game that we'll be getting. With me is my commentator Thermal Square, who is another runner of the game as well. If you'd like to introduce yourself.
Hi, I'm Thermal Square. As Spaghetti said, I am also a fellow Toy Story 2 runner, so happy to be here.
Sweet. Timer is going to start once I close this screen here by pressing A. So in 3, 2, 1, go.
Good luck.
Yep. So
this is Toy Story 2. I'll kind of let Spaghetti focus on the run. I'll try to we'll interact with each other, but yeah, this is Toy Story 2. So this game has a kind of a unique setup to it in terms of levels. It starts out with like 2 platforming collectathon type levels and then 1 boss type level every 3rd level. And each level has 5 Pizza Planet tokens in it. So if you do the math, that's 10 platforming levels. They consist of a boss token, which Spaghetti is currently doing, a race token, a puzzle token, a coin token in which we have to get 50 coins, and then a collectible token in which we collect 5 collectibles that are hidden throughout the level.
The puzzle the puzzle token, that one is usually the one that's pretty different for each level. All the other ones are pretty similar in terms of what you have to do to collect them. There's a pretty cool mechanic in this game too that lets you skip a lot of platforming, which is extended double jumps, and you'll see right here. So normally you're not supposed to be able to make jumps like that. It should be out of your reach, but if you time your double jump, you have a certain amount of frames, like a small window of frames where you can do a double jump, and it maintains like max height and max distance. And that basically lets you skip a ton of platforming areas. Kind of like that there.
Yeah, it's one of those things where, if you don't know anything about the speedrun, you wouldn't really notice it, but it's just one of those kind of mechanics in the game.
There's also a few glitches in this game, which would be this one right here. If you want to explain it, Thermal.
Yeah, so basically Spaghetti's going to do a lap skip here. The trigger for this race is just the crack on the ground that you could see there. As long as you come from behind the crack there, which Spaghetti's doing that by jumping around the van, it will count you as having completed a lap, which normally it wants you to have run all the way around the minivan that's in the garage there. So it's a nice little skip that saves a bunch of time in the run.
Speaking of skips, we have an N64 exclusive skip here. I did it pretty quickly, but basically I just smushed Buzz into the corner of that door and he clipped into the ground, into the basement here. That saves a ton of time than having to enter the basement normally. And there's also a puzzle that you're supposed to do to grab that Pizza Planet token that I fell on top of. You're supposed to push some boxes around, and that's the puzzle token for this level. But it's pretty convenient that when you clip underground there, or through the floor, it actually lets you land right on top of it. So you skip having to push those boxes around and do the puzzle.
Yep. And one quick thing, Spaghetti just unlocked the most useful power-up in the game. the Cosmic Shield, we will be using it a total of 0 times throughout the run, but it will be, it's necessary, or it's needed to complete 100%. Basically what it does is just protects you from all attack, you know, or like
stage
damaging
hazards.
goo on the ground. Yeah. But yeah, it's useless. We don't have to use it, but it's necessary for 100%.
Surely one day there will be like a use for it, right?
Surely.
I mean, yeah, potentially. Like
Technically,
maybe-
there is one thing you can use it for, but it's not really useful. In Al's penthouse, which we'll see later in the run, there's a power up, or a life up, like a 1-up that you can get, and it's inside the fireplace, and you can't get it, but there is one of those cosmic shields there, so you grab the shield to be able to walk into the fireplace, so you don't get burned. So you can get like a 1-up out of it, but that's literally it.
That's for max percent.
Yeah, which we don't do. Oh, I don't
No.
do.
Neither do I.
This next level, though, is going to be Andy's neighborhood. So the collectible, I don't know if you guys noticed, but the collectible for the first level was Bo Peep's sheep. And for this level, it's going to be the little green army men.
Yeah, so Spaghetti is currently like ground pounding these different mounds. He's actually not going to be completing this puzzle to get this collectible yet, because where we return the collectibles is actually in this area, and we will, the way the route is, he will be coming back to that area at the end of the level, conveniently.
So it kind of just like, yeah, it just saves a little bit of backtracking that we would have to do.
Yep. And yeah, right now Spaghetti is doing the race token. So you can see these little power pack things inside with like a weird boot shaped thing in it. Those are what are called the rocket boots, which would be unlocked later, but we can actually beat this race. As you can see, Spaghetti is just bumping into the RC car. And as long as he maintains doing that, RC won't pass him and we can actually beat the race. Because if you don't do that, RC would just zoom right past you and you wouldn't be able to win unless you had the rocket shoes.
Yeah, it's pretty funny. Like, I remember doing this casually in Andy's house to beat him. And then I realized, like, oh, I could probably do this in the other level too. And sure enough, you could. It's a little trickier in this one. But if you know when he's going to be coming around, you can usually stop him.
Yeah, the other thing you might notice is Spaghetti isn't like staying on the track at all. There's actually only 2 triggers to that race. It's one behind that last cone that Spaghetti passed, and then behind the big tree is the other trigger. So as long as you kind of maintain yourself in that area and hit those 2 triggers, you can just kind of move in whatever way you want.
Yeah, you don't have to stay on the track. Which when I first started running the game, I thought you did. Until somebody pointed out I was doing it really slowly.
Yep.
We're going to be getting the puzzle token here, which is another quicker way of skipping it. So we're supposed to inflate like a pool toy to grab this. But instead, you could just jump onto it from the air like that. The pool toy would land in the middle of the pool, then you use that to grab the token. But you could just do like a well-timed double jump off that swing to be able to grab it.
Yeah, and the other reason that way is actually quicker is because that little potted plant that Spaghetti caught, there is a collectible on top of there. So it just kind of saves going up there, going back down to inflate the inflatable.
Yeah, the green army men.
Yeah, which they are kind of hard to see because in some areas they are
Camouflaged.
like this next one is on a green object, so it's kind of small.
Yeah, this little
But
dude.
they do shoot like a little flare too, as you can see. It's like, hey, we're here. Oh, there it is.
The iconic tree. For some reason, this tree is like really hard to scale. It might just be because of the weird collision on the bushes and stuff like that.
Yeah.
Sometimes it eats your jump. Also, since I'm running on the N64 version, as much as I love this version, it doesn't run as smooth as the other ones do. So
Yeah.
you do suffer from a little bit of input delay sometimes.
For sure. And what we found out is like with the N64 version, they didn't take advantage of the expansion pack that the N64 had. So they're still basically running off like the 4 megabytes of RAM that the N64 originally had. So it's like, maybe if they had used the technology available to them, it
would have ran at like
helped.
a stable FPS.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, I was gonna ask because I was like, I think this is the game. I haven't seen it in a while, but I think just like this is the game and not your screen share. But no, yeah, it's just totally the game.
Yeah. I mean, if you guys want like a smoother experience of the game, you can totally run the PC or like play the PC version, which is pretty available if you know where to look online. But
or if you have like the PlayStation version, that one runs at a pretty stable like 30, I think it's set at.
Yeah, the PlayStation 1 version is good too. We don't talk about the Dreamcast version though.
No.
This one's better.
The Dreamcast version looks really nice, but load times between levels, no joke, are 30 seconds apiece. So if you like waiting around, the Dreamcast version is for you.
Yeah.
So yeah, that was why Spaghetti didn't complete the mound puzzle earlier. He got that last collectible and returned it to the
Sergeant.
Yeah, that's the word I'm looking for.
So I just wanted to ask a quick question, if there was time.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Of course.
Spaghetti, what like Twitch Unity guilds are you in, and how long have you been in them?
So I'm a member of the Latin Guild, and I actually joined it. I was like one of the first members when they first opened up. I remember when they announced it at TwitchCon 2023. I was actually there in person, and when they announced it, they told everybody that you can apply right away. And so like literally I was in the crowd and I looked it up and applied to it as I was like sitting there with my friend.
So like literal like one of the first people. That's awesome.
Yeah, not even like exaggerating. I was like one of the first people to do it, because if you think about it, like as soon as they mentioned it, I did it. So before even the stream even heard it. So I was like, oh yeah, I'm jumping on this. And yeah, I've been a part of it since the beginning. It's been really cool because they offer a lot of like opportunities, not only just to like not even like opportunities to grow your stream, but just like ways to interact with other streamers, especially if you're trying to find like other streamers and creators that are like in the same space as that you are. It's pretty nice. Like I don't really interact with too many people on Twitch other than like my speedrunning group. So finding like a new community of streamers that aren't speedrunners has been really cool. It kind of like showed me like a whole different side of Twitch, because for a while that's kind of like all I used it for. So it's been really cool just to meet people in general. And like I mentioned earlier, like the opportunities they have are pretty cool. Just this past month, last month actually, they helped me set up an event with me and another guild member, Osmorn. And we set up a Twitch Unity Guild speedrun marathon, which was really cool. It was my first time ever setting up a marathon other than just being a runner or commentator. It was a lot of work, but super humbling, and it was like a really cool experience. It was like completely ran by Unity Guild members, all the runners, commentators, hosts, things like that. It was like a really cool like team effort, and it wasn't just like the Latin Guild. We included all the guilds, so it was like a cool team effort. It was the Women's Guild, Black Guild, and Latin Guild. Unfortunately, the new Pride Guild that was made, they hadn't been like fully open or like created yet when we were doing the event. But hopefully, if next year they allow us to do it again, we'll definitely have the Pride Guild in there too, which will be really cool.
Yeah, that's so awesome. Yeah. Big ups to just like the Twitch Unity guilds.
No, for sure. Yeah. It was just a really cool experience. And they did a this past TwitchCon, they opened up the applications again. So there's a few more people that joined in there. And yeah, like, I would say like if anybody's like ever interested in joining one of those community guilds, definitely next time they have applications open to just apply, because It's been a really cool experience. Okay. Something kind of weird
I'm so
happened
impressed
there.
that you were talking about all that while you're like speedrunning. Like I'd not be able to do all that.
Yeah, I almost messed up like 2 or 3 times, but you didn't notice it, so all good. I thought I messed up there, but no, that was just really weird cycles. I jumped
I was
from
gonna say I've never seen cycles like that before.
yeah, so like I jumped from one beam to the other, and usually they line up. Well, not usually, they always line up to where I can jump over to the next one. But for whatever reason, that one moved up as soon as I got to it, so I have to like do it a second time. That was
I
really
wonder
weird.
if that's just like an N64 thing because of the lag. Maybe there's some
Frame rate.
weirdness going on there.
They might move slower than like the other version.
Yeah,
I know I know it's a thing for like the elevator cycles and elevator hops, so it might affect the cycles
Right.
here too.
Interesting.
Also, this is the race token, which is Slinky Dog. He needs 5 wrenches for whatever reason. I'm not exactly sure what he's gonna do with them, but
He's clearly gonna help build this skyscraper that he's sitting in the middle of with all that wet cement.
for no reason. Yeah, this level is pretty cycle based because of that. There's also like this little elevator that we turned on, like we flipped the lever on, and we're gonna use it to get back up to the top of that skyscraper. We have to drop back down to get these disc launchers because I don't know if I mentioned it, but the potato head pieces that we've been collecting and giving to Mr. Potato Head, that's how you unlock the power-ups in the game. So in the first level, it was that cosmic shield we mentioned. In this level, it's going to be the disc launcher, and we have to drop back down and grab it before we fight the boss because for whatever reason, this boss, you can only damage him with the disc launcher. But thankfully we made the cycle here on this elevator in time, so that was pretty nice.
Yeah, the route in this level, so all that like walking around Spaghetti was doing, that's intentional, so we can grab a bunch of coins and stuff, plus the disc launchers, and still have the right like cycle timing to get on that shortcut back up to this level. So it may look like he's walking around aimlessly, some might say.
Something that I don't really like about this version of the game is this disc launcher doesn't work very well. So a lot of times my shots will miss here. So let's just hope it doesn't. I'm going to do this strat that I found to be the most successful where I walk behind him and usually the discs do hit him. And it looks like I ran out. So I'm going to have to reload, which I went the wrong way. I was supposed to turn this way in case that happened. But yeah, as you can see, I had 20 discs and yeah, I still wasn't able to kill him.
Yeah, so this game, just in general, this game had issues with like the disc launcher, even on the PC version, which what was it, about a year ago or so, there was a community member named Andet who made a patch for the PC version that is available to everybody to basically fix the FPS physics issues with the disc launcher to make them actually work better.
Yeah, it's definitely an FPS issue, which is weird because you would think if it doesn't work on PC for running at 60 FPS, you would think it would work better on N64 at 30, but it's broken on both. So it doesn't make no sense.
Saying N64 runs at 30 is quite generous.
Okay, yeah, true. It runs at 30 FPS when you're standing still.
Yes.
I was gonna say if this is 30 FPS, then my monitor must be like 400 like hertz refresh rate.
No,
Yeah, there's definitely sections where it'll get even worse.
yeah, it does get pretty chunky. Which the next level actually is pretty chunky because there's like this like raindrop, like rain effect or whatever on the screen since it's like nighttime and raining, and that tanks the FPS pretty badly.
Yep.
So,
Thankfully, this level does have a really nice soundtrack to it, so that's one of the redeeming qualities.
makes up for it. Nice
Oh
and
geez,
jazzy.
you loaded in and I immediately was like, oh, okay, I understand what's gonna go on here.
Yeah, the rain is pretty bad. Especially this next section up here.
Yeah, this level is split into like 4 different sections, kind of. So there's like this back area that Spaghetti's running into. There's like a little market area, and then like an area where you climb up, like scale upward. So it just, yeah, the more stuff that's loaded in, it just kind of chugs.
I'm also doing a little strat right here. So we started the race, but I also made a little detour and grabbed the collectible token for this level, which is the duck. That way I don't have to go back and grab him after I finish the race. You can also see me running at 5 FPS right now, which is pretty crazy.
I was gonna say, like, this is like single digit, like, for sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, every jump outward is just like,
Yeah.
I literally
there.
feel like I'm like walking in slow motion.
I just know your N64 is like crying for help right now.
Oh yeah, I put it through a lot of abuse, but it's okay. For the greater good. But the reason I'm grabbing the collectible token is because normally for other versions of the game, for the most part, if you were doing a 100% run, you would actually have to come back to this level later and do a second visit, because there's a power up that you're supposed to use to be able to like scale the rest of the level, which is actually this power up here to my left. This is the hook shot, but on N64 there's an exclusive trick we can do that I found, which I dubbed crack jump. The reference to that is actually a Bug's Life speedrun trick that's pretty similar, where you like kind of just jam flick into a wall and it gives you a second jump. I realized when I was running A Bug's Life that was a trick, and since this game and A Bug's Life are made by the same developers and are released around the same time, I figure they're probably on the same engine. So I'm like, I wonder if you can do crack jumps in Toy Story 2. And I tried it in this level, since that's like there's another way of like getting up here without doing that crack jump. Oops. But it's really difficult, and I've always struggled with it. So I'm like, you know what? If ever there was a level where you can do that, I hope it's this one. So I experimented with it, and sure enough, you're able to do that. So we're not actually supposed to be up here yet until we unlock the until we unlock the hook shot.
Yep.
But yeah, you can do that crack jump instead and get up here early. But you may have noticed that I actually did grab a hook shot while I was up here. And that's because the developers never intended you to be able to get up here without unlocking the first one that's on the ground. So all the other hook shots that are up here are already unlocked. They never put them inside of the box. So if you're able to get up here, you can technically unlock it early.
Yeah. And then it's the same thing in the level that you unlock the hook shot as well in Elevator Hop, which there is technically a way to scale it without the hook shot, but it's really difficult and not worth doing. But yeah, it's just funny that they did that, and it's like, they're not gonna get up here early, right?
I'm also butchering this level, by the way, so apologies on that.
I think you can definitely blame the FPS here.
Oh, 100%. Like, here, let me just do this. Oh no, he didn't reach it. Okay.
It's okay, you have hook shots now.
I do, huh? I was about to do that again, but you're totally right. Yeah, the FPS is terrible here.
Yeah, when you fell like into that like room basically with like the enemy, like I can count it on 2 fingers.
There are 2 frames happening in this moment.
Yeah, it's pretty bad. This level is usually where most of my runs will reset, if not the first level, but it's mostly just because of the frame drops. I've had to like, I'm not even like paying attention to the screen at this point. I'm literally just like mentally timing when to jump. It's like, it's always about this time when I jump. Like, it doesn't even matter what's on the screen, because the screen is lying to me at that point. Like, when I press jump is not when he's gonna jump.
Yeah.
Okay, there we go.
I totally understand like the expansion pass comment now. Like, wow, this game would so benefit.
Totally.
Yeah. Yeah, it's just weird that they didn't take advantage of that. Like, it's literally right there.
Yeah, but with all of that, I still really love this version, especially the any % version, which I ran for Hotfix last month. the reason why it's so much cooler in my opinion is because for any percent, the token requirement to beat the game is actually less on N64 versus all the other versions of the game. Instead of requiring 40 out of 50 tokens to beat the game, you would only need I wonder if I can reach that from here. Oh no, I can't. Okay, I will back this up by doing something.
Something. It'll happen.
We're cooking big ideas here on Hotfix.
What's that?
We're cooking big ideas here on Hotfix.
Oh yeah. Heck yeah. But yeah, the Hotfix that I ran it in was the N64 version, and yeah, like I said earlier, it's just a different route entirely. Are you kidding me, Buzz? It's a different route entirely because yeah, you only need 30 out of 50 instead of 40, so the route is a lot quicker, more stylish in my opinion. I am not doing it justice right now though. There we go.
Right.
Yeah. Okay. Now where were we?
But Spaghetti, can you tell us how much you love this game? Because there's something special about your N64 cartridge. Can you just tell us about that?
Yeah, I mean the cartridge I run on is like a custom like gold cartridge. So the shell for it is like a gold cartridge that one of my friends actually made for me. It was pretty neat. They like started watching me when I first started running the game, and I think it was when I got like 3rd place on the leaderboard for any percent. They just like out of the blue sent me this package, which I had no idea what was inside of. They're just like, hey, I'm gonna send you something as a congrats or whatever. I'm like, cool. And yeah, they just sent me like a gold cartridge version of this game. Like the board inside is still like a legit copy of the game. They just like reshelled it and like put like a new sticker on it and stuff. So I thought that was super sick of them, and that's what I used to run on. Pretty funny.
Yeah. I'm actually really jealous of that because every time you show it off, I'm like, that is so cool.
I don't even run this
like
game, and I'm jealous as well.
Right? I also have like a complete in box version of this game. It's actually sealed, so that's pretty cool too. I'm like a big retro collector, so like I just have a ton of like old video games. And when I started running this game, I was like, I wonder if I can get my hands on a sealed copy of this, the N64 version. Found one on eBay like years and years ago. I think I paid like $45 for it or something like that.
Really?
That's a
it was
steal in
pretty
this
cheap.
economy.
I'm telling you, like
Right?
this was before COVID, when like everybody like blew up the retro market. Yeah, this was
Right.
probably like 2016 or 17 when I bought it. So that's a cool little investment that I have. Definitely not getting rid of it though.
I can't blame you.
Yeah, it's super cool. There's actually an alternate version of this game that came out on the N64. So there's like on the box, it'll say that it comes with a movie ticket for Toy Story 2 to watch in theaters, because this game released like a week before the movie released. So they were kind of using it as like to promote the movie, which is really cool because they don't do that anymore for licensed movies or games or whatever. But I'm still hunting for that version of the game. So like on the cover of the box, it'll say it includes a movie ticket, and then obviously there's like an actual movie ticket inside. It's super rare. I haven't came across it yet, but it's on my bucket list to find that one day.
Yeah, I actually own basically like the opposite of what you own for like this game. One of my like favorite racing games is Beetle Adventure Racing, and my main copy that I played the game on is this N64 cart with like the sticker ripped off and like this like poorly drawn like Volkswagen logo, and it says like Beto Race in like children handwriting, and there's like a Hollywood video sticker like on the corner, and it is my favorite N64 game that I like own.
It's so scuffed, but I love it.
It's so funny. I saw it on like eBay for like $2, and I'm like, this is my favorite one. It like took forever to like make it work too, because it was like used and abused.
And you probably have to like clean the cartridge and stuff like that.
I had to clean it like 3 times before it like even like started to like work.
That's hella funny. This is actually my favorite level too, Toy Barn. This level has a really sick trick in any percent. Unfortunately, we won't be doing it for 100, but we will be doing another trick that's also pretty cool. So
Yeah, this is the so Spaghetti was talking about like in alleys and gullies how you have to come back to that level with the grappling hook. This level has like the same idea behind it. Basically, we need the hover shoes to get one thing in this level, and it's this collectible that Spaghetti is gonna grab here in just a second.
the baby chicken.
Yeah, that one right there. So that's the only reason you have to backtrack to this level at any time. But Spaghetti did a little jump off that little like
The air vent. Yeah.
air vent frame thing. He jumped off what's called a shadow box, which is just like extra
Like collision.
polygons, collisions sticking out that wasn't really intended by the developer to be jumped off of, but we can because we're speedrunners and we like to skip things.
Yeah.
So, shadow boxes are just something we haven't quite touched on, but that's kind of like one of the first big instances of like the use of it. He just jumped off another one there.
Yeah.
But yeah, that's another thing that's just used and abused in this game.
Yeah, in the first level we did it too, which we didn't touch on, which was in the kitchen to get the last like Bo Peep sheep. There was like a set of spoons inside of a cup, and we jumped off of that collision as well. It just lets you skip a lot of platforming stuff, which is always nice.
Yep. And now Spaghetti's gonna unlock those rocket shoes we talked about earlier to actually sequence break a little bit, because he's gonna enter through the back way to this room, because you're supposed to exit out this way, but that's slow to go the normal way.
Right. Yeah,
For
normally
most
we would have to
games.
push that box up there and then grab that chick on top of that platform. But yeah, like Thermal said, we just did it backwards so that it's faster. The last little chick is going to be up here. There we go. I also grabbed too many coins. I think I was like over there. I shouldn't have had enough. I shouldn't have had 50 yet, but it's fine.
Overcoined. Reset.
We're just gonna tip Ham, I guess, an extra coin or two.
Yeah, that's fine. I guess we didn't really talk about that either, of like, you know, Buzz is on a journey to go save his friend Woody from being shipped off to Japan and being stuck behind glass forever. And his friends are just like gatekeeping us from saving Woody.
Yeah, like we need the tokens, and then they're just like, yeah, I'll give it to you if you give me this, if you help me grab that. I'm like, bro, we're on the same team.
I don't know. Have you ever tried eating coins before? Like, I don't know. They're just yummy. I'd trade a token for that.
I've only eaten the chocolate ones that you get at Halloween.
True.
Wrong holiday, buddy.
Right.
True, that one was like a month ago.
Yeah.
Thermal's gonna be bringing chocolate coins to the Thanksgiving dinner.
You bet. I don't know where to get them, but I'll find them.
Yeah, that's how we're stuffing the turkey this year.
Chocolate coins.
Full of gold coins.
Very
That would
pirate
be
coded.
quite the surprise.
Also, we didn't mention on this total screen, you can see which power-ups we have unlocked so far. So we're just missing 2 now, which is that hook shot, and then the hover boots, which we'll get in the next couple levels.
Yep. Alice Spaceland, there's a few things to talk about in this level, but the first one is just this first token that Spaghetti's going to go after. It's in this nice crane game claw machine that everyone totally wins at all the time.
Not rigged.
Not rigged at all. The position that the token is set in the claw machine is random every playthrough. So you could either get really good RNG or really bad RNG. Because
that one was pretty good because I didn't have to wait for the the claw to like go around. I was able to line it up.
Because when Spaghetti presses the button, it will either the first one it'll start moving left and right, and then that's random, and then moving forward and back on the second button press, which is also random.
I also tried I tried showing off there an N64 exclusive trick where if you jump just right, you can actually clip through that ball pit and then jump straight into the token without having to climb back out. It's really like inconsistent. I either get it right away or I won't get it at all. So I just tried it for a couple seconds to show it off. Yeah, I mean, it's neat. I need to look into it more. I found that trick like a couple months ago, but I haven't been able to like successfully like replicate it like consistently, I guess.
Yeah, it's weird,
but it's neat when it happens.
It is. This is just the race token. Basically, don't fall, otherwise you're obligated to do the walk of shame back to the start. Which does happen, especially if you're trying to cut corners a little bit on this race.
Yeah, I don't even risk it.
Yeah.
I've lost maybe 2 runs to that, and I was like, okay, never again.
It just feels so bad because it's like, it gives you the indicator of where to double jump.
Yeah,
but yet you're like, hey, I want to just cut just a little bit of time off. And then you end up just losing the whole run because you're just trying to go too fast.
Also, the mini boss for this level is the evil Buzz from the movie. We got a green laser power up earlier in this level, which pretty much makes all the bosses like super easy. Most of these bosses will just like instantly die if you have a green laser. You just spam it, hold down B. There's only very few where like they don't take damage from regular lasers and you actually have to spin attack them. Or some of them might have cooldowns like the first boss in Andy's house.
It definitely seems like Traveler's Tales got a little lazy with their boss design.
Yeah.
I mean, to be fair, in a lot of those bosses, if you don't spam them down with the green laser, they're like
they actually do have like
just be
different abilities.
It'll like shoot rockets at you at points. So it's like there are cool things that happen, but like you can kill the mini bosses so quickly that it's just like you don't get to see it.
We also didn't mention, but the collectibles for this token were the LGM or Little Green Men. You just deliver them to this random alien thing we've never seen before in Toy Story.
Yeah, that's why I like to say that this game is very loosely based off of the Toy Story 2 movie.
Well, if you think about it, like I mentioned earlier, this game came out like a week before the movie did. So I'm pretty sure the developers didn't weren't able to see the movie beforehand.
Right.
They were probably just given the script and they had to make do with that. You know what I mean? Like maybe
just kind of work with what they're given.
Maybe they saw the trailer, but that's about it. So yeah, they have to basically fill a bunch of holes.
Yeah. Right now is a good time to talk about a very important mechanic in the game called the Dizzy Strat. Currently, you could see Spaghetti was doing like a dizzy spin or a spin attack.
Like a charge spin, yeah.
Yeah, and once it gets, like when it's done with its charge, Buzz does that like, I'm dizzy animation. That actually allows Spaghetti to move during these cutscenes here. Because normally if you just shoot the boss here, Buzz will just stand still and you can't move. But because we can walk around, we're actually able to defeat the enemies coming out of these little pods quicker. And specifically, Spaghetti didn't do it on that last one because he hit it with a charge shot, which takes the full charged laser shot. Unlike the rest of them would just take a normal laser shot.
Yeah, just to do a little more damage so that you're able to finish them off quicker there at the end.
Yep. We will see that dizzy animation strat later in the run for a very specific reason.
Yeah,
but we'll
very
talk
a
about that
very
when we
like
get there.
time saving trick.
So this is the level we were talking about where the hook shot comes into play that we would normally need to go back to alleys and gullies for, but there it is. It's actually a really cool mechanic, to be honest, like incorporating that into the Toy Story like game.
Yeah, I've always thought it was a cool one of the cooler power-ups. Probably this one, and then the rocket boots are probably the best ones, and they're like the most.
Yeah.
Not only are they they're also pretty useful in the run.
Yeah.
These little mice though could be kind of annoying. They kind of like move like in random positions, like pretty RNG. So like the one that I just grabbed right now that was up against that wall, he was like kind of up to the ceiling there, so I have to wait for him to come down a little bit. There's going to be another one on a ceiling up here pretty soon, and that one's could be really hard to get. And then there's one that's like on a wall that we have to fall down and grab like midair, and that one is probably the worst one to grab.
It's that one's a major, can be a major run killer, because every time you miss it falling down, it's roughly 15 seconds of time loss.
Yeah, because you would have to come all the way back up to this room to drop down and attempt to grab it again.
Yep.
The puzzle token here is the same every single time, so oh nice, I grabbed them. It's just the blue switch, then the green switch that opens this door. So let's see if I grab this guy. Oh, you little bugger.
And the other hard thing about the N64's version specifically is you could see that it took a second for that mouse to pop in. This just has to do with some of the draw distance issues with the N64 version.
Yeah, that makes him a lot harder to grab. I literally have like a second and a half of like reaction time from where I see him, because he can be like anywhere on that wall. He could have been like all the way to the left or all the way to the right. And on that attempt, he was more towards the right, but like I said, I didn't see him until it was too late, basically. That's why usually when I drop down in the middle so I can react to either left or right. But unfortunately, he was like super to the right, so like I barely missed him. It's okay though. I mean, we can attempt to grab him as many times as we need, but obviously, you know, time loss.
Yep. It happens. That's just the nature of this level in general.
Yeah. We do have the green laser though, so it's gonna make this boss fight pretty fast too. Normally, if he stays alive long enough, he'll turn on the fans that are in this room, and we'll start flying in the air, and it's like hard to shoot him. But with the green laser, we just make quick work of that guy.
It really is kind of a shame that like we don't get to see. Oh my gosh,
That was crazy.
my heart stopped there for a second.
So I almost messed up the cycle there, because when I went into the boss room, I didn't enter it quickly. I don't know if you noticed, but I got stuck in the fan, like the air vent. So it slowed me down. I'm like, oh shoot, it's probably gonna mess up my cycles for this one. And sure enough, it did. But I was like, you know what? I'm just gonna try to double jump to this, so I don't have to wait. And it worked out. It's okay. Oh, were you gonna mention the blackout glitch?
Oh, I actually kind of forgot about that. But yeah, we so there is a thing in this level specifically called the blackout glitch, where in the race, it will like
deload.
The level just like it just like deloads, and I think we recently figured out why.
Nah, he was
like-
all the way to the left.
Yeah. And I don't know if I'm knowledgeable enough to explain exactly how blackout glitch works, but like it just sucks when it does happen.
Yeah.
I think Spaghetti, you had it happen once in a marathon run.
Yeah, it literally happened to me in a marathon. So like when I was doing that race, I came all the way back down and I finished the race, and then the level was like entirely pitch black. All I could see was just Buzz's model, and that's it. And I kind of like remember the layout of the floor, and I walked blindly back into this room here, went up this air shaft, and then when I came back through this door, it like fixed itself. It's a really weird glitch that we just recently found out why it happens. Basically, this little door there that I just jumped out of, if you jump out and jump back in, for some reason it deloads the rest of the level because it's kind of like a checkpoint section. And for whatever reason, yeah, if you do that, it'll mess up and you have to re-enter. You have to jump back through that door to fix it. It's really weird, but thankfully it doesn't happen too often.
There we have it. The way to fix blackout glitch, or entirely avoid it.
Yeah. Yeah, I think it happened during my marathon run because I was lining myself up to jump down and grab the mouse that's on the wall. So I jumped out and then jumped back in because I was like, oh, I didn't set up my camera correctly. That caused it.
Right. Al's Penthouse. This level, in my opinion, has the best soundtrack. And I think it's my personal favorite level.
The Western one.
Oh, yeah. Right now, Spaghetti is actually skipping a whole big puzzle. Normally, there's this, you can see that little train in the background, I think. You have to get that stuck at the end of like the track by like pushing buttons to, there's like a train tracks around it, and you have to get it stuck at an edge, like one side of the room. So you can push a box slowly around the room behind the train that Spaghetti jumped on to get that token.
Yeah, but thankfully, like if you do an extended double jump, you're able to just skip that entire puzzle. It's such a pain to do that puzzle, even casually. Like a lot of people struggle with it, so it's pretty cool that you can skip it so easily.
Yeah, this boss is quite easy. There's not much to it. Just kind of mow him down real quick. One thing Spaghetti did do at the start was he shot a fully charged laser shot at the boss. Weirdly enough, that boss takes one bit if you shoot it, it'll take 1 bit of damage. So if you hit it with a red laser, it'll take a red laser amount. Or if you hit it with a fully charged laser shot, it'll take that amount, which is like, I think the equivalent of 3 red laser shots, I believe. 3 or 4.
Yeah, it's basically like a free hit before you start the fight, which is pretty funny.
Yeah.
Buzz is like totally cheating.
Hey, we'll take it.
Yeah.
And we're now Spaghetti's collecting the 5 horseshoes for Bullseye. 1 for each foot and an extra one.
A spare.
A spare tire. So if people have played this game before, they might remember this room quite well. This is the room where we cause a lot of insurance damage for Al. But thankfully, we are gracious speedrunners and have found a way where we don't have to flood his whole bathroom by using one of those shadow boxes we talked about earlier. We jump right up. Almost had it. There it is. We jump off like, again, one of those shadow boxes and just get that collectible. Normally, you would have to like push these buttons that like slowly flood the room, and you do a little platforming off like the sponges that are in there. But like I said, we saved Al a huge insurance bill, and we got what we needed a lot quicker.
I've always compared that section to like Wet Dry World in Super Mario 64. It's like literally the same concept with the water levels rising and stuff.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure that was like their direct inspiration for that.
Well, it's funny because that skip specifically, the idea of it was brought to light via a Let's Play. And Lance, one of the people in the community, was like, he saw someone like hit a shadow box in like Andy's house on like a cupboard. And he was like, I wonder if we could use that in other levels. And sure enough, that was the one level. This was the one level he found something, and it was like, oh, sweet. That saves like 45 seconds. That's great.
So good.
make sure to check out those Let's Plays of your speed games.
Yeah, especially if they're lesser known games like this that don't really have like a lot of players. Never know like how much like secret tech is hiding in the game.
Yeah.
I'm like a good example of that because I started running this game when I started streaming / speedrunning about 3 years ago. And this was the first game I picked up. And as I was learning it, I was just messing around with the controls and stuff. When I was learning that dizzy strat in that Toy Barn encounter level, I was messing around with that dizzy spin animation thing, and I did it on one of the bosses in Andy's house, and I was able to move during the cutscene where you grab his token. And when I did that, the text box for the token didn't appear, and I was just basically like storing the text box until I stopped moving. And I was like, oh, that's kind of cool. And I posted about it in the Discord. And I was like, hey guys, like this is like a fun little thing I found. I don't know if it's useful or anything. And for a while, people were like, oh, I don't see what we could do with this. I mean, that's neat, but like, I mean, okay. And then speaking of Lance, he was like, you know what? Let me cook. Let me find what we can do with this.
Yep.
And he found like basically combine that with like other interactions in the game to be able to like skip a bunch of stuff. And any percent, there's a really huge skip for that in Al's Toy Barn. And the last level, Tarmac Trouble, there's technically 2 skips that we can do with it. We are going to be doing one of them in this run for 100% though. You guys will be able to see that.
Yep.
But yeah, it's pretty crazy that basically went like undiscovered for years until I started playing.
Yeah.
Like, oh, neat. I found something.
Yeah, and it was one of those things where the skip that Spaghetti was referencing in Tarmac Trouble, which we'll talk about, that was a theorized like potential skip. It was just a matter of how do we accomplish this task. But we'll talk about more about it when we get to that spot of what we're talking about.
Yeah, it's the level after this, so soon enough. There isn't really too many tricks in this level. We did one just right now, the shadow box jump to grab the little tyke, which is the collectible here. We will be doing like not really a trick or anything, but it is like a little faster routing where we're going to be doing the race pretty soon, and we're going to be doing the collectible token and the race at the same time. That just saves a bit of backtracking. But I'm trying to think now in terms of like tricks and stuff. There isn't very many, at least not on this version. On a PC, there actually is like a clip you can do where you can kind of like clip into the next room using one of the suitcases, which is pretty cool. But unfortunately, even though you can do it on N64, unfortunately, the way that the N64 renders the levels and stuff, it doesn't actually load in the next room because you didn't enter through like, the correct checkpoint. So even though you can clip into the next room, the room is just like all black and not loaded in.
Yep. I'm assuming that just has to do with the deficiencies of the N64.
Yeah.
They're like, we can't load the whole game in. That might burn up your N64.
Unfortunate. If we had the expansion pack, though, I'm gonna keep bringing it up.
We will not be satisfied until it happens.
You do a little bit of like platforming skips here, though, so you can like kind of jump off this collision to get up here early. There you go. That just skips like a little bit of platforming. Here's Potato Head's mouth. In this level, he does have a power-up he can give us, and it's going to be the hover boots.
Yep.
Which is actually the last power-up we'll need to unlock.
Yeah, we do use it once during this run, which is to get to the boss. Yeah, to get to the boss. Kind of running around collecting the collectibles now.
Oh, brother.
that little pig just kind of danced around you.
Yeah, he kind of
Like-
juked me a little bit. He kind of broke my ankles right there, but it's okay.
That was the move that made LeBron cry, right?
Okay, we can recover this though. We have the technology. Thankfully, that's the only thing that went bad there. Usually, I end up failing this whole platforming section. So if it's just the little tyke I miss, I'll take that all day. There we go. But yes, so we're gonna be delivering the potato head piece here in a second. He's missing his mouth, which is pretty funny. If you were to interact with him right now without his mouth, instead of him thanking you for giving it to him, this text box just says like or something like that, like a bunch of gibberish because he can't talk, which I never realized was a thing until somebody pointed it out to me. I was like, that's a neat little detail.
Yeah, I actually never knew that either.
Yeah.
And I still haven't actually tried it, and now like I want to try it.
I know, right?
Like, just to see it and be like, oh my gosh, that is funny.
I like when games do little Easter eggs like that.
So there was our main antagonist of the movie, Stinky Pete. Beaten in not the last level, right?
I know. We'll see him again. That's
Oh,
not the
he's not
last
done
of
yet.
Prospector.
No, sir.
Yeah, that was the last little tyke at least. So all that's left now for this level is to do the race, which is going to be this one right here. This guy, if you remember from the movie, his name is Rocky Gibraltar. I don't know if anybody knew that. I'm pretty sure like nobody knew that because it's such a like random character that he really only has like one role in the first movie, and then after that he just kind of just becomes like a
Yeah.
background character.
I don't even know if they state his name in the movie at all. I think he's just kind of, I mean, he is one of those just background characters, but it's like, it does actually have a name.
Yeah, I still like don't really remember how I found that out, but I'm like 100% sure that's his name. Rocky Gibraltar. It's so random. He's supposed to be like a weightlifting dude. I probably learned it from like a behind the scenes something. I've watched so much content for the Toy Story franchise.
I do wonder if there is any inspiration from like the Rocky movies at all.
Yeah, 1000%. He's like a Rocky reference. 'Cause he's like buff, right?
Yeah.
Weightlifter. Yeah,
I don't know if he's Italian though.
probably not. I don't think he speaks. I'm pretty sure
It's
he never had a
true.
voice line.
If he does have any voice lines, it might be like some sort of grunt
Right.
or something. It'd be one of those
Like a stock.
subtitles that just says grunts.
Yeah.
I think if this game actually utilized the expansion pack, that could be one of its uses.
Giving him a voice line.
Yeah.
True.
Woody should have given him his voice box.
Speaking of though, there's actually a lot of characters in this version of the N64 that don't have, they're either missing a lot of their voice lines or they just don't straight up have any at all. Like Zurg, when we fought him, he has no voice lines, only his little grunts. But if you play him on other versions, he'll like say like iconic little phrases from the movie.
Yeah. Well, it's weird because even like the piece or the PlayStation version, when you enter like Zurg's level, you'll hear Buzz yell, "It's Zurg!" But in all the other versions, that voice line doesn't show up.
Oh, really?
It's just not there.
I never knew
Or
that.
in Toy Barn Encounter, the PlayStation version has a line where it goes, agent of Zurg, if I've ever seen one."
Oh, yeah.
That's not in any of the other versions for some reason.
Yeah, so like PlayStation has like extra dialogue. So weird.
Yeah.
I think the game was developed on the PlayStation first, right?
That's what I've been told.
Yeah,
I
I'm
believe
not
is
really
that
sure.
the PlayStation was the original port of the game or whatever, and then the rest of them just kind of take from that, I guess.
Right. Oh, thank God.
Oh yes. Okay. So, Spaghetti is he just utilized the dizzy attack animation thing we were talking about. So he has now what is called text storage. So every time Spaghetti has grabbed like a token, there's that text box that appears that says keep playing or exit level. That is currently stored within the game. And as long as Spaghetti doesn't stop his movement, he will be able to maintain text storage, which will come into play shortly. So right now you can see if Spaghetti remains careful.
I almost fell there.
He has to just keep moving, otherwise text storage will pop, which shouldn't be too hard, hopefully. Sometimes these enemies can be a little...
I'm just gonna skip him. Actually, I can probably grab him.
Yeah.
There we go.
Okay.
Yeah, if I
but
let
yeah.
my stick go to neutral, then yeah, basically the text box will pop up and it'll ruin the trick.
Yeah.
I'm in a state of like constantly moving forward. If I stop
Yeah.
moving, I'll die like a shark.
Ooh. We don't
I think
want
that's a
that.
thing.
I don't know.
Somebody
I'm not
fact check
a
that right now.
I'm not a sharkologist. I apologize.
I'm gonna look this up right now.
Thank you.
But yeah, we did the text storage trick right there. So what I did there was Skip having to do the Slinky Dog race. When I interacted with Slinky Dog, his text box appeared, but also the text box from the token on the boss that lets you keep playing or exit level. When you're talking to like NPCs and stuff, when they have their text box open, you're stuck there. You can't move until their text box closes, right? But since we hit the keep playing at the same time, it actually lets us start moving, and we're able to basically move before we start the Slinky race. I messed this up. Is that it? So what we did was we stood where the token would spawn at the end of that race. Oh my god, I'm screwing this up. Hold on. Okay, we're good. Something I didn't mention either. This puzzle is like so annoying. It's like, why did they think like this was an okay puzzle for a children's game?
So, to be fair, in all versions of the game, there is normally a Rex hint box that tells you how to do that puzzle, which does not exist in this version of the game for some reason.
So you literally don't know what to do. Basically, what you're supposed to
Exactly.
do there is like light up the bottom lights, the bottom light bulbs to match the top light bulbs. But you have to like hit them in a specific order almost, and the pattern is different every time you play the game. So it's not like you can just remember it. Technically, you could remember it, but there's like 13 different patterns you would have to remember. I'm not
Yeah.
trying to do all that.
Yeah, and we do have, like, if you are ever interested in speedrunning the game, there is a cheat sheet on the SRC page that has all of the solutions to it. So whatever the light puzzle is, it'll be like, hey, button 421 is the solution for this one. So it's just like, you find it, get it, and then you can, or if you know how to do the puzzle, you can look at it and go, okay, I need to hit this one, and this one.
Yeah, but I'm not one of those people. I just have like a brain fart when it comes to it. I mean, if I'm like
Yeah.
super locked in, I can do it, but typically it doesn't go that way.
I'm back
Yeah, I
from,
mean, even
from the
the-
Googling, by the way.
Oh, I'm interested to hear the answer
Okay,
now.
so they can't stop moving because they, like, a lot of different species of sharks like move, and because they like move and like swim, they're able to like breathe the oxygen in the water. But there are a few species of sharks that don't have to do that. So it's not all sharks, but it's some of them.
Some of them.
Oh,
Yeah,
interesting.
It's not because like their organs fail. It's just because they don't get oxygen if they don't like move to
If they
keep
don't
breathing
move.
in the water.
Keep the water from flowing in. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
It was. I kind of had the right idea there.
That's so interesting.
I don't
I'm
even
learning
remember where
so
I heard
much
that.
today.
I know, right? This is a very educational run. But just like that, we're already at the end of the game. Just to make sure we got all the tokens. Collected
Yep.
all 50 tokens. And now we're at the final level, Prospector Showdown. So there's our pal Woody and Jesse. Oh my god, look at their faces.
He's very cursed.
Oh yeah, I can definitely count those polygons for sure.
Right? That's like 3 polygons max.
One weird thing about Woody's face model is that it's different in like the PC and PlayStation and Dreamcast versions. For some reason on the N64 version, he's just got this really like cracked out face. And we don't know why, but it's kind of a meme within the community of like, yeah, look how weird Woody looks in this version. His eyes are very, very like dilated.
Like every version, it's weird because like every version of Toy Story 2 has a really cursed Woody face. Like they're all cursed in their own way. None of them actually look very pleasant. But timer's coming up right here. Time. And there he is again. Oh my god.
Jeez. Oh yeah, that
He's
looks
beautiful.
That looks strange.
Strange things are happening, you might say.
Yeah.
True.
Do you have any shout outs or anything?
Yeah. Shout out to, first of all, Thermal for agreeing to commentate. I appreciate you. It's always
Absolutely.
a blast.
Yeah, it's fun.
Shout out to the Toy Story 2 community. There's not many of us, but they're all super nice and always super friendly and just like really supportive of the game. I know that they always show out for marathon runs and stuff like that too. So yeah, shout out to those guys. If anyone ever wants to learn how to run this game, if you go on speedrun.com and search the game, we have our Discord linked in there. It's a really easy game to learn, in my opinion, and it's just so fun. If you like 3D platformers, this is like probably one of the best licensed ones, in my opinion. Yeah, shout outs to my personal stream community, super supportive of all the games I run. Speaking of games I run, my main shtick is usually retro games, platformers, and licensed games. So if you guys like that, you can check it out on my channel, Spaghetti. And then Thermal, if you'd want to give out any shout outs.
Yeah, I kind of do the same thing as Spaghetti. I do a lot of retro licensed game speedruns on my channel as well. But yeah, shout out to the Toy 2 community. You guys are the best.
Yeah, enjoy the rest of the event, guys. Happy Thanksgiving, everybody.
Happy Thanksgiving.
Hope you're all enjoying it and eating good and spending it with family and friends.
Yeah, thank you so much for doing that run. That was so much fun. We're gonna be back in just a few minutes with more members of the Twitch Unity Guilds showing off their favorite runs. We'll be back in a few minutes. Hello everyone, welcome back to GDQ Hotfix's Twitch Unity Guild showcase. Here on Thanksgiving. Hope everyone's having a great Thanksgiving. Right now we are live with Crow Country, run by Sapphire Ghost. If you'd like to introduce yourself.
Hi, I am Sapphire Ghost 914. I am a part of the Black Unity Guild, the Pride Unity Guild, and the Women's Unity Guild. And today I'm going to play some Crow Country, which is a survival horror game that is very near and dear to my heart, even though it just came out this year. It's really fun. So we can get this started in 3, 2, 1. Let's go.
Good luck.
Thank you. All right, so for those of you who don't know, Crow Country is a survival horror game that kind of harkens back to all of those early 90s survival horror ones, you know, Resident Evil, Silent Hill, and it kind of pokes fun at it while also like just making a really good survival horror game. The tank controls are kind of hilariously bad. It kind of like at this point, I'm just so used to them, I don't even mind anymore. But you follow this character, Mara, who for some reason needs to find the CEO and owner of this defunct amusement park called Crow Country. And the mystery unfolds for why she's looking for him and what she's doing here, and also why there's zombie monsters all over the park.
Yeah, the zombies are just a part of the theme park experience, clearly, right?
No, of course. Who has ever been to a theme park that wasn't haunted in some way?
Yeah, the atmosphere of this game is just like super like eerie, even if it like a lot of the actual like in-game like art, like models and stuff are just like kind of adorable. I don't know, they're like just super cool in like
Right.
a weird way.
I had a friend talk about it and was like, it's kind of like a horror Lego game. It's like kind of cutesy, but also terrifying.
Yeah, when I was making the schedule, I didn't realize the game was like this recent. I would have expected this to be like a game that's a few years old.
Yeah, it gets everybody every time. I'm like, oh no, it came out 2024.
Yeah,
I'm noticing a lot of survival horror games coming out this year specifically that look like they came out in the 90s, and I'm loving every minute of it. Let's keep doing that.
Yeah, it's like for how popular it is, I didn't realize it was just like this too. It's so cool.
Oh no. There we go. Almost bad. That could have almost been bad.
Respectfully, what is that?
It's some sort of spiky monster. It looks like a horrible tree monster. It looks like branches sticking out. I could not tell you for sure what it is. I just know I don't want to get hit by it.
Yeah, I don't know. That just looks like a bad little vibe.
Oh, definitely. Definitely. Oh no. In comes Julie. Julie is a lawyer who is really awesome, is very dedicated to her work, and somehow manages to not die throughout this whole adventure.
Yeah, survival horror game character, like side characters and dying, name a better duo.
Right. You meet her and you're like, there's no way you make it up, lady. And you're wrong. She's she's excellent. Okay. But yeah, if you don't finish the conversation with Julie, she doesn't end up where you need her to be later on in the run. And let me just tell you from experience, that really sucks.
Yeah, I personally have to finish my conversations with everyone I meet, or else I'm just never in like the right
Even when they
place.
stop talking, you have to just initiate more conversation just to make sure. Wait. There we go. So we're gonna hear that phone ringing a whole lot. It's a whole lot of phone conversation we don't have time for. Okay.
Yeah, we have more surviving to do.
Yeah, we've got surviving to do. We do not have time to talk on the phone and have ominous conversations.
Yeah, I've literally like never seen more than like 2 minutes of this game.
Mhm.
I understand that it's like kind of akin to like Resident Evil, right?
Yeah, for sure. It has a lot of the gameplay stylings of Resident Evil, for sure.
Yeah, as cool as like this is, I have genuinely like no idea what's happening. But I mean, this is the same with like Resident Evil, because like both like games just like move so quick that I just like can't figure it out. You know what I mean?
Yeah. You definitely just, once you know what thing you need to get to the other thing, there's no need. It's actually quite unfortunate that if anybody's seeing this game for the first time, you're missing out like a lot of fun gameplay, and the main character is very witty and funny. I like to think of her as like if Daria like had gumption.
No, that makes sense, I think.
Sweet. Now we're gonna take this thing to do another thing so we can get another thing because, you know, survival horror games. It's just how they work.
Also, I think the tank controls, like at least like from how it looks, it's pretty funny because sometimes you just like drift. And I think this like this dude drifted is so funny.
And it's also like the shooting is like abysmal. It is terrible. The best thing you could do for yourself is never try to fight any of these zombies. If you're playing this game, just skip the fighting if you can. And the great thing about running this game is that you can pretty much skip every boss fight if you want to, except for the last one.
I assume that's done in the run?
Yes, yes.
That's so cool.
We are skipping every boss fight. I will show you the ways. All right, let's get us a fun, kitschy mask.
Yeah, I know at the very beginning you said the Black Guild, the Women Guild, and the Pride Guild?
Yes.
How long have you been in each of those?
I started in the Black Guild closer to the beginning of the year. And then if you start in another guild, it tends to become easier to get accepted to other ones. I applied for the Women's Guild a long time ago, and I didn't get in. But after I got into the Black Guild, I got accepted into the Women's Guild. And then after that, I was able to get into the Pride Guild. I think they looked for other guildies pretty early on. And so I got a part of that one as well.
Yeah, because I understand the Pride Guild is a lot more newer, right?
Right. It's the most recent one. I think I was able to join like maybe a couple months ago. They just started. It's really cool. It's really great to have like a group of creators of all sizes, even to just like talk to about anything, like join in on events. Like I've been able to like do so many events that I normally wouldn't have even thought to try if it wasn't for the guilds. It's really cool.
Yeah, because I know you also submitted to like Back to Black. Is that a part of that as well, where you gain that confidence from being in the guilds?
Right. And that's exactly. I'm able to see these opportunities that I normally wouldn't have been akin to, or even like had the confidence to. I don't know. There's something about being around a bunch of creators that like makes you go like, why not? To things that you normally wouldn't even think to try.
Oh, yeah, definitely. Because I've been speedrunning for a long time, so I'm just like, I'm already just as a person like, oh yeah, why not submit to like this big event, right? Like.
Right.
To get in, that's like cool, but especially for people who are like not as experienced as speedrunning, because I've been at it for like over 10 years at this point, right? Like,
oh yeah.
For people who aren't like as experienced, I can totally understand like submitting to big events just like being super daunting.
Yeah, I've only been speedrunning for a year, and honestly, I would have not done any of this stuff if it wasn't for the guild. Like, even
I can't believe you've only been speedrunning for a year. Wow, that actually caught me off guard.
Yeah, I started out with RE7. I just like one day was like, I'm sad, I'm gonna play my favorite game, which is RE7. And I started running it, and I just finished the game, and I was like, you know what? I'm still sad, and I want to play this game again. So I just started playing it again, and my partner came in and was like, what are you doing? Didn't you just beat this? And I was like, oh no, I'm learning how to speedrun it. And that's how it started. After that,
really
I just started watching. Yeah, like I just wanted to play it again, and like the best excuse in the world is just like play it as fast as possible. And yeah, and I've been, watching videos and like looking at Reddit threads and learning as much as I can. And it is really fun to speedrun games that you like are older like that, because of course running Resident Evil 7 now is like, it's been played, you know? But this is my first game that is like new that I'm learning how to speedrun, and it's like just came out, and it's like a different feeling. Like this one feels like it's like my child.
Oh yeah, definitely. I'm used to running games that are a bit older too. Like Monkey Ball is like one of my main series.
Yeah.
Like I've run Quake for like Disaster Relief Done Quick too. So it's like I'm just used to running games that are fairly old. And
yeah.
I think like running just new games, it's a completely different view, because like some of these older games are just like solved, honestly, right? It's like
Exactly. Yeah, like
well, you
you're
gotta
not
jump
you're
here
just
or like do this movement, and it like works every time, right? But new
right. You're
games, it's
memorizing
like,
a thing instead of like playing around with it.
yeah, exactly. I think it's just like so different. But yeah, I didn't know you were in 3. I had known that you were in the Black Guild, and that's all I knew. I didn't know you were in the other 2.
Yeah. The I've been a part of the Black Guild for the longest, but yeah, the other ones, it felt like happened like all at once almost.
Yeah, like snowballing almost.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm personally not in any, and I am waiting for the AAPI Guild so bad.
Yeah. That would be fairly dope. I'm pretty excited about it.
Yeah. I'm like, as like a mixed person, I like understand like having that like sense of community, because like it's hard to like talk to like all groups of people about like some problems that you might specifically have, right? Like with like being like Black or being like a woman, right?
Right.
But like I feel like having these spaces, especially like done by like Twitch, is like super important.
And you know, it's like, it's interesting because like, of course there's like similarities with those intersections, but there's always like certain things that like, it's not all the same, you know?
Yeah, exactly. And I feel like this showcase is just super great for all the different people in these different guilds just like coming together.
Yeah.
On Thanksgiving too, wow. Or if you're not in the
I
US, just a
know.
Thursday.
On a Thursday where you eat turkey for some reason.
Exactly.
My favorite part about this game is this quiz, because it's 1990 answers and not 2024 answers. So you're answering these questions and you have to remember what the answer was from 1990, which is fantastic.
Pluto still counts in my heart.
What was that?
I said Pluto still counts in my heart for that like planet.
Oh yeah, for sure. So you'd be like, you wouldn't even have to worry about it.
I would need to count the planets, and that's a different story. That implies I'm able to count, and
oh no,
hard time with that.
I think my favorite one is what was the number one highest grossing film of that time, and you're like, I have no idea.
Right? Like, I don't know. Does this game just like take the regular like aiming mechanics but just put it on like lock it to the like the game screen?
I mean, basically, but like honestly, this little game here is way better. It's way smoother. I love this game, but you know, if you're into shooters, you shouldn't play this one. It's not for that. It's for puzzles. Okay. To go the lounge.
Is this the game that you've been running like most recently?
This one heavy recently, and then I'm starting to research for a game called Tormented Souls. I played it for the first time like a couple months ago, but I was like, I shouldn't add it because when I first started, I started running RE7 and then RE1 and then RE3 all like in quick succession, and I feel like I was like, I should like take my time. So I'm trying to like slow down before I add another one. But yeah, most recently I did a speedrun event on my channel where I played all the games that I speedrun back to back in one stream for September / my birthday celebration. It was a lot. It was a lot of playing, but it was good. It was a good time.
Yeah, because I know, like, pretty recently got you to like lower your estimate because you've just been like on that grind. I think that's like super cool.
Yeah. And plus, you know, you play more and then you like maybe get better, you know, rankings at the end, and then you get, you know, items that make the game go faster, and it's just, it's been really dope. Actually just focusing on this one, especially since, like I said, you know, this is a newer game, and while there are tons of people running it and like doing great with it, it's like there's still like, you know, fun things that you can figure out on your own instead of just like, here's the guide, do this.
Yeah,
this is what works.
I'm quite a routing monster. I love like routing speed games so much.
Me too. And like, I didn't realize it until figuring out this one. Because, you know, they just tell you what is the fastest way. And you're like, well, yeah, that's it. But figuring out the fastest way to do this has been a treat.
Yeah, I feel like especially with like more like completionist categories in like speed games, I enjoy like routing those like so much.
Yeah.
Like one that I've been enjoying a lot recently is I'm a person who plays Bomber Cyberpunk. I don't like run it that much, but
Right.
I do just like graffiti platformers a lot. And some of like the like all collectibles or like 100% or like all graffiti runs are just like super fun to like try and figure out in that game. I love it.
Yeah, it's really fun. And you just like get to know the game more. And even though if you might have like your routing down, there's nothing like just knowing what, like if something messes up, what you can do. And like the best way to do that is like to do a full out like 100% run. Then you like know where everything is and you know how everything works. So you can really like be, you know, go with the flow way easier if like something goes wrong with your R&D and you're like, wait, I don't have enough of something. This sucks.
Yeah, RPGs are like that for me, except it's just sometimes so involved and you have to like do so much like forethought.
Yeah.
Also, the little like piano puzzles are just like tingling like the little like musician part of my brain.
Yeah. I do think it's pretty cool that the keys are correct. As someone who never really made it past their intro to piano classes, I can guarantee you that those are actually what those sound like. Oh, I have too much ammo. Look at me. I'm not shooting off a gun. What is this? Is is this 2663? Yes, 2663. There's so many numbers to memorize. Oh. Jeez. And there is a skipped boss right there. As long as you know the code, you can skip it. I know you may be wondering, why are we in a mine in a theme park? And that is an excellent question.
Yeah, this is just Universal Studios.
It would not be a survival horror game if you didn't have a weird underground section for no reason. There is a whole gambit with fake gold that is actual gold, but it's just like you can't connect it. You have to be able to connect gold to like a mine that is known if you want to sell it. And you can't because it comes from a place that nobody would have ever thought. So there's a whole illegal gambit of trying to sell this gold that isn't supposed to exist. There's a whole lot of mysteries in this game. It's very fun.
I couldn't imagine like getting taken like underground at like a theme park and there's just like a coal mine or something.
Right. In all fairness, in like Resident Evil 2, the police department is practically a museum. So there's also that. That's also a skip. Originally, that was a weird acid, like you had to find a jar and then find acid and then fill the acid in the jar and then pour the acid into a thing that rains on that guy. Or you could just get a flamethrower. You always got to find your flamethrower shortcut in life.
What is that?
Which thing?
That like
This
statue.
little section. This little section. Okay, so every fire is a save point, and this golden statue is a statue of the CEO's wife, who is now dead, and makes people sad. There is a daughter involved who is also looking for the CEO. And you can save her. I didn't this time. It doesn't actually take up that much time to save her. I'm kind of mean for not doing it.
Yeah, that statue just looks like the child from like Squid Game, and I was like, oh, not this again.
You didn't even make that connection. Oh crap! I did this wrong. All right, so we're just gonna have to emergency run around. I was supposed to do the dice first. But I didn't. Oh, crap. All right, buddy. This is what we're going to do.
I actually think this guy is a bad vibe.
And I do have some grenades. Oh. See how great I am at fighting? Usually don't do this. Get out of here, man. There you go. All right, fantastic. All right. Let's redo this. What I was supposed to do, I was supposed to put the dice numbers in first. Oh, jeez. So that the door would just open and I would not have to fight that guy. Oh, Lord. But because I didn't do that, he showed up and the door wasn't open. But normally I would do this first. Crap, there's 2 ones. Aw, man. All right, get it together, girl. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. There we go. That should have been done before I pressed the button. But it's fine. We got it. All right. Let me get that grenade back. And back to the mines.
This is the second time I've gotten jump scared by like just that statue existing.
You're like, I don't want to be involved in Squid Game, okay? Even the things that aren't supposed to be scary are definitely scary. All right, so we are going to root Thursday this time. Where are we? Ooh. Whoa. That's Sunday. No, let's go this way. Ooh. All right, Mr. You. Get out of my way, man. You're so uncool for this. All right. To the cart.
I just love like the fade out there because it's like it's not even like particularly like scary or anything. It's just like it just adds to the ambiance.
Right.
Because it's like so slow.
Yeah, for sure. It's uncomfortable.
Uncomfortable is definitely like the right word.
Yeah, for sure. And I feel like a lot of the art and the monsters in this, just like uncomfortable is the way to describe them. They're not necessarily the most terrifying. They just are like, what is going on here? 1, 10, 19, 20. There we go. All right. To an elevator. Excellent. We have a woman to free from a box, but I'm going to keep her in the box for right now because I need to realize that I need her help.
Yeah, she can stay in the box for a little bit longer until it's convenient for us.
I mean, honestly, she can. And honestly, she's safer in there. Clearly,
she's been in there for like half an hour at this point. Like, it's fine.
Right, exactly. Somebody is clearly out to get her. She should just stay in the box. It's the best for everyone, including her. I think if there's any part of this park that I would want to go to, which there isn't many because there's zombies everywhere. But if there was one part, it would probably be the underwater sea part of it because I think it's kitschy in a really fun way. Also, the arcade is there, so double win. Fantastic. All right, now we gotta crack open a mermaid. Sorry, Ariel, I need your batteries.
Does it matter which seat you take here?
It does. You do have to take this middle seat, otherwise it won't go.
Okay. I was gonna say, like, the middle seat's already like, just like the best in general, especially for
honestly,
it is.
Slow
rides.
Yeah, they're like, no, we've got a whole aesthetic here. You got to take the middle seat. You're gonna mess up the vibe.
Yeah, this game is so like heavy on the vibe.
What is a survival horror game without a battery?
Why did I expect her to be like a real person?
Because, I mean, there's a lot of weirdness going on. It's not beyond the realm of possibility. The things we've seen, you know. We have seen a weird prickly branch man. Why not an actual mermaid that you have to crack in half to get a battery from? All right, to Root Tuesday. Where am I? Is this Thursday? We don't go that way. I'm gonna go the other way. Oop. Come on, bud. Wednesday. Done. All right, lasers. Lasers in the mine. That is totally safe. What would a mine be without weird laser things? You know, actually, I don't know anything about mines. Lasers might actually be a normal thing that is in a mine. What do I know?
I think if you just call this an action game, the lasers are like normal and chill.
True. That's true.
Mine, I think, regardless of genre, is just like kind of freaky.
Yeah, it's there for ambiance.
I love coal fumes getting in my lungs. Oh, that guy just exploded. Oh.
Oh, he did. Mr. Bones over there. Yeah, he did. That's what he gets for trying to come towards me when there's lasers. All right. The big show. The crow dance. And this is why we needed the battery, so we can make this crow dance and use the elevator behind him.
Oh yeah, I forgot. Like the park is supposed to be called like Crow Country.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's a crow theme park. Which,
Yeah,
like, of
I haven't
course,
seen the
is gonna
crow
end
in
up
like.
horrifying.
Yeah.
And there was the dance. Woo! See if we can do this without healing this time. Ooh. Ooh, I think we're gonna make it. Fantastic. You kind of want to avoid healing just because then you can save the health. Because there's about to be a section that will just heal you for free. So why use the health that you're probably gonna need in the boss fight when you can just like heal for free?
Someone who enjoys Pokemon, I love free heals.
Yeah, fair. Here we go.
I've been watching
All right,
this whole
Mr.
run, and I just still can't figure out how aiming works.
I mean, not well. I'm sure there are people who do it way better than I do, but it's still not, it's not great. And there's Julie, always hiding somewhere, because somebody's trying to kill Julie at all times.
That's a good hiding spot, though. I just don't think like the being upside down part is very good.
Oh yeah, it probably isn't great. And I bet it smells in there.
Oh yeah, that is a vent. Is this in a mine?
This, yes and no. It is in the mine, but it's in a different part of the mine that has like less going on. But still enough going on that I wouldn't want to be in the vents down there.
Yeah.
Ah, free hills. Fantastic. And now for the longest ladder in the history of gaming.
Is it longer than that one like Metal Gear ladder?
No, it's not. No, it's not. That's a
I
good
think in
point.
spirit we can just say that it is.
You got me there.
It's longer than like 15 seconds, so it's like just too long.
It's just too long, truly. But you know, it's Thanksgiving, so it's a great time to think about all the things you're thankful for while on this ladder.
Yeah, that and like thinking about eating like cranberry sauce with your turkey.
Oh yeah, actually, this is a great time to get leftovers. If you're wanting to do that, you got a hankering.
Yeah,
Here's
it's also a great time to go to youtube.com/GamesOnQuick to watch all of the GDQ VODs from like the Hotfix events, all the main lines, your favorite like recurring shows, all of that good stuff.
That is an actual great point. This is a great time to do that. And people should.
Also, you're so small now.
It is a very long ladder.
Okay, we're finally done. I didn't expect for us to be going back and forth throughout.
Okay, let's talk to this guy, the CEO behind the door. All right, so first I'm gonna get these vials so he opens the door for me, and we will reflect on all the items that I had to get. And then I'm going to do a super special move. I have bonus items, and I'm gonna make this boss fight a heck of a lot easier for me. That is a bird-shaped grenade launcher. It shoots grenades, and it's shaped like a crow. And we're gonna show this guy what's what with this bird. That is a gift item that you get if you get A rank. And here's his, please forgive me, I'm a villain speech. Ultimately, if you're like, hey, well, how do we know he's a bad guy? Well, he's responsible for making a lot of people ill. And a lot of the zombies running around are thanks to him and his quest for I don't know, gold, money. He made himself sick.
They're not using like gold like that, right? Like,
see, because as you can see, those little tentacles, they have gold in them. So they were mining for that. Yeah. The in the center.
I thought that was just like textures. I didn't realize that was like gold.
Yeah, that's gold. And as you go through the game, you see where they're mining it, where they're keeping it, and how they're trying to sell it. But as I said before, apparently you have to have like some connection to an actual gold mine that exists in order to sell gold. People just don't like buy it. You can't be like, oh, this is from my backyard.
Oh, what is that?
That is
gross.
the monster.
Yeah,
That
so much.
is the guy
on.
we've been looking for this whole time.
He looks unique.
Unique is the way to say it. And there he goes. Yeah, buddy. And we're almost done. As soon as we hit this use, it's time.
GG's.
And that is the end of that. And that was Crow Country. I definitely suggest you play this game. I know you can't get any feels on what the heck was going on, but I bet you're intrigued.
You're actually so right. I am super intrigued.
It is a very fun game. If you have not tried it, definitely give it a try. It's a lot of fun. There's a lot of really fun puzzles, and it's a little bit of a fun puzzle challenge if you're one for a good puzzle head scratcher. And that was Crow Country.
Yeah, where can everyone find you?
They can find me on Twitch and TikTok as Sapphire Ghost 914. I play a variety of games, but if you're looking for me to play more games, specifically like this one, every Friday I have Freaky Friday Horror, and I play horror games. And every third Saturday of the month, I do Speedrun Saturday, in which I practice a speedrun. So I'll be working on Crow Country again this third Saturday of this month, and it's going to be super cool.
Yeah, absolutely. Go follow her. Do you have any other shout outs? No worries if you don't, but
Oh no,
out of curiosity.
yeah, no, that's it. Just check me out on Twitch and TikTok, where I go live, and I'm also on Blue Sky if you want to check me out there.
Yeah, absolutely. Go check her out. Go follow. Her streams are absolutely a great time. We'll be back in just a few minutes with Metroid Prime running a couple of interesting games, just like back to back here. We'll be back in just a... Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the GDQ Hotfix Unity Guild Speedrunning Showcase. That's a lot of words, and I have messed it up every single time except for one. But that doesn't matter, because we have Metroid Prime here running 2 games back to back, and this first game, I have no idea how to describe other than just like it's... What the heck? If you would like to take it away.
Absolutely. Thank you so much, Limey. I'm playing Rez. Here, let me go back to the title screen here, just to reset everything as well. This is Rez, a game that came out in 2001, actually. So very retro at this point. Came out on the PlayStation 2 and Dreamcast. And I'm just going to... This is the any percent run. And I'm going to take you through 4 zones here, not the 5th one. That's the 100% run. But with me, I have my 2 commentators, if you'd like to introduce yourselves.
Hi, I'm Laszlo.
Hi, I'm Sky.
Yay! Okay, folks, you ready?
Absolutely.
Okay, so I'm gonna try to do my best to do a countdown, but we gain the timer starts when we gain control of the character. So I'm gonna get started here, and there's gonna be a loading screen. This is basically a loading screen in 3, 2, 1, go.
Look.
Thank you.
Good countdown.
Yeah.
I've been working on it.
All right. Sky, what is this game?
I mean, Crime stole a little bit of our thunder here, but Rez is an on-rails rhythm shooter. As Crime mentioned, developed for the Dreamcast and PlayStation 2. On-rails rhythm shooter is a very interesting genre. Basically, movement of your character is fixed through these levels. You have this reticle that you can move around. It's kind of reminiscent of Panzer Dragoon. We can talk a little bit about the influences of this game later. But basically, you hold down a button to lock onto enemies as you scan over them. You release the button to release your shots, and your shots release in time to the beat. So you don't necessarily have to be on beat, but your shots will be. And it can create some really interesting issues or opportunities.
Definitely, yeah.
Yeah. So the person who came up with this game, Tetsuya Mizuguchi, he wanted to make a rhythm game that didn't necessarily rely entirely on your technical ability to keep up with a beat. So that's kind of why this game works the way that it does, where you just scan over your targets and then it'll kind of sync up themselves. So he didn't want to create an experience that people who can't keep a rhythm cannot also like experience like a cool musical synesthetic experience that this video game is.
Yeah, and I dare say he succeeded.
Yeah, super cool game.
Yeah, I think this is super cool, but just watching it is just like, what the heck is going on?
Yeah, there's definitely a lot.
Yeah. So each level that we go through is going to have 10 layers. So the lore of this is that we are currently like in the mainframe of Eden, who is supposed to be the supercomputer, who's basically having an existential crisis due to all of the chaos and just bad energy in the world, I guess. So we're trying to hack into that mainframe to restore Eden and wake her up. So we go through 10 layers, and then we're going to be fighting a boss. Each boss is themed after planets. And then that's basically just the pattern of these levels that we're going to go through. Each level is going to have a different track. The track gets more developed as we go through each of these layers. But other than that, it's just going to be a lot of like just vibing. You see this level is like ancient Egyptian themed as well.
There we go.
So you can kind of see it here. This game draws a lot of inspiration from, well, a lot of sci-fi, but especially from Tron and the visual style. Like, you know, the very first Tron movie more so than the sequel or the new sequel that we're getting soon. Yay.
I love Tron.
Yeah.
Tron 2 specifically.
So true.
But
So true.
so good. Good
Anyway,
aesthetics.
the title, Rez, is actually potentially a reference. I don't know if we actually know that for sure, but it is potentially a reference to in Tron, when you die, you get de-rezzed. So res could mean coming back to life or being alive or something like that.
The themes of this game definitely are like awakening and rebirth and other words that sound similar to that.
Creation.
Basically. Yeah, creation. The state of creation, even. We'll learn
Creation,
more
the
about
state
that
of
later.
art.
The PlayStation State of Play or whatever. Yeah, I get that.
I can't believe PlayStation ripped off Rez.
We've got some like vague figures that we could talk about too, some like really abstract shapes. So the little crosses, like that one right there, those are going to help us evolve into our future forms, which is being tracked on the bottom left there. I know my cardinal directions. And then there's also those network openings. Once crime destroys those, that's how we move on into the next layer of the level.
Yeah, so if one appears, you basically want to try to target it as quickly as possible because you'll get through to the next area quicker. But you also have to watch out for...
however-
Yeah.
Yeah, I was going to say, so the bosses, their difficulty actually scales based on the completion that you get on each level. Sky, do you want to go more in detail about that?
I would love to. So yeah, there's 3 levels to all of these bosses. You've got Mega, Giga, and Terra. These prefixes might be familiar to you. Also, I just want to call out real quick, this evolution is called Silver
Let's go,
Angela.
Silver Angela.
I love her.
Silver Angela.
Yeah, so if you get under 90% enemies shot down in a level, then you get the Mega version of a boss, which is the easiest version of that boss, but it also means you didn't shoot down all of the enemies, so you might get hit in the process of your, going through the level. It looks like we did get Giga this time, which is kind of what we're aiming for in the speed run. That is anywhere to from 90 to 98% targets shot down during the course of the level. This is, medium difficulty. It's still fast. You're still at less risk of, getting hit by the boss. You're still clearing out enough enemies that you can get through the levels quicker. The last level of bosses is Terra. That is very hard. You are more likely to take hits during a Terra boss fight. And that is really detrimental because you can see it takes, 8 blue pickups to evolve up once, but it only takes 1 hit to knock you right back down. So it can be real dangerous.
So we've approached our first boss fight. This is Earth. If you did not know what the planet Earth looks like, it looks like this.
Exactly like this.
It's like exactly like this. It looks like a Cheeto Puff, and then there's like a core that you target once you get past the Cheeto Puff layers.
Yeah, NASA's been lying to you. This is what
and then
Earth looks like.
also some tentacles.
Yeah,
the Earth has
normal
those too.
normal Earth stuff.
Yeah.
Is it wrong for you to be getting gender envy from the player character or?
Listen, Silver Angela is amazing.
Yeah.
So
I am Silver
no.
Angela's biggest fan,
Yes.
so I totally
I
get
think
it.
I'm right there with you now.
Our group chat is literally called Silver Angela Fan
Yeah,
Club.
yeah.
It is, yes.
Yeah, I don't know. I just want to be that. I'm not quite sure.
Listen, if you can dream it, you can do it.
Me showing up to the function.
Yeah, so it looks like we're about halfway through Earth right now.
Yeah, this was me at Rainforest Cafe at SGDQ.
Oh, to the Angela. I'm like, so I think the quality of my commentary really depends on like how hungry I am. So I'm not like leading too much into the Cheeto Puff bit this time because I'm like only a little hungry. But once we get to our next boss, I'd be very happy to talk about my inspiration.
Definitely.
Yeah, but I am hungry, and I would love Cheeto Puffs right now.
I think I ate the last of my Cheeto Puffs yesterday. This is so sad.
That is sad.
I'm not keeping up with the spirit.
Yeah.
There we
Being
go.
hungry
Amateur hour.
is terrible for people who have to do shows on Thanksgiving. I'll just say that. Happy Thanksgiving to
Yeah.
everyone
Yeah.
except for Crime, only because they are
Yeah.
Canadian.
Canadian.
Happy Thursday.
Yeah.
All
Wait,
right.
no, Thanksgiving is on a Thursday, right?
Yeah.
Thanksgiving is always on a Thursday.
Okay. I don't know
That is a
why I
different-
just
it's
had
like
like
the
a crisis for a
Thanksgiving,
second.
right?
Like, what day is it?
Yeah.
Where am I?
Can't believe you're gonna expose the stream right now.
I should-
Anyway, got through
Area
level
two.
1 or area 1 into area 2.
So if the last level was like ancient Egyptian architecture inspired, this one is definitely more Indian with the architecture that you'll see in the background. The song is Protocol Rain by Mist. The like behind the scenes on like how they came up with the music for this game is like super interesting. When they were just doing concept levels, they wanted to reach out to like really famous music producers at the time, like Fatboy Slim. Aphex Twin was another one that they originally reached out to, but they couldn't really get it to work, so they worked with the artists that they had. But for those concept levels, they did actually use Fatboy Slim tracks to like test out the levels and everything, which I think is pretty neat.
That's really cool. I like that fact
Yeah.
a lot. Yeah.
Yeah.
I love fun facts when they're actually fun.
I try.
But here's the thing. If that had succeeded, then I don't know that we would have gotten titles like Creation, The State of Art, or Rock is Sponge.
Or
So-
Rocket Sponge, right? No, you're really right for that. I think there is a charm to it with the original music as well. Like, I don't know if the allure of this game would have lasted as long as it did if it was just like licensed music.
Well, okay, hear me out, right?
I mean,
If they had the
Okay.
offspring
Sorry,
in this
go
game, just like Crazy Taxi.
right.
think it would've worked.
I was about to bring up Crazy Taxi.
Yeah,
Yeah.
like I think
I'm
they
looking
gotta
forward to
like
that AGQ run.
the title song just has to be like Superman. By, like,
Yeah,
Justin
right,
Bieber.
Yeah.
Crime, I would be your backing band. I don't play anything. Like I used to play banjo a long time ago, but I'll figure something out.
I love this
and
idea.
I'm sure it'll sync up
Yeah,
with this game very
100%.
well.
Yeah.
Yeah, I could like play like 3 buckets and like a hi-hat.
Oh yeah, we could do like a PVC band.
Yeah.
Yeah. Like Blue Man Group.
Is that what they do?
Yeah.
I genuinely didn't know that.
Wait. Hear me out. Silverman Group.
Hold on. You might be onto something.
Yep.
Oh my god. Now I know what we have to do.
I think we've like reached like maximum like cookage level for the stream. It's only downhill from here.
Yeah, definitely. Oh man.
Yeah, but before
Anyway,
I forget, because I've been
speaking of-
asking literally everyone, this doesn't
Yeah.
have to be like that long of a segment, but like, what like Twitch Unity guilds are you in? Like, how long have you been in them?
Oh, sure. I can't remember when I've joined them specifically. I think it's probably been like a year now, maybe. But I'm in the Twitch Women's Guild and the Twitch Pride Guild, which is the Pride Guild is newer. I think they are only a few months old. But they're both wonderful spaces. I've met so many amazing people in them. And like specifically the Women's Guild has been so cool, meeting a lot of really like awesome speedrunners, also retro gamers. It's been a great experience, really great community.
Yeah, I've just been asking everyone because I'm just so interested to like see people's like experiences with like these like Twitch spaces.
Yeah,
because everyone like so far has been thinking super positively of them.
yeah, they're really. I find they're really good about like uplifting creators. It doesn't matter like what your level of popularity is on Twitch. Like they're kind of like, you know, everyone deserves to have a seat at the table type thing, and it's they're really really good about just like supporting and uplifting women. Huge fan.
Yeah.
Huge ups Twitch.tv.
Yeah.
Hell yeah.
Another thing that I like to note about the music design in this game is that they tried to replicate that kind of call and response experience that you get when you're like actually listening to a DJ set, where you know you add another layer to the track and then you kind of give a few moments for the crowd to kind of receive it and like, you know, get hyped up. I think that's pretty neat as well. So like as you go into those like layers, there's like a little bit of transition phase. Speaking of transition, we are a new evolution.
Yeah. Silver Angela's no more.
Yeah, I'm really sad about that, but we move on. We move on.
Wait, hold on. I don't know
so-
if I'm just hungry, but like this guy looks like a chicken thigh.
Interesting. Fascinating.
That's good. I've been going with Twitch moderator, like looking at all the streams.
Yeah.
And then this is a really good opportunity to remind everybody to stretch.
Yes, definitely.
Please de-shrimp if you are currently shrimping. I'm definitely shrimping.
Yeah, I just had to like straighten up a little bit there.
Call out Laszlo.
Yeah.
My posture has been good all run. I've had like a really good streak tonight for just like having good posture.
I'm happy for you. Yeah. So crime is really just moving through this level with very few issues, it seems.
We're already at the last layer.
Yeah. Missed a health.
I did, I know.
SMH.
I'm sad. It wouldn't have given me enough, but I'm still sad.
It's okay. We get to admire the Twitch mods a little
Yeah.
more.
Yeah.
Shout out to the Twitch mods. And
Giga.
Giga, nice. All right.
Oh, Mars. I'm so excited. Because
This
you
is
know what Mars
exactly
looks
what
like?
Mars looks like.
You know what Mars looks like?
Please
Mars,
enlighten me, Laszlo.
Mars looks like a bloomin'
Yeah.
onion. And I would want nothing more right now.
I wish you weren't so far away from me so we can just go to Outback.
Yeah, no, definitely.
Not sponsored.
Or
I
like
just
Texas
really
Roadhouse,
love
not
Outback.
sponsored.
Oh,
God, I love bloomin' onions.
You mentioned Texas Roadhouse, and now I'm like thinking about those rolls. Oh no, it's so over for me.
All right, so the way this phase of the boss works, you have these locks to get through on these doors, but you can kind of see when crime releases the button, it can take a second for these shots to go through on the doors. This is what I was talking about earlier with the shots going off to the beat. And as a result, if you are not fast enough, it can be a really stressful time getting through, you know, a last second shot to open one of these gates because it might not go off right away. It can create some real stress.
Yeah,
but
especially if
crime is handling it like
you don't get them in like order either. It's kind of weird sometimes.
But we did it.
Almost.
We're
Oh.
getting through.
Okay, there we go. Hopefully this is it. Another one. There we go. Okay. Ooh, next phase.
Back to onion. Except, my bloomin' onions have never shot lasers at me, but
I
I
think
think
I'm
you're
at the
getting
wrong
the wrong
Outback.
bloomin' onions. All right, you might notice that the health bar for the boss is still full. That's because to do damage, you got to hit that thing, which does not reveal itself until a pretty good ways into the
Yeah.
fight. Did you use an overdrive
I
there?
did, yes.
Yeah. So overdrive, that's the bar on the bottom right. Those are red pickups. Basically, you use it and it fires off shots as fast as it can. Very useful for bosses.
this phase of the boss is really annoying.
It's very stressful, especially right here. Oh, that's very close to me.
Oh,
These are randomly
Yeah, so-
placed. Not completely
as
randomly.
you can see,
but-
these like
yeah.
neurons spawn out little yellow mines, and when they're real close to you, they can hit you real fast.
Yeah. And like the camera is not amazing.
Yes, for not for this
It
section.
is not
like this.
cooperative.
Yeah. I feel like you handled that really well. though.
Surprisingly made
No
it
hits
through there,
yet.
yeah. Okay.
I say yet, not because I think you're going to take damage, but because if you do take damage, I don't want to be the cause.
But then we'll get to see Angela again.
That's
so
true,
It's
yeah.
not really a
Yeah,
total
yeah.
loss.
Do I root
I
for
do
damage?
love Angela.
Yeah, see?
I'm sorry, Crime. You gotta take damage.
It'll definitely happen in the next boss fight. Almost for sure.
So, we do love Angela, but we also know that the GDQ audience loves Orb, and the next evolution is Orb. So,
Yeah,
like, you win some, you lose some.
it is very true. I always want to root for my streamer, but dot.
Silver Angela is my streamer.
Okay.
Sorry, Crime.
All good. I understand. Totally and completely.
I think someone should like rip all like the textures and models and like stages in this game, so that someone can be like a Angela like VTuber.
Oh my god.
Ooh. Okay.
I love that.
I see the vision.
What a good idea.
Couple things. One, yay, we destroyed Mars.
Yay!
Woo!
Love planetary destruction. Speaking of, like ripping assets and stuff, I mean, I don't really know if this is the best transition, but anyways, it's fine. There is a way to play this game on modern consoles because there is Res Infinite, which is a incredibly beautiful remaster of this game.
Yes.
So if you want to play this, it is on Steam.
I like that
There's
you're implying it's
also-
like bootleg in some manner.
Oh no. But there's also a VR it has VR capabilities
Yeah.
to it as well.
Which is
So-
really cool to play, honestly. It's an experience.
My gaming PC has been dead for like 3 months, and I haven't gotten a chance to play it
my
yet.
God.
I'm like, ugh,
This is so sad.
I need to play it so bad.
Yeah, Res.
Shrimp!
Oh, shrimp, yeah.
Shrimp. Yeah.
Sorry.
No. Oh, good. Res
Not so
Infinite.
simple now, is it?
Res Infinite also has this area called Area X that like really takes use of 3D space and kind of takes you off of rails. So that's like a really, really cool experience as well.
Back to like what we're doing right now. Area
Orb.
3, hello. Or creation of the state of art. It's the
Creation
song
the
that's playing
state
right
of
now.
art.
Creation
Excuse
the
you.
state of art. I never get it right. Creation the state of art by Ken Ishii is what's playing right now, and this is like the Mesopotamian level. We did have some shrimpies. I can't wait for them to come back. Or I will never stop saying this because I am so locked in. But they also look like little red Magatamas from Ace Attorney.
Shout out to Ace
Can I
Attorney.
say something without getting laughed at? What is-
Say it first.
What is Mesopotamia?
Interesting.
It's like an ancient culture.
Ancient
Oh, that one. Okay,
civilization.
never
Yeah,
mind.
yeah,
No, that's
yeah,
just
yeah.
okay.
Yeah.
I didn't know if you were talking about the same one. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, we're still back.
Yeah, that Mesopotamia.
Okay. I didn't know if there's like a second one that I was supposed to like know about.
Mesopotamia too,
Mesopotamia too.
yeah. Obviously.
I love Mesopotamia too.
Okay, clearly that agreement didn't work, but it's fine.
Nobody
Sorry.
agreed.
That's so funny though.
Okay.
Are y'all free later? Do you want to make Mesopotamia too?
Imagine like making Mesopotamia 2 at like the GDQ practice room. Reminder, live from January 5th to 12th.
True.
Yep.
Extremely cool event.
I love these shrimps.
Good shrimps.
I don't like eating shrimp, but I love these shrimps.
Yes.
I had a seafood boil just a couple of days ago before I left.
I can be happy
love
for
seafood
you
boil.
without wanting that for myself. All right, now we got snakes, worms,
Yeah, I
whatever the
don't
hell
know,
they
honestly.
are. They're,
Centipede?
Centipedes, dragons.
They go-
all I know is
Ladies.
they're really annoying.
They certainly are.
Have we like fully taken in the fact that we're an orb now? Like we mentioned that was going to happen, but
I said orb. Somebody else
Okay.
is talking though.
okay, orb.
Orb,
is
yeah.
there.
Yeah, someone could like redeem the orb in chat. Like I know everyone has that many chat channel points.
Yeah, of course.
This just
Yeah,
looks
right.
like the from Sonic Lost World, the like wisp where it like absorbs the stuff. That's what it looks like.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Anyway, I do want to point out that this orb goes wub 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 when it
Yeah,
shoots.
yeah, which is great. Each of the different like character forms have different sound effects and like firing effects associated with them. So this one has like this like dash of light versus like Silver Angela, which I think is like shoots. Actually, I can't remember what Silver Angela does.
Silver Angel is the angle.
Oh yeah, yeah, I think angles.
Right
Yeah,
angles.
right angles.
That could be your angle.
And then Twitch mod gets
your
lasers as
devour.
Twitch mods do.
Also, the orb is technically our final form. It is the final form for the run. There is a form past that, but you only really see it in level 5 or in the bonus levels that are available to you in this game. And it's a baby.
Yeah, baby and orb.
Yeah, if you want to see it,
baby.
you can watch back the Fatals run or the Unity Guild run. I don't know if that bot is available anywhere, but yeah.
Yeah. We did see baby. Creation.
Like just like a baby.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's literally
Yeah.
like a baby. Yeah.
Yeah.
Listen, it would not be sci-fi if there wasn't a baby somewhere.
Also,
You know
like,
I'm
Yeah,
right.
no,
I'm like
you
stunned
are
right
you are
now.
right.
I'm
Yeah.
stunned into silence. I have no words despite speaking. I'm just still stuck on like the wub wub wub. Like they just turned this game into like a drum and bass set.
Yeah.
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 What I like to reference a lot, like when we see the baby, is like, I only specifically reference gift shops. I know you can buy them like anywhere, but like, have you ever been to like a gift shop and then you see all the little tiny mini figurines of like various animals, and then for some reason there's just like a bin full of small babies.
Yeah. Yeah.
And they're
Yeah.
like
Baby bin.
they're like 25 cents each.
They're great.
Yeah, that's what I think of.
I hate those
and
mini
sometimes,
babies.
sometimes you're like my friend and you buy a whole mini vending machine full of them.
There was a like,
Yes.
like a TikToker or whatever who like made a video about like buying a bunch of them and like spreading them around like his school. And it was literally like in my last year of high school where like that came out and a bunch of people were like, this is funny. And then they kept like hiding them everywhere. And for like
Nice.
like months, like a few months after I graduated, I kept finding them in just like random stuff.
Oh my god.
And it
That's
like made me so
excellent.
mad whenever I saw one.
These
I kind
lasers
of
are
want to
being
do it for
aggressive.
GDQ. I'm not gonna lie.
I think
Right?
you should. I think I've like overcame this like trauma.
I'm ready
Ooh.
to continue with my life.
I got lasered
Orb
there.
got sniped.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, these lasers have been going crazy.
Yeah. It's a
Yeah.
lot. Okay.
So this is Venus.
Yeah.
Basically, what's happening right now. Some of these will shoot out like just straight forward lasers, like that blue one there. And then there are some that have like two 45-degree angles. I don't know. There's only so much you can do when they're just like right in front of your face like
Yeah,
that.
and you're not controlling like where you're moving along this grid either. So it's kind of like, well, hope you caught it.
Yeah.
Now we have the birds that are fish.
My favorite.
Yeah. So we've got 3 different kinds of ships that are going to be flying around. So very intuitive naming structure to these. The yellow ships that you see, they only take 1 hit to take down. Those are called G-fish. The yellow looking bird things, those are 2 hits. Those are R-fish. So there we go. We got 1. And then our purple ships, which take 8 hits to take down, those are B-fish.
I'm confused.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
It doesn't help that Laszlo said yellow instead of red for our fish.
Wait, did I? Oh.
I am.
Sorry, I have to call you out.
G-fish are yellow and R-fish are red and B-fish are purple.
Yeah.
Okay.
Makes perfect
Yeah.
sense.
Yeah. And they really just look like birds, but
They really do. I didn't get a chance to mention this earlier when it was mentioned, but yeah, Fatales was mentioned earlier, and Frost Fatales 2025 will be live from March 9th to the 17th. So
Shout out Fatales.
definitely
Shout out
like
Fatales.
shout out to Fatales, big ups.
Nice.
So we're using.
I don't know if you caught it. Yeah.
Sorry, go ahead.
Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
We're.
I was gonna say.
Oh, okay. We're using the
Okay, we're
overdrive
done
currently
now.
to. We're using the overdrive to open up this section here, basically, and then shoot at it. Oh, I'm gonna take one more here.
Oh.
Almost. But we're using overdrive because it just spawns these like flying red ships that will attack you, and they're really distracting. There we go.
Yeah, it's like an evil version. You know the like elephant ride or plane ride that they have at like really like kiddie amusement parks, like on boardwalks and stuff that you can just kind of fly up and down. It's exactly like that, and they just hit you.
Yeah.
Wow. I didn't really think about it that way.
I'm still thinking about the bloomin' onion and like the Texas like rolls.
Yeah. I know we're supposed to be like focusing on like Thanksgiving dinner, but
I'm just really hungry.
Trying to think of things that are tube shaped at Thanksgiving. I guess cranberry sauce.
Well, I mean,
If you
like turkey. The inside of it is at least tube
Did
shaped.
you just? I don't know about that one.
I'm correct.
Like a Thanksgiving. Do people make ham for Thanksgiving? That's like a tube of meat.
that's like a Christmas thing, I think.
Okay.
I think it's both.
Yeah.
I've seen both. I think like
I guess if you really don't like turkey.
I think Americans just love having ham for the holidays.
I see. I'm pescatarian, so I'm not really good at like judging meats. I make like we get like a really nice piece of salmon and we put like cranberry sauce and like walnuts and stuff on it.
I'm
and that's
pescatarian.
my-
I'm Schlimder.
Here's the thing: if those birds can be fish, then you can eat a turkey.
Yeah, I think if like seagulls exist, I think turkey is like fair game.
Interesting. So it's really just a war on birds at this point.
Yeah.
Huh. I'm gonna have to think about this one.
Much to consider.
You know what I also have to think about? Rock is Sponge.
Rock is Sponge.
Yeah, Rock
Rock
is
is Sponge.
sponge.
And Rock is Sponge is the name of the track that's playing right now. If you haven't noticed, also there's a little bit of Chinese aesthetic in the background of this final level that we're going through. And then we've got
Oh, nice
I
save.
wasn't gonna
What?
go for that, but he needed it.
yeah. What really are these?
They're the little frogs from Spy Kids 3.
I still haven't seen
That's what they
Spy
are.
Kids 3. I need to see this movie.
Right, we have.
I know.
At GDQ or watching that, I don't care.
I'm down for this. I need to see it.
We gotta like get the whole trilogy. We have to get the 3D glasses too.
I'm not
That
getting the
came with
3D
the DVD?
glasses, but
Wow.
I'm down to watch Spy Kids 1 and 3, but instead of like watching Spy Kids 2, I'm down to watch like Madagascar 2.
I'm sorry, you're skipping the
cannot watch
best
this again.
Spy Kids? What? I can't be on the stream anymore. Sorry. Bye.
I've hit my Madagascar 2 quota actually, so
I wouldn't call it a quota. I'd call it a suggestion, okay?
okay.
I suggest you watch it again.
My once a year.
Yeah, and then you don't have to
Did I-
watch it next year.
Did I miss you getting hit?
Yeah, I think I got hit by one of the bat.
You leveled up. But you're-
I did. I was leveled up. Yep. It's very brutal when you
Does
get
that
hit.
mean we saw Silver Angela?
No. I ended up going back
missed
down
it?
to. I ended up going up to
Up
orb.
to orb
and then
down.
Oh,
back
you went
down
up to orb and then back
uh,
down. I see. I
Right.
see.
Yeah.
Okay, good. Phew.
But who knows? With the final boss, we could end up back to Silver Angela. I mean, I hope we don't. But it's a
Yeah,
possibility.
I'm just gonna expose our producer Richard right now. After that like Thanksgiving food discussion, he DM'd me, "What the heck kind of turkey are you eating?" in all caps, and then said tube turkey.
So true.
And I was like, no,
Thank
like
you,
the
Richard.
inside of it, where like you put the stuffing in, because if you like flip it out, then it comes out tube shaped. And then he says, "Well, I mean, I guess colons are in fact tubes." So he's on my side now.
But Like that
No.
wouldn't be my first thought.
What else is
So for
tube
reference,
shaped?
the reason
though?
that I was trying to think of tube-shaped food is because we usually call Venus an egg roll, but that's not
Right.
Thanksgiving themed.
Yeah,
think-
that's true.
But the inside of a turkey does not look like Venus.
Okay.
Unless you're implying that Venus could be inserted into the turkey. And I don't want to think about that.
Anybody tried?
I'm Filipino, and lumpia can be any food for any holiday, so that counts. That's like an egg roll.
Okay.
Okay.
So we could
All
have just said egg roll this entire time.
Well,
We got there in the end.
Yeah.
Because I'm really racking my brain trying to think of tube-shaped Thanksgiving foods, and it's not.
I mean, it'll really mess you up if you try to think of this last boss as a food. So
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
Themed, like I'm like looking at this, and I'm just like my brain
It's
is
like China.
it's clearly
it
China.
is okay.
Yeah. I get it. You haven't been there before, but
Yeah, I haven't been there before. Like I just said, wrong type of Asia. I know like Manila. Like
yeah.
I rock with Manila. I just didn't see like these gates and stuff. I just saw like the statues, and I was like, what is this? What's happening here?
Yeah.
Sure.
I'm sorry, no Philippines mentioned in Res.
What chat doesn't know about is the Philippine flag emoji.
Right.
Yeah.
I feel like we could get those in chat
Definitely.
Yeah,
if anybody's like a mobile Twitch viewer.
yeah. Or if you have like better Twitch or like FFC or like 7TV, you can you can go to like the emoji tab and like type in flag_ph.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Just a suggestion.
On to the last boss.
Yeah.
Oh, what is happening here?
Oh yeah, there's a lot.
We got cubes. We got cubes that definitely don't take the form of a running man.
Okay, we got Silver Angela back.
Angela.
Yay, Angela.
Angela, I'm
Now-
also very sad that you got hit, but also I'm so happy that I get to like see.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah,
well,
I get to see Mother again. You know what
yeah,
I mean?
yeah, yeah.
You understand the range of emotion.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So why
I
can't
just
we think
really
about this
appreciate.
as food?
You'll see.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. I'm just really glad that Limey subscribed to Angela as quickly as we did.
Yeah.
Yeah.
She's just so lovable.
Absolute icon.
Cult of Angela.
I think I'm really easy to like convince of things. Honestly.
Yeah.
I'm just really like gullible.
Well, I'm manipulating you into loving Angela, and I'm also manipulating everybody who's watching right now to love Angela.
Subscribe to
She's-
twitch.tv/GamesOnQuick if you love Angela. Twitch.tv/GamesOnQuick.
True.
/subscribe.
Yeah. It's the best way to show your support for Silver Angela.
Exactly. No other way.
Yeah.
This fight
And this
pretty
is why we
brutal.
don't conceptualize Uranus as food.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
And it's just going to be a like back and forth with Uranus at this point. Like there's going to be times where we're chasing them or they're chasing us. There are some like narrow little hallways that we can take if you need like a brief moment. Because this is all, very high speed. But this is basically the entirety of the fight. We're already almost done.
Here we're getting there.
And
Yeah.
body slam.
Come on, please don't
Body
body slam
slam.
us. Okay.
I've just been
Keep
thinking about the
Silver
cubes as like tofu, and I'm like still hungry.
Tofu man.
Tofu man,
These could be like
take me by
little
the hand, lead me to
bacon
the land.
bits, maybe.
Bacon bits works.
Yeah.
What a pull for the pescatarian.
Well, to be fair, like the bacon bits that you get in the little
That's true.
containers, it's not real meat. It's just like
That
bacon
is
flavored.
true. They are also delicious.
Yeah.
I actually got bacon bits for the first time like 2 days ago. Like in like my
Like in your
adult
life?
life.
Oh, and you're like having them in your home,
Yeah.
sharing your living space with bacon bits.
Yeah, and that's like so strange because I was like looking at the containers, and like half of them were like imitation. I'm like, has it been like this my whole life?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, I had that same
The
like,
modern world is a
realization.
lie.
Can I not have like any unique experiences as like a person anymore?
Everything's
The internet
been done
took that away
already.
for all of us.
Yeah.
Jeez.
I'm gonna grab this and still be scared here because this is not great.
Oh!
Yeah, it's really not great. Okay.
Those missiles were quite rude.
Okay, I need to grab this.
Okay. Oh,
Ooh.
this is so
I think.
sad. This is
Oh
so
my god.
sad.
Yeah, I think I might game over here.
Oh no.
Wait, did I get it? Did I get it? Oh wait, hold on. Okay, yeah. Oh, my god. That's time.
That's so clutch.
Oh. I was so
Nice.
I was so scared. I'm like, oh my god, we're just like getting hammered by those missiles. No, we did it.
Oh. Oh my god, GG's, that was actually cracked. That was so good.
What a showcase.
Goodness. Thank you so much for having me on to show off Rez. I love this game so much. It's so cool. Everyone should try it out. Pick it up on Steam. It's 100% worth playing. Wonderful game. And what else? Play it. It's a good game.
Begging everyone in chat to please play this game. Yes.
But I've been Metroid Prime. You'll see me again in a second for another game after this. But thank you so much, Laszlo and Sky, for being comms on this.
Yeah.
It's always a pleasure. I love having you two on comms.
Yay.
Always a pleasure for you, but always a pleasure for me. I love commentating this game. It's so much fun.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Yeah. I know that y'all weren't running, but like, where can everyone find you guys?
I don't do anything, but like if I were to do something, it would be at Les Lotus. I just like being here and hanging out with my friends.
Well, I mean, I know you're like a
real talk.
Twitch, you're like a Twitch chat mod, so it's like
I'm a denizen of the community.
Yeah,
I would say.
you're here enough.
Yeah, and I'm gonna give another shout out to Lady Arcaders
yes,
because I love that community so dearly. So shout out Lady Arcaders, shout out Fatales.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I'm Sky. Someday I'll remember to prepare my shoutouts beforehand, but I think it's probably been scrolling across your screen, but I'm Cheesy Pie on everything, CHEESEYPI. I used to stream very occasionally. As I mentioned, my computer's been broken, so I haven't been doing that so much. Yeah, shout out Fatale, shout out to the Celeste speedrunning community for kind of pushing me into the GDQ and Fatales and all of this excellent space where I've met so many wonderful people.
Yay.
Yeah.
Yay.
Yeah.
And if I could say one more thing, hi Sky.
Thanks, Laszlo. Hi,
Hi, Sky.
Laszlo.
Hi.
Hi, Crime.
While this is going on, I'm just gonna say that we'll be back in a few minutes. Yeah, stay. Hello everyone, welcome back from the break. I'm not even gonna bother trying to say the name of this special because I've messed it up every single time so far. But we're back with Metroid Prime again, who was just on but running a completely different type of game. If you want to introduce yourself yet again.
Sure, I'm Metroid Prime, and this is Curse Crackers for Whom the Bell Toils. Very long name, and my category is just about as long. This is any % bell, no spark bangle, and we'll kind of explain what that means as we go through the game. But this is a very short one, blink and you'll miss it, so let me just delete this save to get started. Time will be when I click into this character file. So in 3, 2, wait, sorry, hold on 1 second. Sorry, 3, 2, 1, go.
Look.
Good luck.
Thank you. Okay, so we're gonna skip some cutscenes here. We're gonna go to the world
I just
map.
realized
Sorry.
that chime can be your wake-up alarm. I didn't even think about that. I've watched you run this game 20 times, and I don't think I've ever thought about chime waking you up. But Crime is going to enter a code here to get access to a special item called the double jump mask, and that's going to allow her to double jump, as well as use another ability called the Star Shield, which is kind of like a few frame window that protects you from damage, and she'll be using that later in the run to get through some large enemies and some obstacles that would otherwise damage her. But yeah, we should be finding the double jump mask here.
Yep,
there it is.
there it is.
Nice and purpley.
Yeah,
Love that you went with the purple color
I
palette.
did.
Here. It's very
Yeah,
nice.
you can pick like kind of like they have so many options for color palettes for Bell and Chime.
Yeah, so many. This game is based on like a GBA style of appearance. And it's just beautiful, honestly. I love that era of games, so to see it come back is really nice.
Yeah.
But you'll see that Chime is used for a lot more than just waking you up in the morning. You can use him to launch you forward or launch you up. He's also your main form of attack. You can jump on enemies to defeat them mostly, but it takes a long time, so we try not to do that.
Yeah, your time lost from landing on the enemies and the animation it takes, basically.
Yeah, definitely. But I love the like spring forward that you can get with Chime like that. It's really cool.
Yeah, I've never played this
He
game, but
also-
the movement just like looks so satisfying.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's super slick.
So Chime ahead there. Oh, avoid that. Okay.
I'm throwing spray balls at you.
So rude.
Very nice.
Cool.
So what Crime is actually trying to do right now is collect 30 roses. She's routed out the 30 fastest roses, and here she's going to try not to get pinched.
Yeah,
Very nice.
did it.
Let's go. Absolutely flying already. But she's trying to get 30 roses to unlock the ending of the game. Because this is any percent, we just go straight to the end. We don't actually play every level.
Yeah. Yeah, you're only required to get 30 to unlock it, so there's no reason to do any more. Unless you want to experience the game for yourself, and then I highly recommend it. Because it's so good.
Yeah. Yeah, this game is super cute. Has a really interesting story and just amazing visuals and music as well. And you'll hear all the music throughout this run. We're zooming right along here. Nice. Use an enemy there to reach that rose up top.
Yeah.
That rose is super easy to miss, especially when you're just learning the run. You can run right past it and not even notice it there. You may notice that the enemies all like pop when you hit them, and that's because they're all kind of blow up dolls, like at car lot.
inflatables.
Yeah.
I love the used car lot, like wacky inflatable tube man.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That is what it's called, by the way.
Yeah, wacky inflatable
Right,
tubes.
I think so, yeah.
So you can see we can get like some really good vertical distance here with Chime. Chime is great for that. Oh, that was not what I wanted to do. Whoa. Okay.
Getting fireballs thrown at you now.
Yeah, right.
So Belle is actually a gymnast. She's one of the only characters in the game that doesn't have special abilities. But Chime and her gymnastics are kind of her powers, so it's kind of cool.
Yeah.
There are other characters in the game that you can play as. So you'll come across Bonnie later. There's categories with Bonnie. And she has a scythe that's super powerful.
Get that again. Thank you. There we go.
Very nice. Such a cute animation of crawling.
There we go. Avoid an entire room of fire there, basically.
Yeah, that was one of the scarier portions of the game because there's not a checkpoint there.
Yeah.
So if you die there, you have to go really far back. And you only have 3 points of health at all times in this game.
Yeah. Yeah, I do find...
I still don't like those big baby skeletons.
Yeah.
They're my least
You
favorite.
can't actually do anything with them. You have to basically just avoid them. You bounce off of them multiple times if you try to land on them.
And I think here we'll see the star shield. Oh no, you slid under them.
under
Very
that
nice.
one, yeah.
Yeah, that was really cool. I think I've seen you use the star shield at those barrels before.
Yeah.
Wow.
This is actually the first rose in this level. It's 6 rooms deep.
Wow. I never realized
Yeah. Yeah, the checkpoints in this area are spaced really far apart. Makes it pretty difficult.
that. There's so many pits of death in this area too. If you miss that one right there at the rose, you have to start from the last checkpoint.
Yeah. But I really like this level. The level 4 and 5 out of every act is has different music and aesthetics.
like teeth in the background.
Yeah. Yeah, don't worry about it.
You don't get bitten by bushes.
Yeah. Oh, there we go. Cool. Okay, so now we're going into like the underground library area here. Which I do love the aesthetics of this level, but there's also these chime locks here that it introduces.
Yeah, chimes also can be used as a key for those locks. They unlock certain barriers. Sometimes it blocks behind you when you do that, so you kind of have to solve a bit of movement puzzles. And of course avoid the lava at the same time.
Do this.
This is one of the trickiest ones. There's so many enemies here. There's a star shield, nice. Got through that big baby.
Big baby Skelly.
Yeah.
Cool.
Very nice. That was super smooth.
Yeah, I really like that section. It has a really nice flow.
Oh, spray painters have been working hard here.
Yeah.
The music really starts picking up at this point too. So this level's kind of unique. We get the roses out of order. We go 1, 3, 2, just because we found out that it's faster to go up to the cannons to get those third rows, and then drop down for the second one. Nice.
You can basically like exit the level as soon as you grab the rose as well, which is nice. Okay, so boss fight time.
Heck yeah, here's Beakston. We have a little trick to use against Beakston. He'll never see it coming.
Spiked into the corner.
Boom.
Bye.
Very nice. Very nice. It's a very satisfying kill. And now this is the aforementioned Bonnie fight. Bonnie's super powerful. Her scythe is really strong, and she also has these 4 spike balls that rotate her. But if you get in the right rhythm there, oh nice.
Star Shield is stronger.
Yeah. Star Shield is super good in this fight.
Yeah, you can actually. The Star Shield is actually part of the jump mask, so you can't do it if you're using Spark Bangle. So it's a unique thing to the jump mask specifically.
Yeah. It's a really good ability for that fight in particular.
Yeah.
Because you can hop right through those rotating spike balls.
Do these
And
levels
this
have
might
like
be-
ends, by the way?
Yeah, so they actually do. Like, basically. Can I get that? Okay, cool.
Nice.
The actual game, you have to basically throw Chime into a cauldron and he eats it, and that's the end of the level. But for these ones, just because we just have to collect the roses, we don't even have to worry about it. So, makes it a lot faster to get through.
Yeah, I was gonna say, because you don't have to beat like all the levels or anything, just like get the roses. It makes this game just flow like no other, genuinely.
Yeah. Yeah, this is technically like a New Game Plus file, but like if you want to speedrun it, you can like download the file from SRC and just start speedrunning it for any percent.
And this is Lear. This is another one of our boss fights. Lear can be super rude with RNG and fly back and forth and waste a lot of your time. Oh, but we actually got really good
that was
RNG
not
there.
bad.
She only flew across once.
Yeah.
Very nice. You have to hit her, I think, 20 times.
Yeah. Making it like
Nice.
one of the more difficult fights for this route.
Yeah. And now I think it's time to meet the giant lady.
Yeah, we walk in here, we say whoa, and then we leave immediately because we're extremely intimidated.
That's real. That's real.
I don't know, that is a giant lady.
Yeah.
Let me get launched into space, and we team up with Bonnie to defeat this final boss.
Yeah. You want to talk about Bonnie's scythe and how it works?
Yeah, Bonnie's scythe is super good. If you have less than full health, so if you have 2 or 1, it does damage on every frame of the boss. So like when it's spinning on top of the boss, it's doing damage constantly. So you'll see Crime not pick up these health orbs.
I picked up those ones
or
because,
purposely, or purposely take damage here to be able to do damage faster.
Yeah. Oh, those completely missed me. There we go.
Nice. That's 2 phases down.
Also, the music has lyrics.
Also, you have to. Yeah, I love that the lyrics are added in here. will take that damage there.
I'm gonna grab that for safety. We're coming up close
Yeah.
on time. And time is now. There we go.
Very nice.
So, like I said, that is a very, very, very quick run. It has such good movement, though. Like, I originally found this game, and like, I first time I saw it, I was like, okay, this is kind of interesting. It combines like really like fast movement, like Sonic games, but also like has like the overworld map, like Mario type games. It's just a really fun game to play, and it's just so adorable, honestly.
Yeah, it is. It's really
Huge
cute.
fan of the aesthetics of the game. Color Grave's also an indie developer, and they've released a whole bunch of different games that are like in different styles as well, even. So it's really great. I love indie games.
Yeah, totally.
Uh,
You're gonna be leave Clyde in jail.
Clyde in jail.
so-
It's fine. Don't worry about it.
Yeah, he's just chilling.
Yeah. But that's Chris Crackers. Let me just go in here as we do outros here, and we can pet this dog here. This is Sparky.
Love Sparky.
It's just a giant
I love-
dog. So cute.
Yeah, so big you can see him on the overworld map. It's so cute.
But yeah, thank you again for having me on for both this and Rez. This is awesome. Always love showing off Curse Crackers. It's such a cute game. But yeah, I've been Metroid Crime. You can find me twitch.tv/Metroid Crime. Shoutouts to Frame Fatale, shoutouts to Lady Arcaders, both really great communities. Also, shoutouts to the Twitch Unity guilds, the Women's Guild, the Pride Guild. It's been awesome getting to know people from those communities over the last little while. And Indy, do you have anything to shout out?
No, not really. Just thanks for having me. I'm really happy to be here. Always happy to commentate for you, Crum.
Yeah, awesome. And yeah, Limey, thank you so much for having me on.
Yeah, it is genuinely no problem. Both of those runs were just an incredibly great time.
Thank you.
Everyone watching, go follow Crime, like she said. But we'll be back in just a few minutes with our last game of the night. It went by so fast. I will miss everyone. This has been a great Thanksgiving for everyone except for Metroid Crime. I'm sorry, Thursday Haver.
I already had my Thanksgiving. It's all good.
Yeah. Okay. Hello, everyone. Welcome back to the. I have to like slow down to say this. I messed this up every single time so far, and I didn't even try last time. So I really have to put it in. I have to put in the effort for like the last run. This is the GDQ Hotfix Twitch Unity Guild Speedrunning Showcase. I did it. We're so back. Okay. And right now we have Osborne running Gunbrella, where your wife is dead and also your child is gone, and also your wife is gone, and also your gun is like the movement, which is like the umbrella. Osborne, yeah, hi.
Woo, yeah. Thank you so much for that introduction, Limey. Hello, everyone. My name is Osborne. I'm so glad to be closing out the Twitch Unity Guild Thanksgiving Showcase. I myself am a bisexual Latino, and so I am in the Latin Guild and also the Pride Guild, and I love those communities so much. They provided a lot of support and resources for me to pursue some good projects, and I'm super excited to be representing them here on the showcase. We're going to be running Gunbrella today, but before I describe what Gunbrella is, I do have a wonderful person with me here today, Plucky Star, if you want to introduce yourself.
Hello, I'm Plucky. I'm here to commentate with Osborne, and I am also a runner of this game, allegedly.
Yeah, so we're going to be going straight into the game. As Limey said, this is a game in which you have a gun, and it's also an umbrella. Or is it an umbrella that's also a gun? Well, that's just something.
What if it's both?
It could be both. You're so right.
Is it like the frog gun?
Oh, you're.
It doesn't talk, so that's a little.
That's unfortunate. Yeah.
Well, I don't think the frog gun talks either. It just goes. Bleh.
All right. Yeah.
It can talk.
You're right. So we have 3 files here. We're actually going to start with file 1, erase. So as you can see, all these files are just pre-run files. And the timing is going to start once we hit new game here and hit the difficulty. We're going to be playing on easy difficulty. We do have some people that want to do it on normal and hard, at least when it first came out, but just for the sake of the speedrun, we're going to do it on the easiest difficulty. We don't have to worry about too much. And we're just going to get straight into it, and then we'll start describing what things are. So time will begin in 3, 2, 1, go.
Good luck.
All right. Thank you. All right, so Plucky, what is Gunbrella? What is this game? What are we getting ourselves into right off the bat?
Yeah, so Gunbrella is a game made by Doinksoft, who you may know from other games like Gato Roboto and Devolver Bootleg. This game is about a guy who is out picking mushrooms for his wife, but as you'll see in a bit, he comes home, as was explained earlier, to a dead wife and a missing kid. But there's also a gun in his home, a gun, which is also an umbrella. So you're going to be seeing a lot of really cool movement in this game involving the titular Gunbrella, which can be used for some 8-way air dash nonsense, some gliding through the air, and lots of other crazy, definitely intentional tech, which you're going to see later on.
Yeah. This game starts out with a very gritty cutscene here. As we have discovered, we come back, our house is burning down, our child has been kidnapped, our wife is dead. And so it's sort of like a John Wick kind of scenario where the rest of the game we're just kind of like seeking vengeance on the person who did this. The person who did this, his name is Max. We're going to discover a little bit more about Max later in the run. But just to start off, I am playing on keyboard and mouse, and that is important for a few reasons. Theoretically, everything that you do on keyboard mouse can also be done on a controller. However, one thing here, you can see that I'm spamming through text really fast on keyboard mouse, mainly because you have 2 buttons on keyboard mouse you can use to spam, which is E and also left click. But on control, you only have one thing that you can spam through with. And so it's just one button. That's because it's a lot faster on keyboard and mouse, which is very, very helpful.
Another important point about keyboard and mouse for dialogue is that you can put your cursor on certain parts of the screen to select dialogue options faster.
Yes, you can. You're going to be able to do that a lot, as much as I can. Admittedly, I always like that specific piece of strat is always something that I forget to do. No matter how many times I run this game, mainly because you would think that I would have a general sense as to where the options for each text box are that are the fastest, but I don't. No matter how many times I've played this game. And I have 3rd place in this game, and so that just gives you an idea of how much I have played this in the past and how much I just haven't been able to grasp those
unlucky not getting the tail from that guy.
Yeah. Okay, so that was our introduction to combat, and one thing about this game is that, of course, every single enemy can drop certain spoils. The enemies that you just saw there could be dropping eyes, or they could also be dropping tails. Those are important things, mainly to sell for later. And so the eyes are more expensive than the tails, and so you want to be able to get those as much as possible. It seems like we're having horrible luck, though. Not a single enemy has dropped a single tail or eye.
Unfortunately, it's pretty luck-based, but there is a decent amount of wiggle room depending on how good you are at a particular skip, which we do a lot.
Yeah, that's very true. And so you're going to be seeing, due to the pretty bad RNG we got in the first half here, what you are going to be seeing me do is essentially try and go really slowly in some areas, because I want to make sure that I get certain spoils for the enemies. And there's also certain chests that are going to be in hidden areas that we're going to be passing by and grabbing, just for the sake of safety, and because needing to backtrack and grabbing more enemies and selling more items or getting more chests, it's just a huge time loss. And so we want to avoid that by any means. As slow as it is to go out of our way to get some stuff, it is slower to have to backtrack.
That whole sequence, by the way, was just to get a pass to take the train to the next town over.
Yes, and the train admittedly is very annoying. That specific one is not annoying because the two later stations that you could have selected are locked right now, and so you have to go to Orwell. But when all of the stations are unlocked and you go to Allendale or Orwell, it is very easy to like get caught up in the spamming and then accidentally go to the wrong area. And so, which I have admittedly done in the middle of runs before and have lost PBs to. It's an embarrassing thing to admit, but admit it nonetheless, I will. So right here, we're going to be introduced to another weapon, the grenade. Yep. Shoot it here. Can you get up there before this cutscene ends?
I've never done it. I've never been able to manage it.
Neither have I. I feel like it's possible. It feels like it should be possible, but I haven't been able to do it successfully.
No, I haven't seen anyone do it.
Oh god, that's so disappointing actually. Because we're getting like really bad RNG on the spoils here, I am gonna go out of my way to get this chest. We have chests here that just give you around 25 coins each. And that's pretty useful for a lot of the stuff that we're gonna have to buy later. We're gonna buy certain ammos that'll help us throughout the game. Theoretically, we could buy a specific ammo, the shotgun rounds, or the rifle rounds, I should say, that will help us for a boss later. But that specific thing might lose more time than it saves if we were to go out of our way to get it.
Depending on how many you get naturally.
Exactly. Here we go.
A lot of drop RNG.
We're gonna skip that guy, and now here we are at Orwell Town. What is here at Orwell Town, puppy?
In Orwell Town, we are going to be seeing this this blockage here, which we're gonna have to go underground to get past, and then we're going to eventually see that the mayor gets kidnapped by these Cult 45 guys. Very fun name. And we're gonna have to go into their hideout and bust them out.
Here we go. All right, let's see here. Stinky Bill seems wet. Yep. Okay. All right, let's go.
Yeah, that password is randomized every save file, so you actually have to pay attention.
Yeah, that is also part of the reason why I haven't been able to test out what language is faster, because I don't want to have to memorize what Stinky Pill seems wet. All right. I don't want to have to like memorize the characters of other languages. It's so many other things that I have to do. So like, theoretically, the devs say that there should be like no differences between languages, but I do kind of want to test it out. But here,
it's an interesting thought.
It is an interesting thought. I'm again going to be going. How about I haven't had a single enemy drop anything.
That is actually so upsetting.
This is so. I'm so upset at this actually.
Oh my! No, it's still nothing. No.
Oh my god!
I can't believe this. This is actually.
Oh, we got an eyeball. We got an eyeball.
One singular eyeball.
Got a singular eyeball. It's better than getting a tail. They're more expensive than tails. I'm gonna wait for this guy to explode, and then
I think the frogs can only drop eyeballs, thankfully.
Yeah. And okay, come on. Oh, we got an apple. That's something.
That does sell for a little bit.
It does sell for a little bit, not that much, and so I mean, but with the amount of spores that we're getting from enemies, any of it is useful at this point, honestly.
For sure.
So we're here at Orwell Station now. And we're going to be coming back to this area later, but as you can see, we're following these cult members, specifically into the Cult 45 hideout. As soon as this cutscene ends, we're just going to be going through here. This is the shopkeeper. He's not important. And so I hate this scene so much. He could just go across and shoot them.
He has all the time in the world, really.
He does. Like, he really does. Like, we need to talk to this guy. He's going to give us a key. And that's the last time we're ever going to see him. In this run. If you play All Hearts like I do, which is a category that I made up and no one else has ran, and it's on the leaderboard because I'm the owner of the leaderboard. So it's you talk to that guy a lot in the run in order to get a specific card. We're going to save right here just so I don't have to use advantage. In marathon settings, I usually like to do a lot of safety saves, only because if you die, of course, it will go back to the nearest bench that you saved at, much like Hollow Knight rules. Let's see here. Okay, we're gonna get this.
Got a pelt.
We got a pelt. Okay, there we go. We got a pelt. Sometimes enemies themselves will also shoot around. 25 coins just randomly. I don't know if that's exclusive to just the riflemen because I've only ever seen them do it. But
I don't think I've seen anything other than the Cult 45 guys do it.
Yeah, it's a very lucky when it happens. There we go.
You've probably also seen a lot that you can, if you time it just right, you can use the Gunbrella to parry shots like that.
Yes, exactly.
It's going to be important later.
I'm going to save here just because the bed specifically, it is a longer save point, not too long. And so it's not like an egregious amount of time loss, but it does give you 2 extra hearts. And so it's a very marathon safe. All right, so what are we at the Cult 45 hideout for, actually?
Yeah, this guy. We're here for this guy. This is the mayor. He's in jail. The Cult 45 guys just threw him in here. And that's all. That's pretty much all we know about them at the moment. But we're going to see they're up to some pretty shady stuff.
And we also get introduced to the most annoying enemy in this game.
Also true. So we gotta try and bust the mayor out. To do that, we gotta find his cell keys. So Oz is gonna go through the hideout here, do a few puzzles, which are not, unlike the blast puzzle, are not random per save file. They're just predetermined.
I want to kill this guy. Come on.
The Gorehound is a jump scare.
It was worth it. It was worth it.
It was worth it. Yeah.
We got to do rats, cats, crow. There's a puzzle in this room. That'll give you a riddle, know which books to pull in which order. But of course, it's the same every single time, so you don't have to like read it. If you already know what the code is.
The password thing, you'd think it would be randomized, but it's not.
That's Goldenrod up there. Nothing bad will happen to her in the next 5
Absolutely
minutes.
nothing bad.
Nothing
she will be
bad.
Completely fine and will come out of this encounter unscathed.
I'm taking.
I will choose to
rifle
trust
rounds.
you, and if you're wrong, I'm going to be upset.
Oh, you don't? Of course. Yeah, I would. I would never lie.
There's
to you.
nothing. Yeah, we have nothing to hide.
Limey is a personal friend of mine, and he knows that I would never lie to him.
Let's not go that far.
Anyway, getting rifle rounds is as natural drops here is really good because it's going to speed up the upcoming boss fight.
Yeah, it is. The upcoming boss fight is going to be really nice. Also, one thing that you might not have noticed, but I'm going to point out right here, is that anytime that you see the doors locked and like this like epic music come on, it just means that you have to kill every single enemy in that room before progressing. And so forced combat is a feature of this game. You do.
There's Goldenrod again.
There's Goldenrod again. Again, I told you she's fine. Yeah, that's the end of the sentence. She is fine.
She will stay fine.
She will stay fine for a time. And we're just gonna go here, boom, down. I do enjoy grabbing this grenade, just for safety. And also it
wastes
speeds
almost
up.
no time.
It also speeds up the boss fight a good bit.
I'm pretty sure grabbing it saves more time than not having it in for the boss fight.
I would say,
loses.
yeah. Okay, I'm gonna say before this boss
other way
fight,
around.
just in case. I don't think I'm gonna die, especially with the extra hearts. But like, I just want just in case. If for some reason I do egregiously bad on this boss fight. So with that being said, the cult leaders are sacrificing people to awaken this demon-like creature. And so we're gonna ask for the keys and then leave.
Oops, we can't leave.
But we can't leave. All right, perfect. I'm gonna switch to my grenades here.
Yeah, yep.
And I do like to focus on this boss. I'm gonna let Plucky explain Baby.
Yeah, this boss is called Baby. So it's a big demon creature that crawls on the walls. Basically, what's going to happen is this grenade is going to chunk the boss at first, and then we're going to see a bunch of rifle rounds that are going to chunk it even further. It's a lot faster to do this with rifle rounds than the basic shotgun rounds, especially because one shot of the rifle round instantly stuns the boss. You need a few shotgun shells to do the same. Then we're going to see Osmorn just keep firing at it to keep stun locking it, and there's the fight.
That was really good. That was a really good fight. It's not the fastest that I've killed that boss, but it's definitely one of the fastest. That was a horrible time for me to grab a drink in the middle of that sentence.
The rifle rounds helped a lot, as you could tell. They just kept stun locking the boss.
Yeah, rifle rounds do a lot.
Hey, Goldenrod's free. See, nothing bad has happened to her.
Absolutely
nothing bad.
Yeah,
I get
something
that.
bad happened to her.
Nothing bad has happened.
Oh.
She did not just die, okay? She's fine.
Are you sure?
She just needs to walk it off. It's fine.
I think
what's
you
that
can
like
walk
a bad
that.
little vibe?
I've survived worse, honestly.
Yeah. It's like those like TikToks where you see like a car crash and you're just like, I would survive that. You know what I'm talking about?
I refuse to acknowledge what you're talking about, but I understand.
You do understand.
For any of you who've played like Ace Attorney, that's like Phoenix Wright. Like he can survive anything.
This is like the second mention of like Ace Attorney tonight.
Good. Play it.
Good, yeah. All right, so we freed the mayor. We don't care about this guy anymore. The shopkeeper is useless to us for the rest of the run. So we're just gonna be talking here. The mayor is just gonna thank us for freeing him. Nothing in Orwell is gonna really change. You can just go back into the town and nothing really changes. But this is just a transition between this area and the next area, which is Allendale. Allendale is an absolutely beautiful area, which has a lot of it does have a lot of like really cool story bits and like combat in the game, and two really good boss fights. Like it has,
which we're going to see absolutely none of.
We're going to see absolutely none of it. We're going to go into Allendale for one reason and one reason only, and that is because we need to buy a specific piece of ammo that is only sold. Well, asterisks only sold in Allendale in the specific shop.
Yeah, for this point of the story, it is anyway.
Yeah, there is one other area that sells saw blades. The specific piece of ammo that we're gonna be getting, which is saw blades, but it's like a temporary area that you can only pass by once. But Allendale, this is like a consistent area where you can get saw blades, and we're gonna be coming back to this area. Actually, 3 separate occasions specifically to only get saw blades and then move on to the next area.
Yep. I mean, one of the times is for story progression.
Exactly. I'm going to sell everything that I have, and I'm going to buy one bandage.
All that money needs to be reinvested directly into saw blades.
Yeah. We're going to go and then buy, and then we're going to buy all of the saw blades that we can. We have some money left over, thank God. That's really good.
Yeah. So the fantastic thing about saw blades is, you get a very slight bit of momentum every time you fire your gun. Like you get a slight momentum into the opposite direction of where you fire, which is normally like not super helpful. Except saw blades fire as fast as you can mash, unlike any other gun, which has cooldown.
And another reason why this is really good on keyboard is because keyboard has 2 buttons to mash, the left click and the K button for some reason.
Yeah, so you can just mash saw blades even faster, which is going to be, you'll see what that will allow you to do right now.
Yes.
So, obviously, you're going to build up a lot of speed by mashing these really fast, which allows you to just fly straight through walls and into areas you're not supposed to access yet.
Yeah, so we just skipped like 15 minutes of content.
I've seen this dozens of times and it still gets me because it's just so funny.
Yeah,
potentially even more, like depending on like a few factors, but
yeah, exactly.
that's like potentially like up to a quarter of the game skipped.
Yeah, right then and there. Essentially, the way that works is that the devs, I call it the backwards long jump effect, in which the devs just forgot to put a backwards cap on the speed that you can accumulate. So you can, because they didn't, like, why would we need to put a cap on the amount of backwards speed that a player can accumulate? They're not going to do anything with it. Little do they know.
Every time. It happens every time.
It does. Yeah.
Very fitting considering we did have Mario 64 at the very beginning of the night, and we're like at a full circle effect right now.
It's all bookending.
It comes full circle. So with that being said, what is Mount Sajeka? What are we here for, Plucky?
Mount Sajeka is the area where we have heard that Max is hiding. The guy who stole our kid and killed our wife. So he's going to be he's going to be hiding at somewhere at the top of this mountain. We've allegedly heard from the nobody that we've talked to, and we're going to be making our way up this mountain to go into the mines that are up there and get them.
Yes. In my opinion, at the very least, when you're starting out, this area, Mount Sajeka, and the next area are like the two hardest areas to learn. What is going
this
on
mid game,
here?
like absolute run killers. Like
Yeah.
both this area and the upcoming like aforementioned mines.
Hence why I usually like to have the bandages, and I also like to do saves in some of these areas. Especially because in this next area, in these areas, I'm just going to eat here.
Hey,
Go
you
on.
can,
yeah, I'm gonna do a bandage here. Go on.
Yeah, you never want to be at 1 health in this game, because if you're at 1 health, you start limping, so you pretty much have to move in the air, otherwise you slow down.
Yeah, and also it's both dangerous and just slow. I'm going to once again also sleep here. This is a safety save that I'm going to be doing. That is because if I mess this particular trick up, it is like run dead. And so safety saving here helps a lot. While it is an easy trick, because all you do is this. This is an easier visual representation of exactly how much Saw Blade's health. There you go.
Like that.
Exactly. Because in the first time that we did it, we like moved across screens, which works exactly the same way as you saw right there. But it was kind of off screen, so we weren't able to see it that well. But in this particular case, we went through a wall, and so right there you could easily see how much speed we were building up, how fast you go when you clip through a wall, and it usually takes around 20 saw blades to build up that much speed in order to clip through something. I have successfully clipped through walls with as little as 17 saw blades, although that require the less saw blades you have, the faster you have to mash for it to work. And so having around 20 per clip that you need to do is very helpful.
Yeah, if you ever spend more than like 30 saw blades on a clip, you should just like reset.
Yeah, it's quite the feat, really. And especially in All Hearts, you need a lot of saw blades for All Hearts. And there's one particular clip in All Hearts that takes like 40 plus saw blades to use, and that's normal. Yeah.
How long is
By the
All
way,
Hearts?
this guy we're following is Max.
Yes, this is Max. What were you saying, Lemmy?
How long is All Hearts?
All Hearts is about an hour and 22 minutes, is the world record.
And you didn't offer to do All Hearts for me for this event right now?
I haven't done All Hearts in a while. I don't even remember the route, and I made the route.
This guy. Chat, flame this guy.
So yeah, we're following Max into these mines. He has our daughter in his hands currently.
Yes.
That's the baby. We lost use of our gunbrella for a bit there, but it's back. So we can just go right ahead of him.
And we're also stuck in this aspect ratio for like the next 3 minutes.
Yeah, like cutscene aspect ratio.
Yeah.
So cinematic.
So it is very cinematic. So we have good news and bad news. The good news is we are about halfway through the run after this section. The bad news is that we do have around 3 to 4 minutes of cutscene that we need to sit through.
Unskippable cutscene.
Unskippable cutscene. And the unfortunate part about it is that like you would think that cutscenes would allow for downtime, but because you have to continuously mash throughout these cutscenes, it's just the right amount of like brain activity that you don't feel like it's downtime.
Yeah, very unfortunate, annoying bit about running this game.
This is what folding laundry feels like to me.
Right?
You're so right. You're so right, actually.
Yeah, so of course in this next area, this is, what did you say this officer's name was?
That is Captain Crash. He is the leader of the the guard force. I don't actually know what they're called, but they are the guys who have the gunbrellas normally. We just found this one on the ground.
Yeah. And so, yeah, usually the gunbrellas are the ones that have, or held by the police, as Plucky said. And so that was a specific piece of information that would have been helpful at the beginning of the run once we picked up the gunbrella. But right here, they've caught us, and Max is kind of like taunting us as he holds our baby in his hands. And after this, this is a really important part of the game, only because we get caught. Like, we don't get out of it. We don't leave.
Throw us in jail.
They throw us in jail. Like, we don't get out of this situation.
Here's a flashback to right before the intro cutscene of the game.
Yes, that is our wonderful wife. and
Wife in
our
parentheses
baby.
alive.
Wife in parentheses alive.
Nothing bad happens to her. Totally.
Nothing
This is a
bad.
perfectly good wife.
Exactly. Nothing bad will happen.
Never mind
to
the fact
her.
that we talked about her dying.
This
Yeah.
wife can fit so much alive in her.
It's so funny. Okay. So we go off and get some food for our family. And then we get a knock at the door. So spoiler, that's Max.
No way.
Yeah. And then
Does he like
sleep.
come to like lend like sugar or something, or like
I have no
Anyway,
idea.
3-year time skip.
It's 3 years later now. And I'm going to quit the title, and then I'm going to restart the file. The reason being is because when you perform the Mount Sajeka skip that we did in order to get here early, there is a small chance, or actually not even a small chance, I believe like a pretty good chance that your game will soft lock once you go into a later area. I don't know why those two things are connected, but the way to prevent it is just by quitting the title and then restarting the file. And so
This is the most convenient place to do so.
It is. And so here we have Eli on the top left. We have Hogue on the top right. I want you to get emotionally attached to Hogue.
Please do. Please get as emotionally
I
attached
know what
to Hogue. You
happens. I'm
love
not going to
Hogue.
get emotionally attached to Hogue.
Hogue has a wife and kids. He's about to get out. He's about to get out of prison.
Yes.
He's about to like finish his time.
His family owns a bar.
I'm getting emotionally attached to Hogue. No.
Yes. And he's strong. Look at him.
Yeah, he's such a strong and handsome and well-mannered guy. You love Hogue.
I want you to understand how strong Hogue is. He just like moved through all of those boxes by himself by just ramming through it. And then Connie over
Did
here
not slow
has
down.
to use a piece of dynamite to break through the boxes.
Hogue is as strong as a stick of dynamite. Let that be known.
Canonically that's strong. But yeah, this is Connie.
Power scalers, get on it.
Yes. All right. And now we are in the prison, also mines. And so we're in a bit of a weird predicament right now. We don't have our outfit and we do not have our gunbrella, which means the only thing that we can do is just move and jump. We can't even
wall jump.
We can't even wall jump in this outfit. The thing that allows us to like wall jump is the boots on our outfit. And so without it, we're just a regular guy. And so right here, Connie is going to go look for more of this green mineral that we're seeing on the right, known as crude. So she knows where like a stash of mines crude is. So we don't have to mine it ourselves. And so Eli and Hogue are just like, can you please go check on her? And so we're going to do exactly that. Admittedly, even though like in a normal run, I wouldn't do the safety save that we did before entering this area. That gives us like all the extra hearts. Because it wastes a little bit of time. Having it in a marathon is actually such a relieving thing because again,
It's so easy to
as
die
I
here.
as I said, it's really easy to die. I think Mount Sajeka and this area are the two hardest areas, especially when starting out. I think once you get a little bit more advanced, I would argue that maybe processing plant is also really difficult. But it's when starting out, these are definitely the hardest areas in my opinion.
Yeah.
So what are we here to do?
We're just breaking out. This big tentacle monster, as you've seen, has been attacking the mines, which has given us a perfect opportunity to try and escape. Connie here, however, has other ideas that while we can escape, we can make a little money by stealing some crude.
Yes.
And we're going to choose to do so because taking that crude is going to give us a lot of money that we are going to need to buy more saw blades because what else are we buying?
Yes, exactly. However, unfortunately, there is one bad side effect to mining the crude. And I'm actually not going to say what it is until we get to it, just to build up suspense. But we do have more money now because we decided to, or else we will have more money once we leave the prison.
That guy just blew up his partner.
He did. I wish that he dropped a grenade so I could have used it, but he didn't.
This room is like guaranteed damage, by the way. I don't think I've ever done that room damageless.
Yeah, I don't think I have either. So up here, excuse me, up here we have our umbrella. If you spam fast enough, you can shoot it before this cutscene starts.
Sometimes it completely detaches Murray's hands from his body.
It does. So right here, we're just going to go straight towards the exits now. Since we have our umbrella, all we have to do is escape. And now that we've gotten the crude and we've gone on our umbrella, that has caused these tentacle monsters to get very, very angry. And so, excuse me. Oh, that guy almost killed me. My goodness. So in this next area, we do have more tools to our disposal. Our movement is better and our weapon is back. However, there's just more things that can kill you on the way back now. Or you can do that as well.
That is also an option if you really want to like take damage.
I mean, like if we're gonna take damage anyways, that just seems like the easier option.
Yeah, honestly,
True.
like that's true.
I'm gonna eat this hawk's leg just to give myself more health right here for safety.
Thankfully, the crude that you mine will give you enough money that you probably won't have to sell it anyway.
Yeah, that's true. And also, I just need to hold over until I get to a bandage later.
Free tail.
Yeah, free tail. Let's go. That must have spawned when I first killed that enemy, or when it died at first. All we have to do is like hold over until we get to the next bandage, which isn't that bad. So one thing that the crude does is that apparently if you mine the crude, it causes the wraiths to appear. However, the game doesn't really abide by that rules, because if you choose not to mine the crude, then the wraith will only not appear in that one room. Money.
Money! Oh, okay, I guess those guys can also drop it.
Oh, yeah.
I've never seen that.
Yeah, so
the more you know.
The more you know. So if you choose not to mine the crude, the wraith in that first room won't appear, but then like every other wraith in every other room will still appear. So like the game kind of gives you these stakes and then throws them away.
I have no idea if that's like a bug that has never been patched or if they just didn't care.
I have no idea either. Where's Hogue?
Oh no! Hogue's dead! What?
He's dead, yeah.
I think I wasn't emotionally attached.
Good thing we're never emotionally attached to the Hogue in this house.
Hope you weren't emotionally attached to him.
No, we weren't. So by choosing, so the canonical reason that Hogue died is because by choosing to mine the crude, the wraiths appeared more frequently, and in attempting to escape, Hogue got killed by a wraith.
Oops.
And that happened because we mined the crude. And so we are directly responsible for Hogue's death. However, Hogue needs to die because it is faster.
Because we need this money! We need so much money!
We need a lot of money.
It's really just like worth it, like a life for like a little bit of like extra like speed. You know what I mean?
Hogue's dead, but like that's so much money.
It is a lot of money. This is the minecart section, and all my homies love the minecart section.
All my homies hate the minecart section.
I love the minecart section. It's fun.
Okay, all things considered, it is fun. It's just very easy to accidentally die here.
It really is. However, it's not as bad if you die, because every time you go to a new screen, the game does autosave in this particular area. So if you do die, it's not like an egregious amount of time loss, although it is annoying. In this area, you can see that every time that I spam my umbrella, I get a little bit of a boost. You do not want to spam it immediately when you get into a new screen, because otherwise you will clip through the floor.
That's one of the easy ways you can die.
It is, yes. I've done it multiple times.
That's killed a few of my runs.
Yeah.
That's such a funny way to die.
It is. It really is. The other thing about this is that the movement of the enemies are a little RNG. Sometimes, like, especially the bees are the most annoying thing about this minecart section. I'm going to be so honest with you.
And you have to be really precise with your aim so that you can actually, like, knock enemies out of your way to avoid taking damage.
Yeah. So the bees can sometimes be a little bit higher, and so they won't hit you, or it can be like that one, where it'll be a little bit lower, and they will hit you. And
it's the most fun part of this run, truly.
Now
I has to be very careful.
I think this is it. I think that's fine.
No, that is the last screen.
All right, cool.
You're good. There's a bench.
I went silent there because I need to focus. We're gonna save here, thankfully. Perfect. So yeah, the minecart section is pretty nice. It's very fun to do. It's very, unfortunately, a little bit punishing if you die, but it's not like the end of the world. And so just all the sequences. Also, it takes a little bit for your like shotgun to recharge, and that might end up in you getting hit, which is really unfortunate sometimes. So right
We're
here,
gonna get out, but
yes,
detour to steal this guy's lunch.
we are going to steal this guy's lunch. We're going to be getting this, and we're also going to be getting this. This is a bandage and a mystery steak. I am going to be eating one of them and using one of them, and then selling the other. Which will happen will depend on how fast or how much I am paying attention to my inventory when I need to heal.
The bandage, or
Well, you use the bandage.
You use the bandage.
okay.
But
I guess you could eat the bandage if you wanted to. I don't know how that would help.
Yeah. No, but the mystery steak, as weird as a food that is, it does heal all of your health and also give you 2 bonus hearts.
Really fun screen back there, but with a single tentacle, by the way. If you do that too fast, Connie can get stuck.
And you can get stuck. It's worse if you get
Also
stuck.
that. It's much worse if you get stuck.
Yeah. It loses like a full 30 seconds if you get stuck.
All right, boss fight time.
Boss fight time. I'm going to be so honest with you, chat. I wish there was a faster way to do this fight.
No.
So, and the reason that I say that is because it actually doesn't matter what weapon you use in this area. This particular boss will take the exact same amount of damage as every time you hit him in his eye. And so it doesn't matter if you're using a grenade, a saw blade, a shotgun. Theoretically, since the rifle rounds do more actual like shots, you can in theory take rifle rounds and beat this boss faster. However, unfortunately there are no rifle rounds to be seen in the entirety of the mines, and so that is
it's
unfortunate.
kind of just impossible to one cycle this guy, tragic as it is.
It is.
I just don't like his X very much.
Yeah, it's weird. But
Yeah, the pattern on those is strange.
thankfully, as long as you're quick with it, he should be dead after 3 cycles. So, with that being said, that is the prison. The prison is the longest section in this game, and so, and that includes the last area. And Avalon is long, and it's still shorter than prison.
Yep.
And so,
We're past the run killer. That's the important part.
yeah, we're past the run killers. That's for sure. I know for a fact that like your run could die also in processing plant. It's very rare that it does, especially if you have the saw blade clipping down. But for me, I feel much more relieved that we're out of this area.
I certainly have had it happen to me once or twice, but not enough, not nearly as much as mine's, for sure.
No, yeah, 1000%. So now we're back in the base camp, and we're going to go back to Allendale. But everything is 3 years later. Remember, we went forward 3 years.
And everything's terrible, by the way.
Everything is terrible because the apocalypse has started when we were in prison. And that's not
I don't think that's
exaggeration.
fair.
What, the apocalypse starts while you're in prison?
Yeah, like I feel like if you were out of prison, you could have had like a head start, right? You could have
You're
like,
so
made
right.
like good.
Yeah,
buffs
you
during the
kind of are
apocalypse.
at a severe disadvantage here, unfortunately. You could get more of an advantage by talking to this guy and grabbing his holy shells, which can kill the race, but that's completely optional. We're not going to do that.
Yeah.
We're gonna do anything else, I guess.
Yeah, we're gonna
Right.
do anything else. We're just gonna go over here to Allendale again. Again, we are only going to Allendale to get saw blades and then immediately move on to the next area. But yeah, that holy shell section, the game introduces that like priest that sells you the holy shells, and it treats it as if it's like part of the plot. But you can just like skip it. You can just like choose not to.
Completely optional.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're just gonna buy saw blades and use them to clip through another door. Because what else do we use saw blades for?
And go. Nope. I got a bandage, and I'm going to buy the rest of the saw blades. All right, wonderful.
Normally, there's once again a lot more you have to do here in Allendale before you can progress, but we're going to just straight up clip through a door to the next area.
That's true. It doesn't save as much time as the first skip that we did out of Allendale, but it does still save a lot of time. Surprise, surprise, there was a new cult that happened because of the apocalypse. And it's going that like they're doing like a trade deal that we need to go talk to this other band of misfits and their leader, who we're going to be seeing later.
Here's the door.
Yeah. Instead, we're just going to do that. And we still have 28, which is decent. It'll be enough for the second clip that I have to do later. But here we're just gonna be skipping all of that story. It's not like 15 minutes. I want to say it's like 8 minutes. That feels right.
I have no idea. I've never actually like done that part in a run.
It's still a significant amount of time that you skip.
Yeah. Normally we are going on this train because we need to get a shipping label from a processing plant. But you know, we're still gonna do that, but we don't know why we're doing it. The story didn't tell us. We're just doing it.
Yeah.
Instinct. Here's a train that's been taken over by the cult.
Yes, and this guy is gonna make a lot of dad jokes before he lets us fight him. So, with that being said, the actual reason that we go into the processing plant is because we need to be shipped over to Avalon, which is the final area of the game and where Max is currently at right now. But in order to do that, we need to hide ourselves in a shipping container. And so we're going to get a shipping container, but of course, the shipping company won't ship the container unless there's a shipping label on it. And so we go through a lot of trouble to get a single slip of paper that says that this container can be shipped to Avalon.
It's really funny.
But
when you put it into perspective like that,
right? It's really funny, but it's necessary.
This train contains some nasty enemies, by the way. If you're not careful, these guys in particular, you want to kill these guys in frame 1.
Yeah. The sorcerers I mentioned earlier are the most annoying enemy in the game. The only reason that they are is because their attack, their magic balls, they home in on you. But also because they can start their attack off screen. And if you are like off screen, if they're off screen by the time they start their attack will still home in on you as long as you're like in the same like area that they're in. And so
really hard boss fight here, by the way. Like this kind of actually. Never mind.
We got the quick kill.
Quick kill.
That was
if I had like $1 every time I was lied to this run, I'd like go and get like Whataburger or something after this.
Yeah. So we do like to make that joke that's like the hardest boss in the game, but she just dies canonically right there in the middle of the story. I'm gonna save right here, just for safety.
You would actually normally meet that character a lot earlier, but we skipped that part.
I'm gonna save right here only because if we mess up the next skip that we're gonna be doing, it'll just put us right back here. So
yeah,
right here, we're in the processing plant now. We get introduced to these new enemies known as the snipers. They are more likely to drop rifle rounds than any of the other enemies in this game, and we are going to continue to grab them because they will be useful for the final boss.
Yeah, we're actually going to be grabbing a lot of ammo in this area for the express purpose of using on some later bosses.
Yes, we're going to be going out of our way to kill a lot of enemies.
Here's the first saw blade skip of this area.
Perfect. And still
right through the wall.
7 saw blades to spare. And I do want to say that there is something very convenient in that there is this guy there is this machine that is in fact a shop, and for some reason he does just happen to sell saw blades.
Only other vendor in the game that sells saw blades.
Exactly. I do not know why that's
You'd almost think it was on purpose. Anyway, we can fly with these saw blades now as well.
Yes. That is another easy representation of like what a saw blade does.
Essentially, the main object of this area is normally in a casual playthrough is to turn on all of the functions of the factory. You have to turn on the conveyor belts, the pulleys, and the crushers. But because of those saw blade skips, the first one skipped turning on the conveyors, and the second one skipped turning on the pulleys. Both of which we can just completely, as you can see, like turning on the pulleys is not needed at all. We can just kind of parkour from pulley to pulley.
One thing that I do admire about the programming in this game is that all of the mechanisms in the entire factory do actually check to see if you press the buttons that activate them. It doesn't just like, oh, you have to activate this one specific thing that'll get you to the next area, and then all of the ones after them are just conveniently also turned on. No, every single thing is turned off in the factory unless you actively go and turn them on.
Which is also why we need to activate the crushers, because unfortunately crushers do block your progress by putting walls in our way, and we just don't have enough saw blades to go past all of them.
So we get introduced to 2 new enemies in this run, in this area, known as the sticky bombers and also the flamethrowers. The flamethrowers will drop flamethrower fuel, and the sticky bombers, of course, will drop sticky bombs. Both of those things are very important for both the 2 boss fights that we're going to be doing in this run. The flamethrowers give us flamethrower fuel, and they do a lot of damage per second. in the boss fight that we're going to be seeing at the end of the processing plant. And the sticky bombs are going to help us with the final boss. Oh my god. I am on the verge of dying. I'm going to take that damage.
Yeah. That's a good play.
That's why we have the safety. We're going to kill all these enemies. Thank you for the wraparounds. That's going to be useful for later.
So yeah, collecting a lot of ammo to use on 2 of the future bosses that we're going to be fighting. I believe there's only 3 bosses total left in the run.
Yes.
But one of them is not going to require any alternate ammo types for, well, you'll see why when we get there.
Yeah, exactly. But this is the hydraulic presses that we need to turn on. There's a lot in the area. We need to shoot every single enemy before leaving this room. And so that's why you're seeing me go out of my way. But also because it's very useful. Yeah, it's very convenient because we need all their ammo.
We need the ammo anyway.
Yeah. Ooh.
Ooh, that's rough.
That was unfortunate. There we go. Perfect. Can I do the thing? No, I actually did have enough time. It's just that I grabbed onto the rope again.
That's really hard to do because if you deploy the gunbrella too soon after falling, you will just grab onto the line again.
Another safety save. Every single safety save that you're gonna see me do in this run, and that you have seen me do in this run, actually, hold up. It's faster to just exit this room and then do it again. Every single safety save you see me do in this run, I normally just wouldn't do them in a run, and so that's why when you're grinding this game, admittedly, it is really a little bit nerve-wracking because especially if you have 1 or 2 hearts, because if you didn't get an autosave recently, then any death in this game can just kill your run, really.
It's an hour-long run that you can just die at any time if you're not careful. It's very stressful.
Yeah. Thankfully, we have measures and strats to prevent some of that things from happening. But dying in a run is unfortunate, really unfortunate.
Shoutouts to all the people who including Osborne, who come up with strategies for this game that have made things so much safer and easier.
Is that guy gonna die from the hydraulic press? Okay, he does take damage though.
He can die from the hydraulic press. It can happen.
It can.
It's not that time.
And your sticky bomb. Okay, perfect. And right here is the shipping label that we need to get. All of this for
a tiny piece of paper that says you can go to Avalon.
Yes, perfect. And
how many lives did we take for that?
Too many, so much.
Who's keeping count?
Yeah. So we do you count this as a boss?
Absolutely not. If we're just gonna skip it.
No, but casually, do you count this as a boss, or do you count it as
yes, I would count this as a separate boss from the one immediately after. This took me a long time to do in a casual playthrough, but thankfully in a speed run, we have a wall, we have saw blades. You put 2 and 2 together.
There we go, perfect. So
no way, another escape with saw blades.
Oh, that's unfortunate.
That's unfortunate. Yeah, saw blades. And so that is a cyber boss. The mechanical arm that shoots us is a cyber boss. But this was the guy that was controlling it. And so we're going to be skipping this boss here. And there is a quick kill we can have for this boss. We switch over to the flamethrower fuel because it does a lot of damage per DPS, damage per second. And so we're going to see, oh, dang.
Oh, that's tragic.
That is tragic.
Can you get him again? No, if you do that right, you can kill the boss in 3 seconds, but as you can see, he does really long attacks if you mess up.
There we go. That was still kind of fast.
Yeah, that was still relatively fast for what we need.
The one thing that I think I did a mistake on was you can't just sit still. You need to move a little bit. I think if you hop, so I've done it hopping back and forth between him. I've done it just hopping in place and moving a little bit. I think the exact movements that you need in order to manipulate his movement so that he doesn't move at all is a little bit finicky.
For sure, because it's a little bit random, I think, on his part.
Yeah, because
you just have to track him really well.
Yeah, especially because the attacks that he does can be a little bit random. So we have 30 sticky bombs, which is more than enough for what we need for the final boss. Actually, why am I not healing right now? I am almost dead.
Excellent point. But yeah, that last boss can take like a long time in a casual playthrough, but the flamethrower just melts him, thankfully.
Yes, I'm going to see if do I have enough money naturally to just buy more saw blades. I'm going to see.
Hopefully.
What can I sell? I can sell a coil. I can sell and the flamethrower tool.
Oh yeah, you can sell that.
We don't need a flamethrower tool anymore.
And then just spend the rest of the money on saw blades, and you're good.
Saw blades. Okay, cool. There we go.
That's like that's all we need for the rest of the run, I believe.
Yes. All right.
That's all we can get for the rest of the run, in fact, because we're going to Avalon.
Okay, perfect. Go to Avalon. Wonderful. Come on, seriously. Please. This is the unfortunate reality when it comes to spamming through text.
The dialogue.
Finicky dialogue. And that particular piece of dialogue is rude because it gives you, because this is like the point of no return that every game has. You cannot move back to the rest of any other games after you go to Avalon. And so the first piece of dialogue that says, do you want to go to Avalon, is on the second option. But then the dialogue that makes you say, are you sure, is the first option. And so like if you spam too fast, you will mess up one of those two things.
Yep. You just have to like switch where your cursor is pretty fast. Anyway, yeah, going to Avalon illegally.
Yes, going to Avalon illegally. So with this being said, this is the last area of the game, Avalon. I will be the first to say that Avalon is the only part of the run that to me feels like true downtime. Because there's a little bit of movement, there's a small amount of cutscene, and there's no like heavy combat until you get to the first boss. And then after the first boss, it is nothing but combat up until the final boss.
In fact, for the first part of Avalon, like first half of Avalon, you can't even use your Gumbrella. You're just forced to walk around and talk to people.
Yes. We're gonna be talking to this guy. We're at the back of a store right now. He thinks that we are police because we have a Gumbrella. Despite the fact that we're not in uniform at all, and we don't look like a policeman.
He thinks we're undercover.
Yeah, it's true. But we do have a Gumbrella. So we're just going to be spamming through this text. This particular text, I think, is the one of the very few pieces of dialogue in this game that I have not tested out to see which option is faster. I think it's negligible based on how fast you spam. It can't be more than just a few frames max. And with a run that's like almost an hour long, it's not too stressful to figure that out. So this is Avalon. This is supposed to be like a bit of a utopia that Max made when the apocalypse started. But of course, everything is not like as good as it seems. You can kind of see where we're going with this. People are preparing tonight for a ritual. A ritual in which, remind me if I'm correct, Plucky, a ritual in which I'm pretty sure they intend to sacrifice our daughter at.
Yep, no, that is absolutely correct.
Yes.
We get here pretty much just in time.
Exactly. And so, of course, we don't want that because we want our daughter back. But we are here to stop that from happening. We need to talk to these two brothers right here that kind of like fight each other. One of them is just a regular guy. The other one is a lab technician for the Avalon lab. So it's at the bottom of this hotel that we're going to be going to. And so we need to do a bit of back and forth to get through the dialogue of these brothers right here. I will say one thing that I do lose time from occasionally is letting my Marion go on autopilot. And I specifically will like exit this area and then immediately go to where they're supposed to be sitting on the benches without remembering to talk to this guy again first.
I've done the same thing.
But you need to talk to this guy again first, and then they're going to show up over there at the benches. Limey, I don't know what you're feeling right now, but this is like the last area for you to say anything.
I'm feeling hungry.
I'm feeling hungry. I'm feeling hungry too. What are you gonna get after this?
I don't know. I'm probably just gonna cook.
Oh, that's fair.
Something. Thanksgiving dinner, all that good stuff. Something.
Oh, you're so right. You're so right.
Yeah.
Very nice.
I do have a couple of questions to ask you though. You did say that you were in the Latin Guild and the Pride Guild, right?
Yes.
How long have you been in those?
I've been in only for a few months now. I joined the Latin Guild actually back in June, and the Pride Guild they opened up pretty recently. They announced it during Pride Month, but they recently opened it up in around September, and I've been a member of that ever since they opened up, because they originally opened it up to just other guild members, but now they've opened it up to other streamers as well. So pretty much almost half a year for the Latin Guild, and then only a few months for the Pride Guild.
Yeah, and have you had any like super like positive experiences or anything? 'Cause I know I was talking with Spaghetti earlier. He mentioned that you'd both put on like a speedrunning marathon where everyone involved was a part of like these guilds.
Yeah, we did a marathon called Unity Speedruns back at the first the first week of October, I should say, and it was a lot of fun. It was a very successful event, and it showcased all of the speedrunners that were present in the guilds, and it was a lot of fun to put on with Spaghetti, and just seeing the different types of talent that comes from the guild. We had members from all 4 guilds present at that marathon, and it was a lot of fun to do. It was a 3-day long marathon, and it's currently highlighted on Spaghetti's Twitch channel if you want to go see the VODs of those.
Yeah, I think that's so like admirable, because I know that for him it was like his first time. I know for you definitely wasn't your first time.
Yeah, it was a lot of fun. I absolutely adore the guilds and the people that I've met through it. A lot of really great opportunities, including that one that the leaders were also really helping out with. And so huge shout outs to everyone in the guilds for that amazing event. But now we're here at a boss. This is Captain Crash. And so this particular cutscene, he's like revealing to us that they do sacrifices on babies, if you could believe this, and also experiments on babies. It comes to no surprise you've been paying attention to the plot. But there is a specific thing about this boss that I'm going to be doing. It's a specific manipulation for his attacks. Plucky, if you want to explain it so I can focus.
Yeah, basically, Captain Crash here has like a few main attacks, but we're essentially going to, which are mainly dependent on where you are relative to him when he's about to do them. So Osmorn is going to try and like get pot shots in him while maintaining enough, like being close enough that he will only ever do this gunshot attack, so he can reflect it. Because if he does any other attack, mainly his like big wall slamming charging attack, which he does if you're far away, it costs you a ton of time. So it's mainly because you mainly because you just can't reflect all of these shots back at him, which does a lot of damage. So essentially this whole fight is just making sure that you're close enough when he does his attacks and you can reflect them back.
Yeah, you have to be like the perfect distance, because if you're too close, he'll do that, which is not a horrible time loss, but it is a time loss nonetheless.
You have to be close enough that he does the gunshot, but far enough away that he doesn't do the charge. It's very, very, very careful positioning, because you also are trying to get those quick shotgun blasts in on him between like those attacks.
There we go. Perfect. All right.
That was a very clean fight.
Yeah, it would have been only a few seconds faster if we didn't miss those. We missed 2 attacks. We were a little bit too close.
Yeah, I think it would have been barely faster.
Yeah,
frankly,
it's a lot better than being too far away, because the other attack that he does takes a long time. Unfortunately,
these enemies are a little tricky because they are basically just mirrors of your moveset.
Yes, and then these guys that I hate so much. They move really fast, and also they shoot really, really quickly. You have to wait for these little green things to get off the floor before it opens. It's so annoying.
Yeah. You gotta fight 2 of them here. This can be a little tricky. And he makes it.
I cannot believe that worked. I'll be so honest with you.
That was so clutch, actually. Like, if you would have lost a good bit of time there had you died.
Yes. I'm going to use saw blades again, because we need to do the elevator sequence, but all of my homies hate the elevator sequence. So instead, we're just going to do this instead.
So I might as well explain now. The whole reason this saw blade skipping nonsense even works is because like the game is coded in a way where the edges of the screen are room transitions no matter what. So essentially we're just clipping through the wall into the room transition that goes to the end of the elevator. And it goes for every other room in the game.
And you do not need to save on Saw Blades for the rest of the game. I'm going to be so honest with you. And so we're going to save right here.
We're pretty much at the end of the game here.
Yeah, we're pretty much at the end of the game. Time is going to come up pretty soon. And I would say like 5 minutes or less. And so with that being said, we are going to save here. Just this is the final save to save of the run. And we are going to also get some more weapons. We're going to be getting a grenade here. We're going to be getting a grenade over here. And in this next room, not this room, but the next room after it, we're going to be getting grenades as well. And so
we can just ignore these guys in this room, thankfully. We don't have to kill them.
And you saw me use the saw blades in the previous 2 rooms because at this point, you don't need any more. You don't need to save them. You can just use them to naturally rack up speed throughout these long hallways. And so that is a good amount of time save as well.
And we're finally confronting Max.
Finally confronting Max indeed. And so right here, Max is going to be laughing at us. As you can see, our daughter is now 3 years old. And so, but she doesn't recognize us, obviously, because she was kidnapped at like shortly after she was born. And so we need to save her. But Max is just like, she views me as a father because I was with her the past 3 years. What are you going to do? Shoot me in front of your daughter? And that's exactly what we do. Like, you give a threat.
Murray's cold.
Yeah, like that's exactly what we're gonna do.
He was saying expletives.
One more grenade from his bedroom stash.
Yeah. What'd you say, Lammy?
He needs to watch his language.
Right. He does. So with that being said, I switched to the grenades here because as soon as we exit this dialogue, we're just gonna be going to the final boss fight. So after, oh no, don't hurt our daughter like that. As you can see, Mac clearly doesn't care. All he cares about is Avalon and the ritual that was supposed to happen tonight. But Max just like falls and dies.
He's dead. We did it. We beat the game, guys. Totally.
But unfortunately, there is more left. Because
what? No.
Max is dead. That's not up for debate. But he does get brought back to life by the same like demon-like source that has been plaguing all of this area. And so, as you can see, he's turning back into a demon. And so there was Baby, there was Mama.
Disturbingly well animated.
There was Baby, there was Mama. There was another boss we skipped called Nephew. And this is Daddy. And so we're going to shoot 3 grenades. Perfect.
That one hit the slimes, which is honestly great because they're annoying.
They are annoying. We're going to
the rest of the fight is just spamming sticky bombs, which will go off as soon as you open your umbrella.
I usually like to shoot 15.
Yeah, time is called when the boss's health bar hits 0.
And time. That's 10.
GG's.
Yep.
Thank you.
What a run.
Awesome.
What a run, right?
That was really clean, like all things considered. Like,
yeah, pretty decent. I absolutely love that. What was my final time, if you don't mind me asking?
I had a
1:02:14.
Yeah, 1:02:14.
Not bad.
I think that might be the exact same time that I got at SGDQ when I showed it off this year.
Hold on, I'm looking this up.
Please do. It was a 1:02 something. It was
like
a
exact same time.
It could be. And so absolutely love this game to death. It's an amazing speed run that me and shout outs to Allison 8-Bit for wanting to run this when it first came out. Shout outs to all of the other people in the community that have grinded this game and found routes for it and have really made an amazing run. And shout outs to the devs for making an amazing game, an amazing speed game, an amazing game in general. Even as a casual experience, this game is beautiful. It was definitely worth the money casually.
It's gorgeous. Like you didn't really get to experience much of the story in this run. Like you experienced like the few bits and pieces we told you, but the story as it's told is so great and like actually made me cry.
We skipped so much story. It's a lot of characters that we didn't get to meet, and we skipped around completely. And so I absolutely love this. Absolutely love the game to death, and I really hope that this will encourage some folks to go out and play it themselves.
Also at SGDQ, you got a 1:01:45. So
1:01:45. Okay,
yeah.
So around 30 seconds.
Yeah, I was about to say, yeah. Within half a minute is still that's consistency right there.
That is consistent.
And you got bad luck, so that's like technically this run is
Yeah.
better. So
Yeah, very impressive with the bad luck and like all the safety saves for sure.
all the safety saves. I did more safety
Really
saves than I
impressive
did at SGDQ, I will say.
yeah, we got that
and-
improvement here on GDQ Hotfix.
Exactly. And this is pretty consistent. And yeah, the run at the beginning had horrible RNG, but we pulled through. Yeah,
Example of a character we didn't meet.
exactly. But with that being said, that's all from me. Again, shout out to everyone in the Unity guilds. I'm really glad that they were able to show their runs off here for a larger audience here at GDQ Hotfix. If you're watching, have a happy Thanksgiving. At this point, it would be Black Friday, and in which case, go out and buy as much stuff as you want.
I love capitalism. I love capitalism.
You should steal some crude and so you can buy more things with the money you make.
Exactly. You can follow me on twitch.tv/Osmorn. I mostly stream archipelagos with my friends, Limey included. You might see him featured in one of my streams. But with that being said, you can also follow me on Twitter and Blue Sky. I am active on those two platforms as well. I have an Instagram, I have a TikTok, I even have a Reddit, but I'm not active on any of them. And with that being said, if Plucky wants to do his shout outs now.
Yeah, no, shout outs to Doinksoft for making this beautiful game. Shout outs to the speedrunning community for just being awesome and getting this game down to sub hour, which is really impressive considering how many cutscenes this game has. If you want to find me anywhere, you can find me on like Blue Sky is where I'm mainly active, and you can also find me making games.
All right. Thank you so much, Plucky Star, for being here and for commentating this run. For those of
Happy to be here.
A little peek behind the curtains, I did have a commentator in mind, Zik3, that unfortunately could not be here, and so. Shout out to Zik3, another runner that commentated my run at SGDQ with me. And thank you so much to Plucky for a very last minute request for commentary. It was a lot of fun.
I was happy to oblige. This was a great time.
Yeah, it was a blast. Thank you both for being on.
Of course. And thank you for hosting Limey.
Yeah, absolutely. And before we leave, I just want to give one last shout out to like all the Twitch Unity guilds. Thanks everyone who was on tonight. Salt Queen, Green Soul, Spaghetted, Sapphire Ghost 914, and Metric Crime, and also, of course, you, Osmorn, for being on, showing off your favorite runs, all of that on Thanksgiving, even if we are recording it a little bit early. Thank you, everyone, so much for being here. And if you're watching in chat, you can go to gamesdonequick.com/Hotfix. You can see all of the season 4 shows. You can see what's on this week. You can come back tomorrow even for do all the things in parallel universe. It's gonna be a great time. But with that, we are done for today. Thanks everyone for watching all night.
See you all around.
Bye bye.